Because if you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
All right.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
Can a nigga live? Can a nigga live? Please.
Oh, yeah, we're back. We are back to talk about everybody's favorite subject in all of the internet. What's wrong with these men? These niggas. I came across a video from CNN of all places. Like CNN really has their pulse on the thumb of the internet, apparently. This lady right here in the middle of the thumbnail, she works for CNN, and she dropped a video asking, is the Manosphere collapsing? And I thought we would review that and maybe some other content while I got you guys here. Appreciate you coming out. Hit that like button, like, share, and subscribe. We are talking Manosphere shit today. Gender politics, the whole deal. Let's go.
Kind of driving this divergence? And I guess, what could the consequences of this be?
Well, I think the puzzle might be simpler than it looks, but the diagnosis is starker. You effectively have a cascade of unforeseen consequences of, on the one hand, birth control that is reliable, and on the other hand, feminism, for lack of a better term. That sensibilities of the moment and technologies radically altered the relationship between men and women. That altered relationship did not get a coherent replacement.
So technology and social programs, I think we have to, put welfare and all these different assistance type programs. We have to put that into the equation too. But technology and government has broken the deal.
And the system we currently have is disruptive of all of the normal things that allow men and women to partner and be prosperous as a result of doing so. At the moment, what I see when I talk to young people is I don't think that young men and women like each other anymore.
You know what that is, though? From a man's perspective, the cat's out of the bag.
And I've been talking about this for a little while in my own right. I think, honestly, society really needs men in particular to be blue-pilled. It is difficult for society to function efficiently when men are constantly aware of the realities of women. And that's what the blue pill was hiding, and that's what the red pill ultimately exposes for men. It exposes the reality of woman. And a lot of guys, typically you run into the reality of woman in a traumatic way, you find her with her legs up, getting her head smacked against the headboard or something like that. Typically, the reality of woman is something that eludes a man until he's confronted with a bitter moment in his life. And I think what the red pill has done is for a lot of men made the idea that women have a particular nature about them that might be actually antithetical to everything that you hold dear as a man. It's creating a situation where the men just aren't really feeling the women anymore. And the reality is, though, can you really blame them? Can you really blame the men for being unhappy? For being unhappy with a deal that doesn't fit them, that actually it's a predatory deal. The deal is predatory towards men. The modern relationship dynamic where you have to be locked in the traditional protector provider model. You have to be honest and forthright and noble and heroic. And she just gets to be a modern slut. This is an untenable deal, and nobody really wants to stick with this deal in the long term.
Get a coherent replacement. And the system we currently have is disruptive of all of the normal things that allow men and women to partner and be prosperous as a result of doing so. At the moment, what I see when I talk to young people is I don't think that young men and women like each other anymore. I think they've both got the ick. And having the ick.
Do men get the ick? I mean, don't get me wrong. There have been things that I've seen women do where it was immediately like, I would never. But I never called that the ick. I guess everybody gets the ick at some point.
Ick means that they are looking to the future with an eye towards how to go it alone, how to get their needs met in the absence of a historically useful plan. And I think this looks different to men and women because, ironically, despite some of the sensibilities that we've had shoved down our throat, men and women are different. And I think women, absent a partnership with men, are looking more or less to the state to provide. And that leads to, I resist the idea that it's really a turn to the left, but it is a turn to the...
It is definitely a turn to the left because they're not leaning toward the state for any right-wing solutions like, I don't know, enforced marriage laws, you know? They're not leaning toward the state for right-wing solutions. They're leaning toward a left-leaning state for left-wing solutions. It's definitely a march to the socialist left.
Nominally left. And men are banding together and teaming up the way men do. And that has them moving towards something that I think it's more justified to call right or conservative. Now, I don't think any of this goes anywhere good. It does not result in a stable new equilibrium of some kind. It's certainly bad.
Yeah, Brett, but where were you 15, 20 years ago? That's really the big problem with all of these guys who, I recognize the issue that you men lay out, but you men laying out the issue is making the issue worse, right? It's, where the fuck were you guys 30 years ago when this stuff was actually starting to snowball? Now that it's hit the bottom of the hill and you can't stop the snowball anymore, all of a sudden, no, I think this is a bad thing. Yeah, too late. Suck it up. Tough titty.
For people, almost nobody is ahead of where their parents or grandparents' generation was as a result of a more traditional mode of interaction. That said, one of the things I see is a burgeoning trad movement, which on the one hand does one of the things that must be done. It defends virtues that have been derided recently, but it is not a solution either. For one thing, even conservatives are availing themselves of birth control for very good reasons.
Yeah, birth rates are flat. I was looking at a video, a snippet of an interview that someone was doing, and he mentioned the Black female birth rate in particular. You chicks don't have enough babies. We're not going to make it.
It allows you to control how many children you have, when you have them, and that is a hard-won gain that actually has a great value. But it also carries with it a kind of power for which we don't have the appropriate wisdom. So I don't think you can conserve your way out of this puzzle. What has to happen is a renegotiation of the arrangement between mankind and womankind. And I keep waiting to see that movement.
There will be no renegotiation of the deal because we never negotiated the deal to begin with. The deal was handed down by God. Nature, Mother Earth, whatever, however you want to frame it, the deal between men and women is written into our DNA.
What is the new way that we are to interact now that we, for example, have control over when and how many children to have? But I don't see it. And I'm frustrated by the chaos that is being engendered in the absence of that deal. I think, frankly, as time passes.
And for the record, men did not break the deal. Women broke the deal, and then they used the power of government to reinforce that decision making.
And therefore the gap between the current generation that is forging relationships and the last generation that knew how to do it correctly, which might arguably be the silent generation.
The boomers? Are you saying the boomers are the last generation that remembered how to do relationships right? That's a scary thought.
As that gap grows, the degree to which young people simply assume that a good romantic life is a myth, that likelihood goes up. They see it as some sort of a story, and then you get realistic about, the defects of the other sex, and maybe you make some sort of transactional arrangement, but don't kid yourself, that's what it is, right? That view of men by women and women by men is absolutely toxic and dangerous. Not least because the reason that evolution built humans the way it did, and we are very unique in this regard, the reason that we are constructed the way we are is for the purpose of child rearing. And that process of child.
I think the fact that the birth rates are down and relationships between men and women are more difficult than ever are not unrelated. These are not disconnected phenomena. I would argue what Brett Weinstein is pointing out is that the entire purpose of long-term bonding between men and women is strictly for the purpose of raising children. And once you remove that prospect from the lives of either the man or the woman, your willingness to deal with shit from your partner diminishes greatly, because the binding glue between the two people was always the love of and the best interests of the children. And now that that's no longer a part of the equation, now that you can't honestly expect motherhood from an average woman anymore, let alone fidelity and companionship, it seriously diminishes the value of women as a class in the eyes of men. Because what good are women who as a group are somehow averse to motherhood? You automatically become three holes.
Child rearing is not simple in humans. It's not straightforward the way it is in any other creature, frankly, because humans are uniquely software-based creatures. That is to say, what you need to know in order to be an effective human being is not passed to you genetically. It is largely passed to you by parents who know something about their environment. And under normal circumstances, their environment would look an awful lot like the one that you were going to be an adult in.
And this is another reason why Black relationships are so difficult, because there isn't a lot of proper modeling. As hard as it is to find a Black person who grew up with a nuclear family with traditional values, regardless of economic status, like it doesn't matter if they're poor or middle class or wealthy, but the existence of that individual is difficult enough to find or create. And then if that person is a woman, trying to pair that woman off with a man of a similar background with a nuclear family, traditional morals and whatnot, it's hard for those people to meet each other. And what winds up happening more often than not is you got a lot more people who grew up in broken models where they don't really know how it's supposed to work.
And so a passing of a coherent culture is the reason that human babies are so what we call altricial, meaning helpless when they're born, right? They have to be helpless in order to have their software program loaded on, and to get one loaded on that's relevant to the problems that they're going to face it is both the biggest vulnerability that humans have, and it is the biggest asset we have, because we can have our software program tailored to an environment that looks entirely different than one 10,000 miles away or 500 years in the past. So we need those partnerships. Parents are not there to provide resources and, warmth and keep the rain off. Yes, that's a prerequisite to raising a child. But the bulk of the job is in the conveying of wisdom about how to be a human being. And if men and women don't like each other, that job does not get done well. So,
and this is really the issue here. The Manosphere in particular is conveying lessons about behavior and about successful strategies in the modern world. And for all the criticisms that people throw up at the Manosphere, no one has found an effective replacement. No one has an effective counter argument to the Manosphere.
men and women don't like each other. They have the ick. And the relationship between mankind and womankind at the moment looks like a bad marriage or a marriage gone bad, right? This happens. People who are perfectly compatible with each other take a wrong turn, and then they can't find their way back. They can't sit down and have the conversation that says, look, I don't like you anymore, but I did. And I'd like to go back to the place where I liked you and you liked me. So we have to do that somehow, societally. And having forgiven each other, we have to establish a set of rules.
I don't know that men are ready to forgive women. How do you forgive a person who is constantly attacking you with things that you probably aren't even guilty of to begin with? It's one thing when they're constantly dumping on you about shit that you're actually guilty about. How do you forgive the class of people, which is women, while they're constantly accusing men of every single atrocity? Like, men have always had a boot on women's necks, keeping women down. It's men are the reason why the sky is falling. All these things. I don't think that men can forgive women while women are constantly on the attack.
That is actually coherent with respect to how to interact. You know, I'm lucky. I have an excellent marriage, and I've been with the same person since I was 18 years old. So I can look at this with a bit of a remove and say a lot. I can say something about how a marriage that does not look traditional, but does honor those traditional values that are important, how it works, right? Heather and I have a renegotiated deal where there are certain traditional things that each of us do, and then there's a lot of stuff that, you know, just doesn't look traditional at all. So there's a lot that can be done, but the key thing is for young people to understand, A, that when they are playing around in the landscape of mating and dating, they are shaping themselves. And many of the things that one might do with the pseudo-sophistication that, well, I'm doing this now, and at some point I'll do something different, right? If that's the modality you're in, you don't understand that you actually can't go back because you are going through a developmental process. And
what the Manosphere represents is that we cannot go back. The existence of the Manosphere, it prevents us from going back because we can never forget. We can never unlearn. We can never unsee all that we've seen.
What I tell my own kids, and I have two boys, both in college, what I tell them is, for example, with respect to something like porn, that if you are consuming porn, you are robbing your future partner, right? You wouldn't do it if you understood that. And frankly, I believe neither of my kids watch porn.
Now notice how even Brett Weinstein follows the traditional pattern of all of my solutions involve the men being better. Every one of my solutions involves men have to be better. No one has a solution for modern women. And this is what's so frustrating. It's so infuriating about these conversations. Nobody has solutions or criticisms or even accurate, biting observations about modern women. All your solutions are men need to do better. And then you wonder why the men don't want to play your game.
They've heard this message. But, you know, most consumers of porn think, well, this is just something I'm doing and I can not do it and then it will not matter. And the answer is no, it's.
What about the producers of this movie? If there's something wrong with him as a consumer of this product, is there not something wrong with the women as the producer of this product? Like, who is really more harmful to your community, the junkie or the dope man? Real question. And in the grand scheme of things, in your moral equation, who is a more damaging addition to your community, a junkie or a dealer? And then they refuse to treat women as you know, narcotic dealers when it comes to the adult industry. But the dealers are the problem.
Teaching you, it's creating your sexual.
And not only do we have a hypocritical posture about this, think about how we apply this in law, right? For women, sex work is real work. But for the male customers, sex work is a criminal act, and you'll do 15 years in jail for pandering or soliciting or whatever it's called for being a John. Whatever the official charge is for buying the box, you will go to jail and you will do the time. But for the girl, sex work is real work. Until you can unsquare that circle, don't talk to dudes about porn.
Self, which is the person you're going to take into the bedroom with the person you ultimately fall in love with if you're lucky enough to have that happen. Used to be everybody fell in love, right? It was automatic. Now,
used to be that everybody fell in love. It was automatic. I wonder why everybody isn't falling in love anymore. I wonder what happened to this country that people just don't know how to fall in love anymore.
Market has provided so many distractions, and men and women have been induced into behavior that makes them unattractive to each other. And those things have caused lots of people to treat the idea of a romantic life as an option rather than a central modality at the core of human purpose.
I think younger women, by and large, treat romance and family as a secondary or third option. You know, after I get my bachelor's and after I get a promotion and maybe a nice corner office, maybe after I buy myself a home out in the county, then I'll think about settling down with some poor son of a bitch who wants to knock me up. I think that's how a lot of women are looking at it in the modern world. Whereas on the flip side, a lot of men don't start to look at women as an unnecessary option until after about 35 or 40. Once you get into that phase of life where you've lived a good chunk of your life, you've seen enough things, you've had your feelings hurt, you've had your heart broken, you've been broke and wealthy once or twice at one lifespan. You've seen enough and you realize that, you know what? Women come and go. And I'm probably not going to spend a whole lot of extra energy in speeding up the process of women coming and going. They just come and go. And so I think for a lot of guys, you get to that point where it's just not, it's not the excitement that it doesn't give you the excitement that it used to give you. And then you become jaded as well. You become jaded. Nothing red pills a man like 45 years of women. Once you get into your 40s and you start to have enough lifetime observation, the pills start to set in, bro.
So anyway, yeah, it's bleak, but unlike the case of the universities, a small group of people who said, you know what, I can see that we are hurting ourselves, and I can pretty well guess at a better set of rules. So here are the rules I'm going to adhere to, and I'm not going to date anybody who doesn't adhere to them also.
You know, that's an interesting phenomenon as well. Freeman's Journal points out, Briefault's law, men aren't picking 35-year-olds, which is another phenomenon. By the time men get into their 35 and 40s and beyond, the women that are 35 and 40 and beyond, way less attractive as options. This is why the men dating younger phenomenon it's a tried and true method. You can guarantee, you can bet on men always dating and pursuing younger if given the option, because it's just the thing that happens with life. It's like, you know what? I know how I understand how I got to this place in life in the mid 40s, and you'd rather date a woman who hasn't come all that way yet. You know, maybe we can have a better time if you haven't lived the next 10 years of bitterness yet. Maybe I can maybe I can stop you from hitting the next 10 years of bitterness. You know what I mean? So the dating down thing is just a thing that happens naturally.
Small group of people who did that would suddenly discover a radical improvement in their lives. And if those people, among other things, were to understand that the job of your romantic partnership is to discover an equilibrium that is rewarding and healthy and stable for the purpose of rearing children, right? But that is possible. If you know that that's possible, then you're motivated, to the extent that your current version of that relationship is not functioning, to figure out how to alter it. If you think, well, you know, nice relationships are a cool story, it's not really true, marriage kind of sucks, you know, that's what being an adult is about, you're supposed to accept that.
That's what being an adult is about. That's the message that young men get about being an adult, by the way. Life is hard. People are going to hate you. Work till you die. Give her half of your shit. Rinse, wash, and repeat. You know, don't believe in reincarnation. Then you got to do the whole thing over again as a turtle or some shit.
If that's what you think, then you're not motivated to change things, because who knows? Maybe you have it about as good as it gets, even though you don't like it. So anyway, I would encourage young people to understand it is possible to have a great marriage. It is not something that will happen if
boomers say it's possible to have a great marriage. Boomers also say we can be infinitely diverse and nothing bad will happen. I'm starting to lose faith in boomers, y'all. And I want to believe. All right, I want to believe in boomers, but it's hard. It's so freaking hard.
Your version of the model is you're looking for the person that when you get together, the relationship will be great, because that's not how it works. You forge it together. And it's well worth doing. It's the most important choice you will ever make, is who you will be with and under what sort of agreement.
So that was who was that? Brett? That was Brett Weinstein bemoaning modern marriage and relationships falling apart. And now we're going to jump over to a piece from CNN they just dropped about 4 or 5 days ago. It was, I guess, a little bit of a follow-up to the Louis Theroux Inside the Manosphere documentary. Oh, so 2 days ago. So they dropped this video 2 days ago as a follow-up to Louis Theroux's Manosphere documentary, which, again, as documentaries go, it was nobody liked it. I think it was obviously a hit job. It was set up to make the Red Pill and the Manosphere look bad, which, to be fair, it's not that difficult to make Red Pill guys, the Manosphere guys, look bad, because as a general rule, it's your job to say things that are unlikable and controversial.
I'm Audie Cornish, and this is The Assignment. And today we're talking about men. So I'm going to show you some. We're talking about the Manosphere.
Are you even in the Manosphere? Not really.
I guess so. Everybody in the Manosphere is just people online who are trying to make a buck.
I don't think you can be Muslim in America and Manosphere. It's just such a weird overlap. Something about him banging hard for Islam, it kind of kills the Manosphere thing for me. And not that it's totally impossible, but you also did like softcore gay porn. Sneeko has like some gay erotica pics floating out on the internet right now. Sneeko is looking really crazy lately, y'all. You can't be a Muslim apostate and also be an ex-gay erotica model. Yeah, listen, Sneeko has a past. Sneeko doesn't want you to remember when he was young and struggling and desperate for money. He was willing to do anything to make it.
Selling ideologies.
Louis Theroux's recent Netflix documentary, Inside the Manosphere, features conversations with alpha male influencers, bringing the content of the red-pilled corner of the internet into the mainstream in a different way. And my guest today says that the heat of the spotlight could really change things.
I truly do think the biggest thing is seeing all of these manosphere type figures in charge of our country and seeing like, oh no.
What manosphere type figures are in charge of any country? I would love to live in manosphere land. Is there a country with manosphere figures running shit? I would move next month. I would pack my stuff up. I would wrap up my affairs in America, get me a green card, a passport, or whatever it is. Please let there be a country. Is it Greenland? Is that what Trump is doing to Greenland? And we're going to make Manospheria. We're going to make a whole country for the Manosphere. We're going to call it Manospheria, where women can't vote.
I don't like this
All men are legally mandated to own guns.
at all. This is not going well. I miss the hall monitors.
This is Jessica Gross. She is an opinion writer for the New York Times.
I'm going to say this delicately, with as much masculine sensitivity as I can muster in this. She looks like an opinion writer for the New York Times. When I think opinion writer for New York Times, that is literally the face that haunts my nightmares. You look like exactly what I thought you would look like.
And for more than a decade, she has tracked the rise of the so-called manosphere, going all the way back to Gamergate, to the charges against Andrew Tate, to the Netflix limited series Adolescence. So in her latest piece, she argues that this might be the beginning of the end of the cultural phenomenon known as the manosphere. We're going to talk about what that means.
And you out here running around with a handicapped face, wondering why these men won't get it together for you. It's because your face is handicapped, lady. I'm sorry. There's no amount of shaming that can fix that situation.
For the rest of us who are parenting through it. Stay with us. To help.
That's a great point too. And I imagine at some point it will get to this inevitable conclusion. But Nuke in the chat says they never talk to people like Dr. T. Hassan or people less inflammatory. And that's kind of part of the strategy, is to only highlight the most absurd people, to only highlight the most extremes, the fresh and fits, even Tate. And the thing about a T. Hassan Johnson in particular that makes him very, very subversive to like the liberal left-wing paradigm of gender politics is that T. Hassan Johnson is still, roughly speaking, something of a liberal / leftist. Underneath all of his gender criticisms, he still believes in the typical black-white paradigm that most black liberals on the left believe in. He still believes in a lot of the traditional liberal hierarchy. Yet, he can make an objectively solid case that even by the parameters of your own liberalism, you people are failing the men. And that's what makes a guy like T. Hassan Johnson, subversive and dangerous to the liberals. And I think Ask a Brother podcast, I don't know. I'm not prepared to give him this exact criticism I'm putting on T. Hassan Johnson, but I would argue that coming out of the professional world of therapy and then the university system before that, you almost have to adopt a form of liberalism by nature. Like you have to internalize your liberalism and your progressive beliefs in order to actually graduate and be successful in that world. After you've kind of gotten out of that university world, after you've been into the working world a little while, you can maybe reestablish and reassert yourself, but you have to internalize progressive liberalism by and large to get to that point. And so I'm even suspicious of Ask a Brother podcast because I never liked the therapy model. And I think I called this out at one point. We have definitely entered the therapy phase of the Manosphere, as evidenced by Ask a Brother podcast doing well. But I would argue that it's not that men ever needed therapy. One, men needed answers. We needed objective truth. And that's one of the things the Manosphere did for men, is give men objective truth. And therapy, I don't think, worries about objective truth as much as it worries about self-image, self-realization, self-actualization, all these modern words. But I think objective truth is the starting point for men. And then beyond objective truth, there is concrete action. I need an objective truth about my reality, about my situation. And then I need a concrete action that I can take to help amend this reality, to help fix my situation. I don't need to feel whole about the woman who broke my heart 15 years ago. It's not, I don't know if that's the same process. Because, if I were to say that about a woman feeling whole about a heartache she felt 10 years ago, I think that concept would sell more. Women especially would be more on board with that. But I don't know that men operate in that way. And so I'm very suspicious of the therapy era of the Manosphere.
People wrap their arms around this at this point. What do you consider the Manosphere? I would just describe it as like a social media ecosystem. And then I realize that's way too broad.
I mean, I think it's accurate. I would say it is a loose collective of podcasters, streamers, social media personalities who tend to espouse conservative views on gender roles. And there's a broad range of people that you could categorize as part of the Manosphere. I don't think any of them
I swear to God, she looks like she's keeping the fertility rates down all by herself. She is working overtime, just keeping her, just got a boot right on the fertility rate, will refuse to let that bitch rise.
Self-identify
The face of low fertility.
that way.
I was about to say, because there's some progressive dudes that I consider part of the Manosphere because my definition is so poor. My definition is like, are you a man talking? Like, is there?
Right. And see, this is the other reason why the Manosphere has to be a thing. Women assume that any man talking is automatically a bad thing and therefore punishment.
About to say, because there's some progressive dudes that I consider part of the Manosphere because my definition is so poor. My definition is like, are you a man talking? Like,
and then women have come to this really arrogant place in life where, like, men don't talk to women outside of the Manosphere, which even in the Manosphere, like, listen, half the Manosphere is hated, half the Manosphere hates me because I'm allegedly too extreme. And the only place you hear men have half the disdain that women show for men is in the Manosphere. You literally had a phrase in the Manosphere once upon a time called "let her talk." Let her talk. Say it with titties. That was another phrase. Say it with titties. You can say the thing, and it can be true, and it can be verifiable on every website. But if you're not saying it with titties, they're not going to believe you. And this is why they get the co-eds. This is why you get a co-ed panel, right? But it's really hard to get a properly red pill woman. This is why the few that there are, they work on their own. They don't work with another guy. The women who say the red pill things with titties, most of their channels are way bigger than most of the Manosphere guys. There's a handful of guys in and around the Manosphere with like big channels. But if you're a woman and you say red pill stuff with titties, you're automatically going to win. Because even men don't want to hear it from men. Women and men both think men talking is a bad thing, apparently.
They're not like, do you have a podcast? And I think it's because for the media, especially the mainstream political media, there was this big awakening watching Trump in the 2024 election have this facility with that world. Now it feels like this world is taking another kind of quarter turn in its evolution.
Well, I do think that the Trump moment was a little bit of a mirage in terms of how influential like Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn were necessarily over voters. I think people were really unhappy financially in 2024, right? And so how much was the impact of these individual podcasters or seeming to have this sort of human relationship with these podcasters? Or was it just Trump captured the disaffection of lots of people, specifically young men who were turned off by a variety of things?
I wonder what things would, if I could back her into a corner and force her to answer this question, what things do you think men were turned off by? I wonder if she could even honestly approach the answer, because this is a problem that has been documented by the left. It's been observed repeatedly by the left. The right wing typically has a proper theory of mind about the left wing. And so we can like look at what the left wing is saying and look at their behavior and kind of make a prediction about what they will say and what they will do in the future. The left wing they cannot approach the right wing in that way because they believe such erratic, ridiculous, broken logic things that they cannot properly model right-wing thought. And so I'm curious as to what she would say if you had to ask her, if she was forced to answer, what do you think these men are being turned off from? What is it about left-wing progressivism that's pissing off the young men and boys?
Was it just Trump captured the disaffection of lots of people, specifically young men who were turned off by a variety of things, throw racism and sexism into that pile, and whether those podcasters captured that?
And you know, Soul Provider, you make a great point. Soul Provider Speaks says, I never really saw the Manosphere space as super political, at least back in 2019. Now, I know you've been around for a while. You and I both have been in and around this space for a while. And let me challenge that thought, Soul Provider. Are you talking about the Black Manosphere, or are you talking about the larger Manosphere? Because I've always held the contention that the Manosphere problems, the problems highlighted by the Manosphere, were far more political and structural than they were romantic. And most of the dudes in these conversations approach these conversations as if these are romantic partner problems. Like, you just got to love her better. You just need more game. You got to hit the gym. You got to go, work some overtime or something, right? And I'm like, no, I don't think that's going to work. How can that make up for 50 years of government enforced feminism? How can you going to the gym overcome hypergamy backed up by affirmative action and DEI? So I think right away, the Black Manosphere remained relatively non-political right up until Trump became a thing. And then you started to see a lot more men kind of, because once you raise a flag, you're going to get a lot more people falling to your flag anyway. That's how flag raising works, right? And so Trump kind of became a figure of masculinity that these guys could fall away to. But the white Manosphere was always a right-wing organization. Well, organization is the wrong word. The white Manosphere was always right-wing, Christian coded. Going all the way back to one of the most famous dating coach, Game Bros, who kind of went he went so far down the red pill pipeline that he wound up as an Orthodox priest. You know what I'm talking about? Roosh V. Long time ago, long time ago, one of the biggest Manosphere guys, back when it was like pickup and game. It wasn't even properly a Manosphere. It was just Game Bros teaching pickup. And you had a guy like Roosh V. And I think he was Canadian, but let him tell the story, because I don't know his story that well. I just kind of know him loosely, but I do know that after becoming successful as a pickup artist, as a dating coach, as a red pill guru, he finally saw the light and he said, you know what? These hoes need Jesus, and I think I do too. Now, the Black Manosphere will never do that because you niggas chase pussy too much. The Black Manosphere has been overpowered by pussy. And so they could never come to the moment of clarity that these hoes need Jesus and maybe I do too.
I mean, here's what I'm going to tell you. We are in such a fragmented media universe. No one knows. Nobody knows what's influential anymore. And that, you know, I'm sure lots of advisors to Democrats and Republicans are making so much money right now saying, go on this podcast. No, this is really what's influential. And I, you know, pay very close attention to polling influence. Nobody knows anymore. And I think that is what has become incredibly clear to me in the.
I love how men talking online is just becoming a political spoiler. Like nobody knows what's going to happen next. I love that shit.
Past, you know, 2 years, it's really harder than ever to track what is the, you know, trigger that, you know, even get someone to the ballot box in the first place, right?
So your most recent opinion article, you actually gave your own thoughts. It's not a review. It's kind of like a study of this new documentary that is on Netflix, right, about the Manosphere. It's called Inside the Manosphere. And your thesis is actually that how this documentary approaches its subjects is actually the first step into the downfall of the Manosphere. And because it's been a few weeks since it's been released, people have been watching it. I'm wondering if you still stand by that thesis.
I do. I really do. I thought Louis Theroux, who was the host and
the documentary filmmaker,
he had a very sort of subtle way of asking them questions, which showed both the emptiness of whatever their views were.
You say BGS came in the game with a lot of political content, but he was MGTOW. BGS, I think if he were to define himself, he'd probably define himself as something like a left-wing Fabian socialist. And BGS is probably one of the biggest names on the lower end of the Black Manosphere. He's not like Kevin Samuels huge, but his channel has grown substantially over the last couple of years, and he's a firmly left-wing guy. If you go look at Mr. Z, I listen to Mr. Z a lot. I like Mr. Z's channel. And he's another firmly left-wing guy. And the problem for the Black Manosphere is you niggas can't connect the politics to the power.
And also their cowardice. He kept trying to get these men to answer questions in front of their girlfriends and mothers.
Yes,
and
I actually read an interview in the Times about that, how he considers that a strategy of like, with your interview subjects, they may talk a big game, and then when you pull someone in the room who really knows them, they're kind of caught in between.
Yeah. Don't be a cuck in front of your mom, bro. I think it's kind of a mental test as well, especially for those of us who grew up in these Black environments where, you know, the mother is God and mother knows best. You know, father knows best is it's a white woman's fantasy. Mother knows best is really how you grow up in the Black community. And until you can challenge God face to face in front of people, I don't know if you're truly red pilled yet.
Exactly. So, you know, there's one manfluencer that he talks to, whose name is Myron.
Manfluencer is hilarious every time I hear it.
Manfluencer. You look like the type of chick who would come up with ridiculousness like that. Look at her. She's been manfluenced.
His name's Myron Gaines, and he's talking this big game about how I'm going to have multiple wives and, like, you know, never be faithful to anyone. And then Theroux questions him about this, you know, fantasy in front of his girlfriend, and he immediately backtracks.
That's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. Like right now,
what does that mean? That's so avoidant.
It's something you never know, man. You can always change your mind down the road. Who knows? Maybe I'll say, you know, I only just want to be with one girl because the two would be too tough. You know,
you've backtracked on that already.
And, you know, part of this looks like a very beta strategy. You're not even trying, it's not even a beta mating strategy. It's more like a beta fertility suppression strategy, right? You're not trying to get the draws. You just don't want him to get them anymore. I don't want nobody to get the draws, right? It's like a beta fertility suppression strategy.
And so for the viewer watching it, you see the sort of bravado, the emptiness. And then you also see many of these influencers sort of escalate in their behavior because it's attention. It's an attention economy. They're very aware that they just need to continue keeping their audience's attention. So it goes from just saying, you know, terrible things about women, about many different kinds of ethnic minorities, to say.
I mean, to be fair, keeping the audience's attention is actually a job in and of itself. That's why you write, because you don't have to worry about keeping your audience's attention. You're on payroll. You get paid by the word. Keeping a live audience glued in is actually a challenge. It's a job. It's a skill. And you don't have it, apparently. Speaking of jobs and skills, like, share, and subscribe. Support the stream, y'all. Do all of the things. I forgot to tell you to do all the things.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
That's right. Like, share, and subscribe, and give me the money, or I'm going to send my shooter at you. He just got a new water gun, too. You don't want to get wet up.
To literally beating people up in the streets. Like, you're just escalating the behavior to an absurd degree.
Because you have to create stunts. And that's something the documentary reveals. And again, we're talking about the corner of the manosphere of these live streamers or Looksmaxers or whatever. But people who, I don't think I'm talking about random doctors here. I'm sort of talking about this world of young men flexing and peacocking for other young men and using a lot of misogyny in the way they talk about straight relationships.
If peacocking and looksmaxing and flexing didn't work, they wouldn't do it. And they're not doing it to attract men per se. I don't think straight guys don't looksmax to attract straight guys. That's what the gays do. And to be frank, I think looksmaxing is a little bit, I think looksmaxing in general has been stolen from the gay culture. This is why everybody is calling that clavicular guy a male-to-male transgender. But as a general rule, straight men don't improve their looks for other straight men to high five. That's not how straight guys roll. That's the gays. That's your buddy over there. That's how the gay community operates.
And there's this one in particular, I guess it's HS Tiki Talkie, where the documentarian is sitting with him and just says, why don't you, try being good? Like sort of, what's the thinking here? And he actually pauses for a beat.
What is good anyway? What does good actually mean in this context? And frankly, what does good mean in relation to women? Does being good translate to success with women? Do women gravitate toward good men? You keep selling men this idea of being good, and there's no reality to what good actually means in this context. Like, what do you mean when you say just be good? And honestly, you know what I think they mean when they're trying to tell you to be good? What they mean is to be unoffensive to women. They don't mean good in a masculine sense of the word. They don't mean good in that Conan sense of the word. Conan, what is good? They don't mean good like that. They just mean don't upset the girls. That's good in their moral worldview.
And he says something like, I don't think I would have the attention I would if I was just a good guy online. And he's not wrong.
To me, there's sort of no belief system.
Yeah, women don't have an answer for the bad boy phenomenon either. And that's probably one of the most disappointing things about women. Women themselves admit that they are essentially powerless to the bad boy phenomenon. And once you understand that about women, a woman telling a man to be good when I know that you get wet for bad, it only encourages me to be bad. Now I feel like you out to get me.
Beyond attention and money for this group of the manosphere. Whereas if you go back 10, 15 years, which is, when most people cite the sort of origins of the manosphere, they really at least were genuinely racist and anti-Semitic. It's like, I'm not saying that was like better.
No, but Jordan Peterson, right? Philosopher.
They really love calling a manosphere racist. And I got to tell you, I inhabit a lot of the far-right racist world, especially like online on Twitter, whatever. I keep an eye in that world. I've been keeping an eye on the white racism for a while. And one, white racism is always way more overblown than it really is. And then two, there's very little practical overlap between the racism world and the manosphere world. Like racism content and manosphere content don't typically overlap. The one real overlap between racism content and manosphere content, white girls who date black guys. That's it. That's the one point of overlap and contention. Nobody even gives a shit who Keisha's dating. Everybody's worried about who white women date, though. One white girl dates a black guy, gonna start a race war.
Like he was like, I have a set of beliefs. I'm teaching you how to live. I'm referencing other philosophies. Like this is almost an academic exercise for the masses to enjoy. Some of the most famous and established ones at this point, you're right. They have a foot in that tradition.
I also think it's like we're lumping in a lot of different people together.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, someone like Andrew Huberman, who I've listened to his podcast, it's mostly decent scientifically backed information, right?
Yeah.
I think often because these people at least portray themselves to be socializing with each other. So it's like he goes on Rogan's podcast. This is how they promote it.
I'm curious, how much of feminism is supported by objective scientific study? Because a lot of what the manosphere talks about is grounded in some type of objective knowledge. Yet feminism is just conjecture and hyperbole stacked on top of each other infinitely.
Each other and get more attention. It's sort of a guilt by association thing where I don't know this man's personal views, but I'm just glad he's pro-vaccine at this point. Like the bar is in hell.
There's a couple lanes here, right? There's to me little Gen Z leaning, digital natives who there's a little bit of a grift vibe.
Yes.
But there is also this world of true believers. And to me, the true believers take some ideas and very much are trying to execute policy. So whether that's pronatalism and some of the policies that, some
women think having babies is fascism, by the way. The modern definition of fascism is basically a nuclear family.
Certainly feminists would feel are regressive. Whether you're having alpha male boot camps, sort of in real life.
Yeah, I would never. I'd rather spend 48 hours in city jail than go to alpha male boot camp. Actually, I think 48 hours in city jail is practically alpha male boot camp, though, especially if you're black.
To I don't know what, because real boot camp exists, or the people as we mentioned in the White House, in the military, who are like, look, recruitment is booming because we are presenting a more like masculine, de-wokeified.
They fired the transgender. What was that guy's name? Levine or whatever, Rachel. How do you expect, I mean, as a liberal, do you not see that men don't want to join the transgender army and just adjust to that? Instead of adjusting to the reality that most men don't want to join the transgender army, they just shame you for not being trans enough. If you were progressive, you would fight for your transgender brothers and sisters and whatnot. And then, frankly, I came across another clip. I got to pull this up too, because just now it became relevant. But there's actually a conversation going around on YouTube right now, and it's I had to bookmark it because this shit is just it's getting to be too much. But this is another reason why young men are just turning away from progressivism and all that all of the other down the line beliefs of progressivism, because it's like I was saying with Roland Martin and all that. You're not just buying black first, right? You're not just buying into a blackness. Actually, blackness is probably the least of what you're buying. What you're actually buying into is an LGBT dominated gender revolution. And they sell that to you wrapped in blackness, but in reality, it's a rainbow revolution, and you're just a foot soldier.
We all black.
Right.
And when they come down the street looking for us, when these crackers finally say, we scared enough to make a move and bust a grape, they're not gonna give a that I'm trans. But the next to me is, that's the thing that's wild to me.
Because we're all progressive, we have to join this transgender thing and the thing. That's a great freeze frame. We have to join the progressives and the thing on screen right now because we're all black together. And whether it's a black thing or whether it's the United States government, your average man doesn't want to join the army of niggas with titties. Niggas with titties don't make a good fighting unit. And so it's really it's basic common sense that once you fired the nigga with titties, guys wanted to join the military again.
Military. There is a world of people who have taken that energy and brought it to policy.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of the true believers of at least different threads of the manosphere are currently in our federal government, which paradoxically makes it less popular.
I really wish there was manosphere people in the federal government. Like, I don't. Why do you think Trump's manosphere? Trump is a nigga from Queens. He is a New York City Democrat. He is not manosphere. They think because you get women, you must be manosphere. If girls like you, maybe you're manosphere. No, that's not how that works.
Among teenage boys, because it does not have the frisson of counterculture anymore.
Ooh, good word, New York Times. Can you talk about the counterculture element of that? Because I do think we underestimate the appeal of a world where people felt they had no boundaries after many years of being locked down physically, and then so they would argue rhetorically.
That is something that I don't know where it's going. Like, I don't know what the next thing is going to be that is going to provide that same feeling. But I truly do think the biggest thing is seeing all of these manosphere type figures in charge of our.
There's something very interesting about this woman's face. Look at this black lady right here for a minute. It just occurred to me. That is the face of a woman who has nothing to offer to men. Both of them in their own right. These are the faces of women who couldn't conceive of offering something of value to men. And now they're kind of like perplexed and ugly, but they represent a politics themselves. The politics they represent is ideologically opposed to offering anything of value to men, because from your framework, from your ideological or sociological worldview, men are problems. Men are problems to fix. Men are historical evildoers that have to be corrected and punished. And so both of these women in their own respective right embody the literal look of bitches who offer nothing useful to men. Good for nothings. Country.
And seeing like, oh no, I don't like this at all. This is not going well. I miss the hall monitors. Like, this isn't funny anymore.
I mean, certainly around the Iran war, right? Like, when you see how there are people talking in that
the Iran war on the manosphere. Jeez, Lord. And you notice I haven't really been talking war. You know, Trump's pretty much not my guy anymore. I liked Trump last time around. This time around, you know, I liked him for about 8 months, and then shit started to get a little bit weird.
Community of listeners who are worried about the draft, for example, which there is no draft right now. As far as we know, there are not plans for a draft, but that anxiety surfacing so publicly was surprising to me.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a majority opinion of people under 40 is that they do not want America to be involved in foreign conflicts that are not absolutely necessary.
Yeah, most people don't want America to be fighting another desert war. We've been fighting desert wars since before I got here. I'm tired of this shit.
And I think there is a lot of support for Palestinian people and a lot of disgust with the way Israel has handled itself.
I don't know about all that. I don't like either side. Is there a third ticket? I vote for them both to lose.
And you see this across the board, men and women under 40, liberal, conservative.
It's a horseshoe politic issue.
Yes.
Where you really see on both extreme ends a displeasure that links them politically.
She is like a hair's breadth away from saying the Manosphere is anti-Semitic. Which would be, you know, I feel like that's going to be the next charge. We're going to have to get a red pill Jew in here at some point, because they're going to call the Manosphere anti-Semitic any day now. And the only thing that's going to give it some cover is we need a red pill Jew. You guys know one? Do you guys know a red pill Jew? We need one so they can stop calling. They're going to call the Manosphere anti-Semitic. I just know it.
I'm talking with Jessica Gross after the break. We're going to swap notes on parenting in the era of the Manosphere. The other secret preoccupation of this show is how to raise my sons so they do not end up in one of my news stories.
You know what? That's a great time for me to segue to a different conversation briefly. We're going to come right back to this, but now that we've gotten to their parenting portion of the show, I want to share something else with you. I told you that I came across a video recently where they were talking about the Black female birth rate. Now, I've been noticing for a while, the Black birth rate is effectively flat, and it's basically being propped up by Black immigration, Africa and the Caribbean. You know, thanks, Pops. But in terms of native slave blood, Black America, the FBA, the ADOS gang, these broads ain't making babies. These broads don't love you enough to get knocked up no more. And I think this is a problem.
True of Black Americans. The decline of Black Americans as far as birth rates go is staggering. It's one of the cultural phenomenons that no one is really talking about in the mainstream media or in conservative media.
Well, conservatives aren't that interested in Black women, and the mainstream media doesn't like to talk bad about women in general, so there you go.
You know, and they kind of question, I mean, conservatives especially run to the issue of abortion because Blacks do have more abortions and they abort more babies than any other demographic.
So, by per capita and probably by just a 1-for-1 head count, we get the most chop shop visitations, all right? Black women hit that chop shop way too many times. Shout out to Rational Baz with the 5-ball, another hood masterclass breaking down complex ideas in a clear, no BS way. That is what I do. Appreciate the support, bro.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
All right. Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
Thank you guys for supporting the show. Like, share, and subscribe. Do all the things. And like I said, don't make me send my young shooter at you. Throw $1 in the hat while I send that boy at you. He just got a fresh new water gun. He will wet you the hell up.
It's not that simple though, right? Because abortion was much higher in the 90s and 2000s, and the number of states having easier access to abortion where there's a large Black predominant population, like the Deep South, abortion was much more easily available then, even 5 years ago, than it is today, because with the overturning of Roe v. Wade and states enacting strict abortion restrictions. Part of the reason, and this is a good, valid thing that has happened in our culture, the amount of teen pregnancies and women who are having children as teenagers has declined by over 95% in the Black community.
So teenage pregnancies are down. That's a good thing. Not a fan of teenage pregnancy.
Over the last 20 years. When I was growing up, it was very common for someone to have a teen pregnancy. It wasn't that kind of, much of a weird thing. It wasn't like everyone was doing it, but it wasn't uncommon at all, especially among the Black community where it was the largest. The number of teen pregnancies and teen births has declined substantially, which is also, by the way, why adoption has become so much harder in this country. I have so many friends who are trying to adopt a baby, and with foreign countries really cracking down on foreign adoption and the number of teen pregnancies declining, I have friends waiting for an adoption for 3-4 years. It's very difficult to find women wanting to give a baby up for adoption.
Yeah, Freeman, that's the one basic takeaway that we can definitively make or take away from this clip so far is that without teenage pregnancy, the Black fertility rate took a giant hit. Meaning, for whatever reason, however you want to frame it, Black fertility was dependent on teenage pregnancy. That's a shock to me right away. I don't want to make a moral argument around that, but it's crazy to think about.
Option. Anyway, that's not here nor there. But that's one of the main reasons why the Black fertility rate has dropped. The other reason, and this is going left.
And Red Illusion, that's a different argument as well. He says teen pregnancy built America. And I was talking about this the other day. I forgot in what context, but I'm starting to question this extended adolescence that we've created in Western culture, really in America. I'm not sure if Europe has this problem to the same degree, but we have extended childhood in America well into the early 20s. 200 years ago, a boy of 4, actually, during the revolutionary period when America was being born, some of our founding fathers were like 15-year-old adults, doing adult men, taking on apprenticeships and full careers at like 17 and 18. And I think that's kind of a problem as well. America probably was built on teen pregnancy, but not in the scandalous way that it, not in the MTV generation way that we think of it. Just life was a lot more brutal. Life was a lot shorter. And so we got things moving a lot earlier. Yeah, the founding fathers were like 28 writing the Constitution. Thank you. So this extended childhood, and this is a Western thing. This isn't even a Black American thing, but I think the phenomenon of extended adolescence is probably a net negative in the grand scheme of things. We need to get young people embracing adulthood and embracing responsibility somewhere around 15.
That's, less talked about on the subject that's almost never talked about is the number of Black women who are going to college. College is the number one thing that delays birth, right? If a woman goes to college and is going to complete a college, especially a master's degree or a PhD, they are likely not having a child well into.
Did you catch that? And who is the most enrolled right now? Who goes to school more than anybody? Who stays in school more than anybody? Who has figured out the rules to perfect all you got to do is be a student and never have to pay off your loan scam? I'm not going to put that one all on Black women, but still, they know the move.
College is the number one thing that delays birth, right? If a woman goes to college and is going to complete a college, especially a master's degree or PhD, they are likely not having a child well into their mid-30s. And the number who forego ever having a baby declines substantially. The population of Black women going to college has exploded exponentially in the last.
So college acts as a fertility suppressor, and the number of Black women going to college has exploded exponentially. These are two different X words, right? Explode and exponentially. This is a lot of growth, all right? That means a lot of babies just never got made.
Last 10, 15 years. And that has a lot to do with why the birth rates are falling. 2025 was the first year where there was a significant gap in the white fertility and the Black fertility, with whites having a lot more children on average.
White women want children more on average compared to Black women. He didn't say that, I'm saying that. According to the numbers that he just laid out, you can make the argument that white women actually want children more than Black women. Black women apparently are more interested in college and career.
Year where there was a significant gap in the white fertility and the Black fertility, with whites having a lot more children on average per woman. This is always measured per woman, nothing against the men, but like we don't count. We don't count. It's per woman. The number of babies per woman is substantially higher among white women than among Black women. It's all very, very fascinating. So whites made up 50.
So there you go. There is a birth rate cliff that we're about to fall off of. And the women are online crying about male podcasters, y'all.
So come on a journey with me.
I will.
Because you and I have both followed this story, and I feel as though I often feel like I don't want to do what we're doing now. I don't want to be two women talking about what those men.
No, it's a tripart problem. Ken Green says most educated, least married. Also, least fertile. Most educated, least married, lowest fertility rate. Most educated, least married, lowest reproduction. It's a hat trick. It's a trinity.
Are doing.
Yeah.
And that it's all inherently bad. Okay. So I generally kind of stay away from this kind of conversation.
Totally.
But I also wanted to talk to you because I heard you might have kids. And
I have two girls.
You have two girls. Lucky you.
I have two girls.
Because
and I guarantee you she's raising them to be feminists who think men are the problem.
it is hard to think about, like, how do I encourage their confidence?
Yeah.
How do I maintain that confidence? How do I teach them how to embrace rejection or pick themselves up? All of these things that I kind of, honestly, maybe as a hetero woman, kind of was like, that's their problem. Sorry to that man. Suddenly feels like my problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
suddenly feels like how it's not just how do I make them into young men, but
She's trying to figure out how to raise her sons gay without going too far. I want them to be gay, but I don't want them to blow a guy. I just want them to be kind of gay, She's trying to figure out that nice, comfortable for women middle ground between male and homosexual.
it's like, how do I make them into people who aren't ashamed of who they are? And that does include their gender.
Of course.
And one of the things that the Manosphere types have often talked about is the sense that, like, boys and men are being made to feel ashamed of who they are and what they are and that sort of thing. And I don't always think that's completely wrong.
Yeah, yes, modern women are fascinated with raising their boys half gay. And they see no problem. They see nothing wrong with it.
I think that's right. And I think that, as a parent, I think there's a number of things that you can do that are passive.
Slick Rick, did you just ask of a black woman, where is the father? Why would you diss a black woman like that? Why would you insult a black woman by asking where's the father? What type of man are you, bro?
But if man had to find out that his God was a woman,
I say the black woman is God, and
black woman is God.
I say the black woman is God.
The black woman is God because, she was the first organism on this planet.
Slick Rick, you must not know the rules, bro. You never ask a black woman You never ask a black woman where the father of her children are. That's like racism or some shit. What are you, a white guy? Asking all these racist questions and shit.
And it's just living your life. You know, I think it's setting an example of how you and the men in your life who are adults treat each other, treat the kids, act in the world. I think that is the sort of most influential thing you can do. I mean, I keep seeing all of these people being like, we need a manosphere of the left. And it's like, no, like kids are going to.
They want a manosphere of the left, which would require you having actual men. You know, there's a bunch of homosexual niggas who do podcasts. None of them are manosphere. Those are all your left-leaning men, though.
Admire who they're going to admire. Like, this is a completely different, you know, sort of thing. But it's like my older daughter absolutely loves Sabrina Carpenter. She's obsessed with her.
Of course, your older daughter loves America's biggest thought right now. Is Sabrina Carpenter any good? I actually haven't heard any music from her. I just keep seeing her titties on the internet. But does she make music or something? She's clearly holding a microphone.
The lyrics have me feeling like Tipper Gore. I'm just like, I don't.
I was just waiting for it. I was like, I don't think she's going to be into this meta irony male gaze pop star, but
listen,
yes, go on.
But I have to let her, right? Like the second I start with my millennial feminist, she turns off immediately. She loves Sabrina Carpenter, and anything I say against her, she will just be mad about, right?
Yeah.
So I think we need to let our kids in general find what they like in pop culture. Listen, if it's
why is it wrong for men to have masculine role models, but it's not wrong for women to have slutty, sexually aggressive, morally reprehensible role models? Like, there is no baseline for female behavior, and yet they constantly police male behavior as if there should be a baseline for male behavior.
Andrew Tate, you have a problem, and you need to talk to your child.
Let me tell you, it's even simpler than that. I have conversations with them about consent that are not described as conversations about consent, right? They're under the age of 10. So they often go something like this. So-and-so wanted to hug me. And I'm like, oh, how was that? You know, it's like a lot of inquiry. Well, I didn't mind, but I didn't want to. I'm like, okay, well, here's a little story. You never have to hug someone you don't want to hug. And you never are.
This is modern women, right? By the way, teaching children not to hug people, which I again, with the substance of it, you know, because she's making one of these weird consent arguments, but you're literally raising antisocial sociopath, right? You have your 10-year-old child questioning a hug from another kid. And then you wonder why there's a therapy commercial on all of the social media apps right now. It's like you're encouraging mental retardation. These people are going to need help in the future because mommy taught me that hugs were bad.
Well, I didn't mind, but I didn't want to. I'm like, okay, well, here's a little story. You never have to hug someone you don't want to hug. And you never are owed a hug. People don't have to give you things because you like them or because you've been friends before. Now, I'm going to say some other version of this 2 years from now and 4 years from now. But sometimes I wish there was more of a community that talked about these things.
And you really mean to tell me when you rack your brain for little parenting anecdotes that would help fill out this conversation, the most traumatic thing you could think of was a hug between children? You need better problems. You really do. You really need better problems in life
that I could turn to. You know what I mean? That I could be like, hey, like, without somebody telling me like, oh, it's overblown. Actually, the girls are still struggling. Like, it gets tied into a whole windfall of progressive grievances. Right. And really what you're trying to do is be like, no, I just want to make one that you're not going to hate. Like,
right. The progressives aren't giving you a positive path forward for your own children, because all of the women that you call friends all of the women that you have professional relationships, all of your female colleagues, they ideologically hate and oppose your boys. Unless they came out to be gay, that'd be different. But otherwise, they're going to be heterosexual men, black men, which really doesn't matter. They don't care if you're black or white or not. As long as you're a heterosexual who believes in patriarchy, you're effectively a white man. If you are straight, if you believe in the traditional order, God, man, woman, child, if you believe that boys are boys and girls are girls, you are effectively a white man as far as these people are concerned. And your black son will be treated as a wayward white man.
That's my mission here.
But I feel like just that you have that intention goes like 90% of the way, right? Because there's only so much you can control.
I guess the reason why I'm preoccupied with this is because I want to find a new way for women to have a voice in this conversation.
She wants women to have a voice in raising children. Like, bitch, that's literally why we're having this problem. Women want to control the manosphere now.
Because there's only so much you can control.
I guess the reason why I'm preoccupied with this is because I want to find a new way for women to have a voice in this conversation that isn't about harm and doesn't involve the word toxic the whole time. I do actually think that's alienating.
Yeah, yes, your friends and your colleagues hate your black boys because they're straight boys who will grow up to be straight men.
And it doesn't feel, now that everyone has diagnosed the problem,
right,
in such a profound way, I kind of want to move to the next step.
That is a great point, too. Imagine how much cooler Andrew Tate would seem if you were 10 and your mom hated him. And I can't help but imagine that the Andrew Tates of the world are a lot more appealing to young boys who don't have proper male direction close at hand, fathers, uncles. Hell, the least your mom could do is go bang a cool guy. Not even that. And so now you got all these, you basically have a black hole with no positivity that can reach this child. And then here comes Andrew Tate, top G. Of course, he's gonna look like a fucking masculine god to a kid who has nothing. And then here comes your mom. Oh, you listen to this? Yes, mom. You just want me to be gay like your best friend.
And to me, that is related to our manosphere discussion, right? Like, we don't have to wait for another man to fill the gap.
Okay, so this is my spiciest take. I've never...
Give it to me.
I've never written it, and I may someday. I actually think we have moved beyond a place where we need all of these sort of separate girl-only spaces. I think a big part of the solution...
Women are slowly realizing that. I think I might maybe have just a teensy tiny bit. Maybe what if I girl bossed a little too hard? What if we girl bossed a little too far and now we don't like where we wound up? I think a lot of women are coming to the conclusion that I don't want to girl boss as hard as you guys did.
I've moved beyond a place where we need all of these sort of separate girl-only spaces. I think a big part of the solution is forcing more coeducational hanging out. Because I think
a big part of the solution is literally forcing the men to be more like the women. That's her solution. Never mind, I take it back. She wants the girl boss even harder.
I do actually think that's alienating. And it doesn't feel, now that everyone has diagnosed the problem,
right,
in such a profound way, I kind of want to move to the next step. And to me, that is related to our manosphere discussion, right? Like, we don't have to wait for another man to fill the gap.
Okay, so this is my spiciest take. I've never...
Give it to me.
I've never written it, and I may someday. I actually think we have moved beyond a place where we need all of these sort of separate girl-only spaces. I think a big part of the solution is forcing more coeducational hanging out. because I think a lot of the
All right, I will see your co-educational hanging out and raise you one transgender in the girls' room. I will buy into your co-ed hangout if you allow transgenders into the girls' room. And listen, if I got to be uncomfortable, I want everybody uncomfortable. Nobody's having a good time if I can't have a good time, damn it.
sort of distrust and dislike of the other gender comes from a lack of exposure. And so I think getting kids to spend time with each other in like
low stakes time.
Yes.
Not the dance. Like
Not
low
the
stakes.
dance.
You're not here to pair up. You're not.
Now notice what they want is to effectively feminize the men. They want to feminize the manosphere. They want the energy of a female ecosystem to be slowly introduced into the manosphere ecosystem so that we can all become more like women effectively.
I'm here to discover your sexuality.
100%.
Like try and have a conversation and see if you can function.
Yes. So more activities, like not sports, like they need the separate sports. Like I get that. I mean, my kids did co-ed soccer when they were really little and the boys simply would not pass to them. And I was like, this sucks. Like
I wouldn't pass to the girls either. Like, bitch, I want to win. What do you mean pass it to the girls? What are you talking about, Mom? We are down 3-1 and you want me to pass it to Becky? No. Oh my God, that was the craziest story. Of course they don't pass it to the girls and try to win.
Here to pair up. You're not here to discover your sexuality.
100%.
Like try and have a conversation and see if you can function.
Yes. So more activities, like not sports, like they need the separate sports. Like I get that. I mean, my kids did co-ed soccer when they were really little and the boys simply would not pass to them. And I was like, this sucks. Like they're bummed out. Like it's not.
And you know what? That is a great way. I'm going to give my son this advice too. If they ever force you onto a co-ed team, just make sure you never pass a girl the ball. Unless she's one of the cute girls that like you, then only pass her the ball. That's how you do that. That's how you make that. You got to pick one and shit on the rest of them. That's the only way to win.
Not a good time. So I think, keep the sports what they are and the kids will certainly bond through that. But I think everything else, like maybe we don't need girls who code anymore. Maybe we have what? Like just everybody.
We don't need girls to what? Wait a minute. That was very close to misogyny. Did this bitch just do a misogyny, y'all? Because I'm the only one allowed to do misogynies right now. She told me she was a feminist. She's a modern uber femme. She wouldn't do that type of thing. I swear to God, that sounded like a misogyny, though.
It's not a good time. So I think, keep the sports what they are and the kids will certainly bond through that. But I think everything else, like maybe we don't need girls who code anymore.
Maybe we don't need girls who code. Listen, learn the code was a great idea. It was a great jab at like blue collar workers whose factory had got closed down or something like that. Learn the code was a great jab when your industry moved out of your small town or whatever. But I think we should tell the girls, learn to bake. Learn to bake, all right? If you could tell truckers learn the code, we can tell college-age thoughts learn to bake. He learns to code, you learn to bake, and this half the gender war solves right there. Men do more coding, women do more baking. We might even have a kid on the way.
Maybe we have like just everybody together encouraged to the best of their ability and trust in the teachers or whatever adult is running a space to make sure that the kids involved of every background are getting the attention that they need. Because I do think we're at this moment where the more we separate, the more we're telling kids you need to be separated. And
why is that your spiciest take?
Oh, I think people who still are really into like, no, the girls need the separate things or their self-esteem is going to be bad. Are
notice how we're kind of and this is a very, very typical thing I've noticed with women. They will spend the first hour of the argument arguing against everything you said. And then after they've kind of busted their argument nut, they'll start to agree with a lot of the shit that you were saying before. And it's like, you know what? I wish you hadn't made me go through this whole thing. You just had to get your argument nut off, and now you're going to tell me I'm right about so many things. This is why guys used to just punch chicks in the mouth. Now I'm starting to understand this shit a little bit better now.
We'll be mad about it and we'll disagree with me, which is fine. Disagreement is, I'm an opinion writer. People disagree with me all the time. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are girls who still do need those spaces, but I increasingly feel like they don't. And they don't.
Or that when you have co-ed spaces, the conversation is more open to some of these spikier concepts. Like with your kid's soccer game, was there someone who should have been like, boys, pass, because you are...
No, that someone would be the coach. And the coach wants to win too, all right? It's not the coach's fault you made this sport co-ed. Now the coach has to deal with whiny 12-year-old girls too.
Actually, bad players who don't know how to pass. Like, should that have been the coaching conversation rather than you being like, I got to put them back in a girls' league? Like, that's what I mean. Like, there's a level of dialogue that is not happening.
No, that's such a good point. That is such a good point. I abdicated. I was just like,
I'm not saying that. I'm not just saying that. Like, to me, it feels like there's a way to talk about that without being like, boys are bad and girls are good and this is meat and this is victim, and being like, hey, an all-rounder knows how to pass. And then that's not even...
Well, if we can make an objective statement like the all-rounder, which is the title of that position, right? That's the soccer position. If you can make an objective truth statement, are we making objective truth statements now? Is that what just happened? Because I could have sworn you actually didn't like objective truth statements when the boys didn't want to pass the ball to the girls because they were girls.
Like, boys are bad and girls are good and this is meat and this is victim, and being like, hey, an all-rounder knows how to pass. And then that's not even gendered. You know what I mean?
A woman knows how to bake. You see what I did there? You see how that works? Objective truth, right? That's an objective truth statement. If woman, then bake, okay? That is a logical theorem right there, straight out of the textbooks. If this, then that. If woman, then cookies, okay? And I can look at this bald-headed bitch and tell her house does not smell like cookies.
And but it would take like a level of kind of awareness that honestly we don't have as parents on the sidelines of any sport.
True.
We're deeply unhinged watching our kids.
The root of the problem is that they don't see each other as fully human, right? Like, I always see that as the root. It's like,
the root of the problem is women don't see men as fully men. Women don't see men as people. That's really the root of the problem. Women in general don't see men as actual people, which is why this is a part of the reason why like men are kind of like mysterious to women. We're like these creatures that like burp and fart and make things happen, but they have no real practical understanding of like the internal mechanisms of man. They literally look at us like these big things that burp and fart, and then we do shit. On the other hand, though, it's boys that are constantly being told, look, pass to the girls, right? Make room for the women. We have to restructure your entire group so that girls feel comfortable, right? Like the Boy Scouts are now a co-ed debacle. It's literally the women who always feel as though they need to have more from the boys or from the men. It's always the women who look at the men as something other than human. Well, on the other hand, men tend to look at women as something more than human. And this goes right back to that blue pill concept, right? Men tend to look at women as something approaching the divine, which is why the red pill is such a mentally shattering prospect. They literally had the concept of red pill rage. You know why you red pill rage? Because in discovering the truth of woman that she is actually the opposite of a divine creature. Most women are literally the opposite of the divine feminine image that you had in your mind. And once you accept that truth, it hurts. It's like getting kicked in the emotional balls. You know what I mean? And that is the essence of red pill rage. Realizing that you as a man have placed women on such a high pedestal that they were effectively superhuman in your mind. They were angelic beings of light in your mind, right? And then you need the red pill to kind of bring you down to reality that no, they are base physical creatures similar to men in their own right. And you have to adjust for that base physical reality. Whereas women, on the other hand, women almost always see men as, what was that phrase Warren Farrell used? Men are human doings. Women are human beings and men are human doings. We are just things that exist. We burp, we fart, we shit, and we do stuff. But we have no feeling. We have no internal emotional life. That's only women. That's literally how women see men for the most part. And again, the red pill is accepting that. This is why, years ago when YouTube had a lot of really good red pill content on it, most of that good stuff has been purged now. But one of my most biting red pill truisms, I guess I would call it, is the idea that she'll never love you the way you love her, right? Which gets to the heart of what I was saying about how men sort of idolize women, and we project the kind of we deify women in our minds in a lot of ways, that we see women as these angelic beings of light that can do no wrong. But the fact of the matter is, she almost never has that love and reverence for you that you have for her. And that is why the red pill is dangerous. Because once you accept that, you start to move with more calculation and less romantic fancy. But women would prefer it if you operated in pure romantic fancy, because then she could always win.
They're other in some way. And
Yes.
so exposure.
And we should just say, you are not being, this is not hyperbole. Like, I have heard this kind of language from some of the high profile voices, as you said, of this kind of extreme end of the manosphere, where they use the phrase subhuman to talk about women.
Yeah, and they're like, women shouldn't vote.
Irrational. They shouldn't vote.
Yeah.
We'll hear that more, frankly, listener, if you're listening.
Women voting has always been controversial, though. Nobody, or like, women voting actually is how the country started. Nobody in the beginning of America thought America was evil because women didn't vote.
Listening closely about repealing the amendments and all this stuff, and it's very jarring.
It's not great. I don't like it.
It's very jarring to hear that said out loud, as though it is you know what? It's something to think about. You know what I mean?
And I remember, like, I was having this conversation with my oldest daughter at one point. And I explained to her flat out, yeah, don't worry about voting. It's just not that important for you. Like, in my mind, I'm trying to diminish the luster of voting and all that in her mind. Because when she asked me, I said, the reality of it is women basically vote the money out of men's pockets. Without even getting into women are like this and women are like that. That is just the basic dynamic between the male voter and the female voter. One thing feminists are right about, they're wrong about the reasons, but men do make most of the money. And then on the other side of that coin, women receive most of the money, either through government distribution or direct from the man, whether it's in love or in divorce. Women receive a lot of that money, while men earn a lot of that money. And what voting does is allow for women to receive a lot more money from men without actually having to engage with any particular individual man. This is how your welfare state works. This is exactly, I just dropped a video on this channel, actually, because I'm only going live on this channel until I get my other channel back in a few more days. We are going through some shit. I think I got mass flag. I think Tony Gaskins set me up, y'all. But nah. I got a hate speech violation on that on my other channel. And so I'm going live here for the meantime. But I just dropped a video on this channel where the lady from the Chicago Teachers Union said that the purpose of her activism is to provide a lifestyle for women that they don't have to live with a husband. This is why men don't like women voting. Men would never do this to women, by the way.
Like, should they be voting? And I'm like, why is this a dialogue? Don't you have something else to tackle? And it's real. So,
well, I feel like that goes back to, I mean, the root of, I think, so much of the problem with the dialogue goes back to the problems that were highlighted in the Manosphere documentary, which is like everything is attention. And so a new...
You know, who is this guy? Nothing Comment. It's an interesting title. He says, dude, just get back in the gym. You are clearly pissed at women for no good reason. Hit the gym and build your confidence back up. Now, what would your advice be to women? Mr. Nothing Comment. Now here's Nothing Comment again. Women shouldn't have to live with a husband. Nobody should have to rely on somebody else. Yeah, that's kind of how community works, bro. That's how civilization gets here. That's literally the basics of civilization. Men and women relying on each other. And then here comes this big brain Nothing Comment nigga. Women shouldn't have to rely on men. Well, then fine. Live on an island until you die, bro. But outside of that, this is how we do civilization. It's literally the only way it works, bro.
Nuanced, real discussion among actual human beings who are seeing each other's humanity and disagreeing politely is boring. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, everyone has a choice. That's what the wedding proposal is. Everybody gets a choice. He chose you, you chose him. Now you got to suck it up. Everybody got a choice. Reshaping the entire structure of the world just so one woman can be a little bit less miserable is why everybody's miserable right now.
They want to see...
You can't monetize that.
You can't monetize that. That is
no matter what Ted Lasso told you, folks. As it turns out.
It's not entertainment. It's relational, right?
All right. Well, thank you for trying to hash all of this out with me. People can find your writing where?
At the New York Times. I write a twice-weekly newsletter. So if they...
Ooh, New York Times writer faith. So we have gotten to the end of this video. Is the Manosphere finally collapsing? I don't think you can collapse the Manosphere. Honestly, there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube. It's just not going to go back in. It's really not. And nor should it, by the way, because, you know, these people do not have a counter offer. You know, you got to look at it in terms of like an equal exchange or a type of negotiation. You know, I give you this, you give me that. I do this for you, you do that for me. And right now, what they have are a list of demands and a threat of force. That's basically what women, liberals, progressives, Democrats, that's really what they have in terms of how do we get men black on the plantation? All they have is a list of demands and a threat of force. Who is this one in the chat? Civilization is based on this. You mean how men subjugated women until about 60 years ago? Women couldn't leave the house without an escort or own any actual property. And you see what I mean? Most of these retarded pseudo-feminists that pop up, they're almost always talking about Saudi Arabia. And then frankly, most of you broads deserve Saudi Arabian lifestyles, actually. Like, what has been the benefit of actually unleashing women? What have we actually gained? There was never a time in American modern, well, let me not say modern, there was never a time in American culture where women were just chained to the radiator and couldn't leave the home. That's literally Saudi Arabia. Every time they talk about feminist theory or some man doing something crazy, they're almost always talking about third world browns. They're never talking about people in America. Hell, I'll even stretch it. You can't even talk about Europe for that much, because America is frankly an extension of Britain and France and Germany. And the men of Britain, France, and Germany never abuse their women the way you charge. You're basically making an Islamic charge here. You're charging American men with something like Christian Sharia, which I support 1,000%, by the way. I wish you church niggas would bring back Jesus Sharia. We need Sharia. We need Christian Catholic Sharia. I'm sure the Catholics had a word for it and we've forgotten it by now. But we need a word. We need a new Catholic for Sharia. Because I'm not about to pray 5 times to the desert guy, but once on Sunday is good enough for me. Yeah, Christian Sharia. Because bro has no idea when women were allowed to have bank accounts or why the potty parity laws were so important during the suffragette movement. When you say potty parity, that's basically separate bathrooms for women. One, you wouldn't need separate bathrooms for women until women actually join the workplace. So that's just a change that comes with time. There's no reason to have a female bathroom when 95 of 98 employees are men. And the 2 women work here. One's my daughter and one's my wife. So just a bunch of chicks complaining, and anyway, I'm getting strong T vibes from this thumbnail here, so I'm not sure if I want to keep responding. But what has been the ultimate benefit of unleashing women here? I mean, even the idea of women having their own bank accounts, that's a half truth. Let's say theoretically, let's say that your father was the richest man in town, and this was America 1775, right? Right before our revolution, right? If your rich father died, you would be the wealthy woman in charge of everything. And then you would have a bank account for all your daddy's money. What women complain about is that in the family unit, the father or the husband was the head of the family, and then banks themselves saw women as liabilities. Up until recently, banks realized that if you want to get your money, you're going to have to go to the man. That bitch is lying. And so that's kind of why that happened. Now, over time, things change, but I still think I still think it's worth asking, have all the gains been worth it? On the whole, has it been a better deal than not? And I think even women themselves are starting to actually pull back from the whole girl boss thing, which is, it's funny. It's like, oh, now when the world's just about to blow up, when we're this close to being invaded by third world hordes, when we're about to have World War III with sticks and stones, oh, now you feel like you might have girl bossed a bit too much. It's hilarious when you think about it. Even women are starting to resent all that feminism has done. And so if women can start to resent feminism, I think it's perfectly normal that the guys who've been resenting it all this time start to question it even harder now. Like when we say things have changed for the better, what does that really even mean? What's better right now? If everything is so great, why can't these boss chicks find a husband? Why is the fertility rate down? Why is women's happiness metrics lowest ever? Why are women taking most of the psych medicine in America? Almost every psych prescription is being written for a woman right now. What's better? And then even more to the point, what was the manosphere wrong about? A lot of the stuff that we're talking about, a lot of the stuff that's been discussed is basically the manosphere been proven right over and over and over again. What has the manosphere been wrong about? And for that matter, what have women been right about? What has the woman been right about? Seriously. What is feminism right about other than, men are stronger than women? Hell, feminism stopped even believing that. Feminism doesn't even believe in biological reality anymore. I mean, and honestly, once women start buying into the whole transgender thing, you've kind of lost all credibility at that point anyway. What man respects the opinion of a woman who believes a man can be a woman, It's hard enough respecting your opinion as it was. Now you're just telling me all this dumb shit you think about. But I think I've kind of beat this subject to death. I don't want to beat a dead horse anymore. But I don't think we're going to end this stream just yet. I think we're going to. You guys want to hang out for a second act? I had some entirely different content I wanted to review. And instead of making a whole new show, I think I might just hang out a little while longer. How you guys feel about that? Put a 1 in the chat for the second act. Are we going to go to a second act? Are we going into extended overtime? How you guys feel about an extended overtime show? Because there's something else I want to talk about. Black people and capitalism. This half of the show might actually get me some copyright strikes here because Joe Budden is so gay. This nigga is extra sensitive about using his content. Like, you can't review this shit in no way. But we're jumping in. There's some conversation going around lately about Black people and capitalism. I know this is totally non sequitur. We're literally just doing a completely different show right now. Like the video, like, share, and subscribe, guys. We are officially moving on to a completely unrelated topic. But I do want to talk about you niggas and your love of all things leftist, Marxist, communist, and whatnot. Black folk have this aversion to capitalism that really doesn't make sense unless you can understand. Unless you understand, the Marxist infiltration and why Black people believe such foolishness. It really has a whole story going way back into the civil rights era and even pre-civil rights with guys like W.E. Du Bois and all that stuff. But Black folk have just, we have this really retarded relationship to economics, and I think it's worth looking at, and so we're going to look at this today. Black people and capitalism, y'all.
This Jay-Z clip where he's doing the exact sort of sophistry that you described, Jared, using his identity and experience to sell this idea that he's entitled to being a billionaire.
Yeah, we're not going to stop. The hip hop is young. We still growing, and we're not falling for that technology, whatever, this public puts out there now that, before was the American dream. Pull yourself out of bootstraps and you can make it in America. All these lies that America told us our whole life. And then when we start getting it, they try to lock us out of it. They start inventing words like, capitalist and, things like that. I mean,
that kind of became like a Trump ramble.
Jay-Z used to be my favorite rapper a long time ago. And now I don't even listen to rap. I just kind of phased most of it out. And now when I hear Jay-Z talk, I feel stupid for having been so stupid.
Whatever, this public puts out there now that, before was the American dream. Pull yourself out of bootstraps and you can make it in America. All these lies that America told us our whole life. And then when we start getting it, they try to lock us out of it. They start inventing words like, capitalist and, things like that. I mean,
that kind of became like a Trump ramble at the end.
Black folk think white people invented the word capitalism to trick black people. Sort of like per capita. White folk invented the word per capita to make black people look more violent.
It's like, where's this going? I find it really funny, this idea. I don't know where this is coming from, that somehow it's the white capitalists who are telling black people capitalism is bad to keep them down. I'm like, I assure you, white capitalists really love that there is a podcast full of black guys talking about capitalism. I assure you they love it.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that is coming from, but it's kind of funny to me.
And Jay-Z made a lot of money for a lot of rich people, like on his way too.
Get out. I didn't know that. Are we snitching on Josh today? Shout out to my man TR McCoy with the foul ball. He says, by the way, Pill, the red pill J is Josh. I had no idea. Now you're gonna make me ask Josh when he come back around. Like, hey man, somebody saw you spinning a dreidel, bro. What's up with that? Gonna ask Josh, when the last time you spun a dreidel, bro? I had no idea. Why are we snitching on Josh, y'all? Shout out to my man TR McCoy with the foul ball. Hit that like button, y'all. Like, share, and subscribe. We are starting up the second act just now.
Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Yes.
So this idea that he did something that the industry and that the economy doesn't want is absurd. And meanwhile, Marcy projects are still there. And for someone of a similar age, I think he's again misusing the term tricknology, and I think he's doing to tricknology what the right has done to woke. Tricknology was not meant to convince young black kids to.
What is tricknology?
The way I remember it.
What is tricknology? See, now you about to have a whole NOI, God power, God body lesson. What's today's mathematics, God?
It was born out of the Clarence 13X, God, Nation of Gods and the Earth, offshoot of the Nation of Islam. That kind of ideology, and the idea was that tricknology is the white man and white supremacy's mechanism of tricking black people to work against themselves.
Think about, blackness really is like a religion unto itself. But I would argue maybe it's something more akin to like Greek mythology than a proper like Christian comparable religion. Because blackness has like deep mythology. We have our Zeus and our Perseus and our Hectors and all that. We have deep black mythology. And within that black mythology, we have mythological concepts as well, like the golden fleece and shit like that. We have tricknology. Blackness really is a mythology unto itself. This is why I started that series years ago called Community Mythology.
So tricknology, and then so J. Rue the Damager has some classic tracks talk about his fight against tricknology and all of this. Like there's all so for Jay-Z to turn around and throw this back at us, as a way to defend him doing what tricknology was meant to keep us from doing is diabolical.
He's a tricknologist.
Exactly.
Damn, they just called Jay-Z a tricknologist. But apparently black people have an uncomfortable relationship with the concept of capitalism.
this is why ultimately capitalism is an unethical system.
Yeah.
Because you end up in a situation where everybody's fighting for a small scrap while somebody does have 15 cars. So yes, within the context of capitalism, yeah, you do have to make these relative ethical choices. But another world is actually possible where 85% of the wealth in this country isn't controlled by 10% of the people.
All right, if you're taking it,
I don't
there,
see that
if you're
world.
taking it there, then they all unethical. So I understand. I don't want to negate that. What would you say outside of that point? Would you say that LeBron has been unethical?
How can you debate ethics without a religious framework? Because ethics is just another word for morality. And what is morality without a God? This is why Mark Lamont Hill, ultimately his worldview only sounds smart if you never interrupt him. If you just let him talk, he'll say things that sound intelligent. But once you start to question, you have to ask the right questions. You know, sharp questioning works. Like, what are ethics without morals? And what are morals without God? And how can Mark tell me about ethics and morality if he has no religious framework that he's coming from?
My short answer would be yes, but I want to, because I don't want to think I'm avoiding that.
Well, that point answers it all. It's all unethical.
Yeah. But I'm saying, even in that context, it's relevant.
No, but I want to hear why. I want to hear the why.
Because there's a relativity.
Like, if you can tell me, if you want to bring up ethics, right? Why is it wrong to lie? Something as simple that, like, why is lying wrong? Why is truth preferable to untruth?
To this too. Yeah. So I think that to have, again, some of this is abstract, but to have $1 billion, you have to willingly participate in a system that you know is going to create these kinds of outcomes. So I, as LeBron, may not do anything on ethics. I just play and generate a lot of money. But how am I generating the money?
All right, and see, now we have the debate from the chat. My man J Man B says, I don't need a fake God to have morals. I'm a human regardless. What are morals without God? My proposition in this moment is that the very concept of morals are literally the rules that come from God. And we can debate God being fake or whatnot, but the idea is that when I say God, you have a moral scheme that exists outside of your physical reality. And what I hear a lot of people like J-Man B trying to argue is that you have a moral scheme without God that only applies to your physical reality. And I wonder how far that goes. This is why ultimately your morality has to exist beyond you. This is why we rely on God as a concept. Because without God, it's just might makes right. And I'm down with might makes right, but might makes right doesn't dictate proper morality. That's a little bit more complicated. Might makes right can defend a proper morality, but it can't alone determine one. And this is why God is such an inescapable concept.
Well, I have a contract with Nike, which we know, their labor goes here. I'm supporting NBA jerseys, which are made in these countries, Indonesia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm playing a part. Now you could say, well, if LeBron steps out the game's still going to be the game. True, but that's what every drug dealer says, right? I'm not holding LeBron more accountable than I am the people who control the world. But what I am saying is you are playing a part. Most people who have investments in corporations that do unethical shit. Even if I don't actually do it. You may have money in Intel. You may have money in Microsoft.
How does a man who believes that a woman can surgically become a man or that a man can surgically become a woman also maintain some type of rigid ethical position? You see what I mean? You're losing me by constantly mentioning ethics.
Microsoft, that's all unethical.
You're right.
We're right back to the beginning of the conversation.
But if that is the case, every nigga in here with an iPhone is buying into that. Every nigga in here that wears Jordans, Mark, you got a couple hundred pairs of sneakers like me.
Yeah.
So every nigga in here, when you buy those sneakers that they being sold by a 12-year-old somewhere, then you are perpetrating that, whether you got $1 billion or if you got $5
that's
million.
right.
Now we got another debate in the chat, and shout out to all the disagreements in the chat. If you guys would like to have a conversation about morality, ethics, and religion, I got a minute. Would you guys like to actively debate this concept? Because we can kind of drop this. I'm basically freestyling this half of the show. But if you guys want to debate religion and ethics and morality, I'm up for it. I got a little bit of time to kill. But we got a debate in the chat. He says, couldn't disagree more. Secularism is the only real ethics. What are secular ethics? How does secularism determine that it's wrong to terminate a pregnancy? Explain to me why. My position, Barclay, is that religion is the basis of all morality. I would argue, in fact, that even with secularists and atheists, they are operating out of an ad hoc religious framework. Just because you've destroyed God in your own mind doesn't mean you aren't behaving along some religious precepts that you've now created for yourself. Atheism is a type of religion unto itself.
I think we're all complicit. No one has clean hands. But the question is, which is why I begin with, we got to reimagine the system so that we don't have to make those choices. But there is a difference between being part of a system which is unavoidable. Every time you go to
see the liberals now in the chat, they say
buy food, you're
things like minimalizing harm. Minimizing harm is literally the defense of transgender children. That's exactly the argumentation and the verbiage used when they're trying to defend transing children. What does harm mean anyway? And no offense, but I already called you a T one time, and now I'm going to double down on it. You're giving all kind of transgender explanation. You're using transgender logic. Look at another one. Maybe everyone should be trans. What is wrong with people? Why are liberals like this?
Participating in the system. There's a difference between that and making active decisions like the brother we're talking about to actually further consolidate the wealth in a way that doesn't have to happen. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying that
you modified what you said today versus what you said before, because when you said it before, you were saying like no billionaire makes $1 billion ethically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In that they did some immoral shit to attain it.
Yeah.
What can the atheist and the irreligious really tell us about morality? And this is the problem. Like anybody in the chat who was the atheist, secularist, amoral, explain to me why it is wrong to terminate a pregnancy. Or on the other hand, explain to me why it's right. Because the problem I keep having is that you simply state things, but you have no structure to your belief. The why is non-existent. And the why is really what matters the most.
Yes. LeBron James playing a sport that he loved his whole entire life and reaping the benefits of that sport is not necessarily perpetrating some immoral act.
And I'm saying it is. I'm saying he is. Yes, I disagree with that. But I'm not modifying my statement. I'm still saying that's an immoral. I would say moral.
What do you say to that?
It's wrong because it's anti-human, based on what's humane or not. You understand that your definition is incredibly subjective, right? Even in attempting to answer the question, you only open yourself up to more questions, which in the grand scheme of things, this is probably why I'm sort of like in line with AJ's rants here. I'm not a churchgoer by any real definition, but I believe in the Christian moral framework greatly, way more than any other moral framework, because it's the closest we can get to definitive logic. At some point, faith takes over.
What do you say about the
selling the Nikes?
What do you say about the Arizona Iced Tea guy?
No, what do you say about Kyrie Irving that started his own sneaker line, but that sneaker line is not being made in America because if it's made in America, those sneakers cost $1,000.
Is it that he keeps his prices the same?
He keeps his prices the same. It was a product that already existed. He never changed, but no matter how the market went, no matter what,
he could be charging $2 now.
He never marketed, never shot a commercial, never.
I love that.
You know, one of the problems I noticed with the Joe Budden podcast recently and their edition of Mark Lamont Hill, and he's like actually a professor. I think he teaches at Temple or something like that. But Mark Lamont Hill is way better at this type of sophistry than the other people in the room. So for the most part, they're not going to answer. They're not going to ask questions that are designed to unravel his entire philosophy. Whereas I, on the other hand, all I have is questions that are designed to unravel your philosophy because I've been watching you long enough. I know where the weak points are.
It's like,
I love that.
Now, let me ask you this. What are the ingredients in it? I was just about to say, what are the ingredients? And then the cans that it's made might be made somewhere else, or all of the products that he get might. So from a global standpoint,
there's no way we can move past. But also the number billion is a good flashy round number. But it's somewhat arbitrary, right? I'm not saying that right before that, the dollar before that you do it.
You just.
Because 50 years ago, or certainly 75 years ago, $1 million, I'd probably have said the same thing. But now, how the economy
now because you're just a millionaire, so now you're looking at it different, nigga. So you can sleep at night.
Yeah, you're looking at it different now.
Yeah, man.
And this is Mark Lamont Hill being called out for his champagne socialism, as they call it. A millionaire socialist who believes in wealth redistribution for niggas that make more money than me. You know, he's just a bum ass millionaire, so he's fine. But if you're like a billionaire, if you're like on Jay-Z or Kanye level, well, then you got to pay up, right? And AJ, you raised a great point about who would you really rather be around? Christians or atheists? Of all the religious groups, I'm choosing Christians every time, by the way.
At some point, and for the sake of the Black community, I hope and I pray that one day we realize that Black capitalism is not going to save us, and that Black multimillionaires and billionaires do not care about our communities.
At 41 years old, you think I want to do that shit? Being in Memphis on a fucking random ass Thursday. I'm not like the first guy even talk about an NBA. Like, we all like, you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the fucking NASCAR.
Now, this conversation about Black people and capitalism started because LeBron James says Memphis is trash. I'd rather play in Nashville.
You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team too?
Yeah, Predators.
Yeah. Like they got everything.
Doesn't look like LeBron's going to be on the Grizzlies.
And you know, another thing too, this is a lot more controversial, but these Marxists and capitalists, they struggle with the issue of race, right? Meaning, a lot of Black people associate wealth and capitalism as, you know, the white man's thing. You know, it's white men doing this and that and the third. And there's an issue with Black people and poverty that they can't quite really square the circle on. And so they look at a LeBron James or they look at a Jay-Z and look at what they just say about Jay-Z. Oh, Marcy Projects is still there. Like Jay-Z is supposed to buy the whole Marcy Projects and then turn it into his private co-op or something like that.
Anytime soon, so Grizzly fans out there.
Yeah, they know.
In this clip, LeBron is yucking it up with his white cronies over a game of golf, talking about how much the city of Memphis gives him the ick.
Notice what she says right away. LeBron is yucking it up with his white crony because low-key Black people see capitalism and large amounts of wealth, right? Not money, but wealth. Black people see capitalism and wealth as basically white people things. And because white people have it and Black people don't, well, that's not fair. Therefore, communism. Give me that.
And how he would never stay anywhere like the Hyatt. Meanwhile, Memphis is one of the largest, if not the largest, Black populated city in the United States of America. We could talk about how Memphis has the highest population of poverty, including child poverty, in the country. Or how because of Elon Musk's data center, an entire town of people are being poisoned through air pollution and developing shit like cancer and COPD. But then that also would require us to have to ask LeBron to recognize structural and environmental racism. Which, if we remember during All-Star Weekend, LeBron talked about how he wanted to visit Isn't Real and he heard such good things about, the same Isn't Real that's currently enacting a whole ass genocide against Palestinian people. And also forcibly looking for Muslims that have been hiding in their Christian neighbors' houses in Lebanon. Then we take it back a little further to 2014 with a kid by the name of Tamir Rice. He was 12 years old and he was murdered by police in Cleveland, Ohio. The same Cleveland that LeBron James was playing for.
Why are we connecting dots that ain't got nothing to do with it? Listen, that little kid getting killed in Cleveland has nothing to do with poor niggas in Memphis. Just connecting dots that don't need to be connected because you got to fill out your TikTok video.
In Cleveland, that's about 40 minutes from Akron, where he's from. And the people of Cleveland called for LeBron to speak up. Activists calling for LeBron to take a stand by sitting out the game in protest of that baby boy being murdered by police. And it wasn't until a year later when a grand jury chose not to press charges against any of the police for killing that baby that LeBron James said that he was slow to react to the news because he
We have an all-star panel of Black socialists assembled for you here today to take on one of the most viral clips of the last week or so. You might have caught it. Mark Lamont Hill.
What is it with online socialist and the bookshelf in the back? Homeboy at the top right, he really trying to be different. I bet you that nigga was asleep in the library though. But how come all these online socialists, every single one of them, they do this kind of backdrop with the bookshelf so I can give the I can project intellect onto the viewer. Yeah, an all-star panel of Black socialists.
Who seems to be the lone socialist over on the Joe Budden podcast, a very popular, what do you call it, Black culture podcast, I guess you would call it, erupted into a conversation about socialism versus capitalism and basically got Black Twitter in a total firestorm about the definition of these terms and whether or not Black folks should be defending the likes of Jay-Z, who is the quintessential Black billionaire who provoked this entire conversation. Assembled to talk about this subject with us today on Bad Faith Podcast is Paul Prescott. You know him as a contributing editor to Jack.
Out of using that table once they purchased it, there's exchange value, what they're willing to pay for that table that was built. Now, the surplus value, that is the amount that exchange value is worth more than the use value, that is the wholesale price of the good versus what they pay retail, or however you want to describe it. That difference is what is surplus value. So the question is, where does that surplus value belong? Does the surplus value belong to the worker, or does it get funneled up to the owner? That is simply the question that socialism is looking to answer.
He keeps saying the word surplus value, but as someone who's ran a business or two, who's flipped a pack or two, I think the word he's looking for is profit. They use words to try to alter the reality of what's happening, but when you're talking about a product being made, and then there's a value that's put into that product that was made, like the labor and the material, and then beyond that, there's still a value that you can extract from that product after the initial value has been accounted for. That would be the surplus value, right? That's how you determine profit. The money that's left over after all the other expenses, right? That's profit.
Who ends up receiving the surplus value out of the goods that we create? And the answer is, well, it must belong to the workers, because without their value in producing goods and providing services, then
why pay the workers if they get the profit of the product? Are you going to pay the workers twice? Are you going to pay them for working and then pay them after I sold the product, after I market the product, after I ship the product?
There simply is no value. To say that the owner works very hard is one thing. I mean, sure, yeah, I guess you could say that owners do work hard. Their labor is different, but in many ways, it parasitizes the labor of the workers. They are simply feeding off of the profits that the workers generate. If workers aren't making things, then you simply have nothing to sell. Therefore, nothing gets exchanged. No money is made.
You know what I realized too? Up until very recently, and even now, there's still a kind of look, but going all the way back to Marx, socialists always had a kind of social reject look to them. Only very recently do we get like, the rich, cool people, the Hassan Pikers and whatnot. They get to have champagne socialism. So they can make socialism look cool and sophisticated and urbane and metropolitan. But in reality, socialists have always been like the weird looking social reject class of people.
Yeah, it's just a pile of wood. I mean, I find myself in these arguments with, conservatives and libertarians over the course of my life. And I, as someone who sort of jokes about not reading theory, find myself constantly just doing the surplus theory of value narrativizing with people, because I don't know how else. I don't know a clearer way to demonstrate the lack of value that comes from owning capital, just being and also just the reality of just having. Did
you say the lack of value that comes from owning capital? Are you literally saying that there's no value in having money? These people are retarded. These people are incredibly stupid. And the amazing thing is they've all spent tens of thousands of dollars on an education.
These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Having the capital is your value, right? Like when you narrativize it like that, just having the resources to having gotten that pile of wood. And people are imagining in their head, like, oh, you go into the tree, like you go into the forest and I've somehow put some labor in to chop down the wood. No. You bought, like, your value was just that you already had money. And now we have to start asking the question, where did your money come from? And the Jay-Z example, it's just selling drugs. And some other more traditional example, the Kennedys, it's we were bootleggers,
I wonder, and I suspect there is a bit of truth to this. Behind every great fortune is a great crime. That's an old adage about wealth and money and rich people and all the things you have to do to get so fabulously wealthy. And I would imagine there's some truth in that because, competition is ruthless and everybody wants to be rich more than you want to be rich, right? And so people will do awful things in that goal.
Or you were some mafia family, or you were involved in the slave trade. You look at all of these old historical American corporations, and it's difficult to find one that wasn't involved in some nefarious source. So,
where are all the broke socialists, by the way? I feel like socialism would sell a lot better if there were poor people pushing it. But on the other hand, nobody buys anything from the poor and the destitute. Like if you think about media and advertising, they never show you like a homeless guy as like a pitch man. You know what I mean? It's always like a cool dude or a chick with big titties. And so that's kind of why like we have this era of the champagne socialist, right? Because you need an inviting image. You need an image that other people want to share in order to share and to sell this idea. But it's an idea that really is about, we're all being equally poor together, not all of us being equally wealthy together.
When you start to demystify the source of the capital, it becomes even more pernicious. The idea that we're investing value in the quality of simply having had money. And that's before you even get to the enormous proportion of billionaires that, quote unquote, earn their money, receive their money via inheritance. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Ball, I'm monopolizing. Get in here.
No, it's all good. For the two quick points I wanted to make were that.
Yeah, why is it that the Apple Club, because Apple is like a secret club now. It's like a handshake and a secret door and everything. But between Apple and Tesla, I would argue you probably get the most socialist leaning customer base with these two groups of products between Tesla and Elon Musk's electric car thing. Well, maybe not the Teslas anymore. I heard Elon kind of pissed off too many people. But there is that phenomenon, though. It's like America has basically wealthy socialist problem. people who would never actually suffer the worst of their ideas, but they're well placed enough to actually push these ideas onto the unsuspecting.
That one, the analysis that we just heard from Paul and Q is not possible in a space like the Joe Budden podcast. And this is done by design. And this is part of the problem in the first place, where conversations that move into more serious and maybe more complicated areas are never given the room to breathe and to take place in ways that they should in the first place. So in an old style sort of media analysis of the situation, Mark is already in a set up position from jump. And I don't know, as I was watching it, I was going through all kinds of crises internally, trying to answer in my own mind, how would I respond to that moment? And I would have failed miserably. And that's in part by design. So if we even look at the political economy of the Joe Budden podcast as a product, and look at it from investment and platforming and algorithm.
Right. The nigga is in the middle of capitalism. Like, the nigga is practicing capitalism every day. He's a part of the capitalist machine, preaching the evils of capitalism. Like, if you were the socialist that you want us to think you are, why don't you, cash in all your stocks and your options, sell all your books and sell all your businesses, just live on your meager teaching salary in a nice little house in a shitty neighborhood surrounded by third world immigrants. Since you believe in your socialism. Because I guarantee you it's a lot easier to hold these ideas from behind the walls of a gated community. Nothing makes you hate the poor like actually having to be amongst them.
It is by design a space where these conversations are meant to go exactly as they did. The other thing, the other point I just wanted to raise quickly is that, because I was admittedly embarrassingly familiar with Jay-Z's career up and through the Black Album, I would have to say I was even a fan.
This is another thing that really kills me about Black public intellectuals. Remember not Cornell. What was that other guy? Michael Eric Dyson. Remember Michael Eric Dyson, every time he spoke, he used to glaze Jay-Z so hard. Oh my God, it was terrible. And he was another one who was constantly like trying to elevate hip hop into some type of elite art form or whatever. And it occurs to me, like, way too many of our Black thinkers spend way too much time thinking about what's going on in the minds of celebrities. Like, imagine going to college and getting a 4-year degree in a hard science, and you give a damn what Jay-Z thinks.
I used to call my greatest contradiction.
It's a safe space.
Yeah. Thank you. But because I would acknowledge, like, politically, we are wildly in different spaces, but I just was always often enthralled with his work. But the point, so I'm saying that to say that I know very well that one of the very carefully crafted narratives that he both carried and then promoted was these mythologies around Black capitalism and entrepreneurialism as salvation to the problems facing Black people, but that he crafted it in such a way that in taking something that was somewhat of a cliche in rap music, but doing it in, I think, very well, this idea that I'm coming from the bottom and doing things that and overcoming a situation, doing what I have to do to get there. So even if I am harming my own community, to do this, it is presented as an essential, necessary overcoming, even a success story that is, as he said, is necessary so that he can help people. How can I help the poor if I'm one of them, was that argument. Now, of course, the best way to help the poor is to get rid of the rich. And this is part of the analysis that falls flat. So I couldn't help but laughing, and because I do know a little bit of the lore of the Joe Budden podcast, that, even as that transition occurred in the clip you played, when Ish kind of points out that, Mark's the one that wants to get rid of the billionaires. It's like, and in the whole room, you could just feel like a whole room of people turning their phones and be like, what? Because the idea is, and they're even saying in the conversation, we know we're not going to be billionaires, but the idea that we might is so enticing and has been so well promoted and imposed on us over such a long period of time that as one of Rockefeller's disciples said, that's the point, that a scattered success breeds universal hope. And that's what we see in those kinds of discussions. So,
you know, another part of the problem with these Marxists is economics and race are two parallel theories. Meaning they believe in Marxism, they believe in socialism because they have racial motives, right? They want, you know, they want black people to be wealthy or whatever. And Marxism, as they apply it, it's a way for black people to extract wealth from white people without actually having to match the behaviors or the patterns and the actions of white people. There's a great example of this is actually trying to take place right now in New York City with Mom Donnie.
There's a report in City and State today about how your administration removed DEI language from the racial equity report that you released this week. Why was that decision made, and do you support that decision?
So I want to be very clear. Our administration inherited a report that the prior administration had refused to release, a report that had been heavily diluted over many rounds of revisions. We took the time to strengthen this report to ensure that it was actually an accurate reflection of the city that we all love and know as our home, and to actually release this report within the first 100 days. Now, in this report, what we've seen, it's a report that is both coupled with a true cost of living report, is that the inequities in this city, the racial inequities, are stark. We are talking about findings that have shown that the wealth of a median white household in the city is more than $200,000, while that of a black household is less than $20,000. This is not an indictment of any one New Yorker. It is an indictment, however, of policies and politics that have persisted for far too long. Our commitment now is to act upon these findings, to do so in concert with New Yorkers' comments, as we've now opened a public comment period for the next 30 days to ensure that we have a city where we are reckoning with the long history of racism here and starting to act upon a framework that puts equity right at the center of it. Thank you.
Sure. But why remove the DEI language?
We put forward a stronger report that actually reflects the realities New Yorkers are living.
What they want to do in New York right now is basically tax the white people and give the money to the black people, and that would make the black people just like the white people. Because apparently the only difference between the black people and the white people is that the white people have all the money. And if you would just give all the money to the black people, that would make them exactly like the white people. That's really the idea that they're working with here. And honestly, it's a popular idea. This is basically what a lot of the black Marxists, the black leftists actually believe in. They call it redistribution. That's what they call it. They call it redistribution. But the reality is, though, it's stuffed with more steps. That's really how most people look at it, especially when it's you who have to pay the money. It's just stuffed with more steps, you know? But ultimately, I guess that really is the main reason why I think so many black folk are capitalist or whatnot, capitalist leaning. It has nothing to do with a proper understanding of economic theory. It's really a racial resentment policy. Let's see. You know what? I'm just kind of literally freestyling at the moment, seeing what catches my eye. And I just found a conversation I think we have to comment on. We're just freeballing this last part of the show. Forgive me for being chaotic and all over the place, but I'm just freeballing this last part of the show right now. And I found a conversation here I think we have to comment on. I think this deserves attention. From Mark Lamont Hill. This is off Mark Lamont Hill's channel. What is a black single mother? Oh, this finna get good. Like the video, like, share, and subscribe. Throw $1 in the hat, y'all. We are about to jump into some dangerous territory. What is a Black single mother?
Peace, everybody. I am Mark.
I'm Melissa.
And welcome to In This Thing Together. We are joined by our first guest. You are the first person in our studio. You're the first person on the show.
Is that Mark's wife? Because look at this. She has her socks on, right? She has no shoes, socks. He has no shoes, socks, right? This is clearly like a home setting. This doesn't look like your typical rented podcast studio. This looks like a home setting. And this lady has boots on while they have on just their socks, which tells me these two might be at home together, which makes me wonder, is this Mark's wife? And she's clearly a guest, but they didn't make her take her boots off. They must know her feet stink.
Show.
I'm honored. I know. I'm very honored.
Everybody, if you don't know who this is one of the most important writers of her generation, Jamila Lemieux. She's written everywhere. She's been an editor, a writer. She's also a comedian. She does all the things. And she has a new book out. It's called Black Single Mother. It's an amazing, amazing book. I was happy to blurb it, but I was even happier to read it. Jamila, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So you and I have been friends for a long time.
We have.
Yes.
Yes.
I like having a friend over for the first.
That's good. It feels familiar.
Yes. It feels familiar. And I like you to meet my friends.
Yes.
And I know y'all met before, but like
in passing, because I think we point out the most important.
Here we go. This might be a new record.
Right. Jamila went to Howard University. Boop.
Yeah. That's the new record. It was 5 minutes.
As long. What I had heard from politicians and rappers and.
Is that Jamila Lemieux? I could have sworn I heard him say the name Jamila. I think that's Jamila Lemieux.
And even as a young person who was a child of a Black single mother, and misunderstood a lot about her because of what I had been taught by TV or not taught by TV, what I had heard from politicians and rappers and, friends. So, it took me a while to get ready to write this book, but when I was. And I sold a book where I was going to talk to a bunch of experts. You were on my pitch, I'm going to talk to all these smart folks that I have in my network about these issues related to Black life. And I'm going to tie them back to Black single motherhood. And I'm not going to do a memoir. Everybody does a memoir. I need to do a real book, a real book. And when I sat down to write, it didn't make sense to talk about Black single motherhood without talking about me and my mother and me and my motherhood, and I'm just really pleased with what came to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible story, but I mean, I always love having people be in their books. This is where we always talk about positionality, right? You talk about, so I know where you're coming from. But I love the fact that, like, in the book, you sort of talk about the fact that there weren't books about Black mothers, by Black mothers, for Black mothers. Like, I was just like, and then, it's the kind of thing, like, I'm just not thinking about all the time. Yeah. And so, and I was actually talking to somebody else about the book, and then even just your child story, we were both like, that's mine too. So it was like so highly relatable. And I was just wondering, how have the Black single mothers sort of spoken about the book to you? What do they say?
Yeah, I've gotten really.
I'm really curious now. Who is this woman? Is that Mark Lamont's wife? Because she looks a little bit older than him.
Really great feedback so far. It's only been out for about a week, but from, the single moms who were able to read advanced copies and, the ones who got it on pub day and devoured it very quickly, as cliche as it sounds, they feel seen. They feel that their experiences are honored and reflected in this book.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Mm-hmm.
What's a Black single mom?
Thank you, Mark, for asking the tough, hard-hitting questions. I'm wondering here, as we create more and more content kind of praising and celebrating and defending the life, the existence, and the role of the Black single mother, what messaging are we giving to Black men at the same time?
Okay. I've been working on this because I don't necessarily define it super clearly in the book, right? Mm-hmm. A Black single mom, as far as I am concerned, is a Black woman who is parenting a child and is not in a romantic partnership with a co-parent.
Okay.
So she can have a romantic partner, but that person is not her parenting partner.
Okay.
Right? They may have a parenting partner, but they're not their romantic partner.
Okay. You know, you guys in the chat you liberal fans, you say the dumbest things. You say, all right, so Barclay says there would be few single mothers if abortion was protected. Why is it that since abortion has become legalized and widespread, the growth of single motherhood has also become widespread?
So you are parenting as a single woman, right? And it's interesting because there's always talk about decentering men, right? And women who are so male focused. And I have to be honest about the fact that in certain ways, I recognize where I'm male centered. It's a patriarchy. How am I supposed to not be male centered? They kind of have their finger on the button, you know? But even the title Black.
I really need Black feminists to describe exactly which ways you think you're in a patriarchy. Because I think Black men would tell you something very differently. There is no patriarchy in Black America. As a Black person, if you ever run up against the patriarchy, it's literally a white man.
Single mother. The identity of Black single mother defines my motherhood by my relationship to a man as opposed to my relationship to my child. Right? But I do think it's important to honor and acknowledge what.
Well, where'd the child come from? It's almost like they want to have an identity around their motherhood that excludes the man that gave them the gift of your identity as a mother. This was literally an argument. Well, I don't even think it was the argument. It was just something that I realized a long time ago about my ex, my baby mom or whatever. It's like, you got a lot of attitude for me, but everything in life that you love came out the tip of my dick. And you got all this fucking attitude with me. I couldn't believe it, but this is the posture that they take. Literally, you wouldn't even be on welfare if I hadn't skeeted in you. But somehow your identity as a mom is the most paramount. Whatever.
It means to be a single mother. And there's an entire spectrum of what that looks like. There's no one definitive Black single mother story. And that's why I felt like it was important to, after I told my story in the book, to interview 21 other Black single moms, right? Because I'm very clear that my version of Black single motherhood, challenging as it may have been at times or as it may be, is very privileged. You know, I have a great co-parent.
Oh, did she just claim she's privileged? I told y'all these hoes be having privileges. I told y'all.
I felt like it was important to, after I told my story in the book, to interview 21 other Black single moms, right? Because I'm very clear that my version of Black single motherhood, challenging as it may have been at times or as it may be, is very privileged. You know, I have a great co-parent. We divide my daughter's time evenly. You know, it wasn't like that her whole life. It certainly wasn't like that when she was a baby, you know, but.
If you guys both co-parent, can your baby daddy also be called a single dad? Because typically the single mother, single father title, it gets thrown to the person with primary custody, right? You live with me. That's what makes me the parent full time. But if you're co-parenting on equal time, can you even be called a single parent? Because how can you both be single parents together? You know what I mean? How can the father and the mother both be single parents together? Make it make sense. I'm having a hard time. This is probably because it's girl math and my brain doesn't work that way. I am not constructed in such a way that I can do girl math easily.
Even when I was doing the lion's share of the parenting, he was very present. He was very supportive. You know, I've always had a partner in this. But when I'm in the house and I don't feel good and I've had a long day and dinner has to get ready and homework has to get checked, that's on me by myself.
Yeah.
You know, if I wake up with a fever, that's not to say, yes, there are times where I can like, hey, can you come get her? You know, but there are people who, you know.
So let me get this straight. You got like the most active Black father in all of Negropia, and you up here talking about what a single mom is. And you got the most active, you can call this nigga 3 o'clock in the morning talking about my tummy hurt. Can you come get the baby? And he gonna be there, and you up here bragging on your single motherhood. You see why niggas be full of shit? I mean, you see why niggas like are so over these bras, bro? These chicks are full of shit.
Can't call on the person in their household to help them with the child.
Right. There are a lot of single mothers.
Right? There's a lot of married single mothers.
That's why it's so tricky to me. Because like, I get you on the romantic part. I was thinking like, I know people who don't get help. Like you said, like in the house. I know some of my married friends used to say that. Like I almost wish I were separate because then I'd have time to myself. I'd have weekends off. I'd have whatever the arrangement
versus a 24/7 kind of situation, even though there's someone actively, you know, technically in the household.
But not doing shit.
Not doing shit. It's like you just around.
So the reason I was bringing that up is I was thinking about what some of not the manosphere. I don't want to go that far, but
everybody why is it everything I find? This is totally accident too. I didn't even know. But everybody has to mention the manosphere now. You realize like it's on the tip of everyone's tongue.
I know there's a lot of dudes, I mean a little bit the manosphere, but there's some dudes that are gonna hear this and be like, well, if I'm involved in my child's life and I'm paying the bills and I'm like in your situation, splitting time, like single almost disrespects me or makes me feel like, or it doesn't reflect.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, how are you a single mom when this nigga is doing at least 50 to 51% of the parenting, right? You might as well be married in separate houses. That's the type of shit that you're talking about right now.
Like what's actually happening.
Yeah, I think, you know, reading this book helped my daughter's father kind of make peace with me and totally understand me having this identity too.
Really?
But I think that like, but he never pushed back against it. But that was a comment, you know, that he made. He stands by the book. My baby daddy endorses this book.
Her baby daddy endorses this book. This is why I'm trying to get away from these niggas, man. God, this is such a shit culture. I just can't no more. I just can't.
Because there are a lot of people in this country who do not like Black women, but Black women are the base of the Democratic Party.
So for y'all,
you're gonna ask.
Because you know they is.
Oh, that's the first thing. Because everybody's so worried about how men are disrespected. That's the main main thing. You always got to make sure they're okay.
But you know, I think like again, it's a very different experience to have someone with you. You know what I mean? Than to be alone. And you could argue like there are a lot of single mothers who maybe live in the house with their mom, right? Or their sister. And that adult is helping, essentially serving as a co-parent in some way. But nobody would ever say that's not a single mom.
Would you use a different name for those? I mean, do you agree with sort of just using that one? Because it really is, people say that, you know, like you're saying, children are raised, you know.
Barclay, you say you're glad your wife has a choice. What women don't have a choice? In America right now, which women don't have a choice? Most of these chicks are popping perks and spitting babies out at the AB clinic. Like, what do you mean you don't have a choice? All these hoes have a choice, bro. They're gassing you up to feel sympathetic about the decisions they make. That's why you think they don't have a choice, because you've been gassed up.
In a village-like type of situation, or they have grandfathers, so they still even have men present, if that's the main concern, right? But yet still, the reality is, I mean, would you use a different term?
I think single parent, again, I think single parent works for this spectrum of parenting without a romantic partner as part of your parenting, because I think that also impacts the child's perception of relationships. You know, they're not witnessing their parents in a relationship with each other. They may be witnessing them in partnerships with other people. You know what I mean? But like, again, if you have a step parent who lives in the house with you, you're not a single parent anymore, right? But mom having a boyfriend down the street who comes by twice.
And you know, single mom has become a kind of title with a little bit of cachet in America. Like if you're a single parent, you're automatically a hero/victim. If you're a single parent, you're automatically strong and independent, yet deserving of everything that we can possibly do to help this person. And so I feel as though a lot of women, even white women, are not immune to this thing. A lot of women like the title and the status of being a single mom because it comes with a level of reward and social clout in modern America. You could not get this type of social clout in 1965.
A month is not modeling for you what a loving relationship should look like, right? And again, you don't have somebody there with you. It can be incredibly lonely and difficult to be in a house with a child by yourself. You know, even if you're not doing it 7 days a week. You know, like during the pandemic.
Oh my goodness.
Like I was losing my mind because she was still going back and forth between houses. But because now all these people are, you know, impacted by me, I can't bring friends over. I can't go out and do stuff. You know, it's just me and her.
Right.
I think that the term solo parenting for people who are parenting in the complete absence of a co-parent, you know, but
those are the real single moms. Okay. Solo parenting, like this nigga don't never come around. Those are real single moms. You got an active dad. You a bitch that broke your family up. Talk about you a single mom.
I think also that would probably make sense to relegate that term to somebody who's parenting without a village, period. You know, that you are parenting alone.
That's rough.
Yeah. And there are people who are doing that. There are absolutely people who are doing that.
Oh, that's what I was wondering too, in terms of how people are going to feel about, I mean, the people who are sort of doing it by themselves. And there's just so many of them. I mean, like the reality is, I think you talk about in the book, just how many women, Black women in particular, are doing it. Really, they are doing solo parenting.
And the thing is, we don't have great statistics about how many of us are solo parenting versus single parenting. And again, even single parenting is a spectrum, right? And so it's like, I've heard people say like, well, if your child's father is participating, you know, you shouldn't call yourself a single parent. But
I think that's a very good barrier for the definition. All right. Single moms are people who don't have help. Women who have help aren't single moms. They're the other half of a broken home.
The child is with their dad every other weekend, and he pays $500 a month child support.
Right.
She is doing. It's a very common story. You know, like
even even all week. You know, when some people, I mean, the situation, right? Like if that mother is sort of watching the child Monday through Friday, and every single week, that's still a very different situation.
That's
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and she's still doing most of the heavy lifting.
And I didn't realize, I had to learn that.
Yeah, like that was just a
because you got to think about, like, you think yourself is doing a lot.
Yeah.
Until you have to do more.
Right.
Then you're like, oh shit.
Wait, if I had to get the child ready for school every single day?
That is something that I had a joke about this in my comedy a while ago, but like, if you worked a job every other weekend, people would say you ain't got no job.
That's so real. That's so real. They were like, you ain't got no job.
So how can you
dabble
raise somebody?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, it's almost like she's kind of like denigrating the position. Or if you work the job every other weekend, you ain't got no job. Whose decision was it to fight the man on how much how much time he spends with his children? Like, and this is why chicks don't deserve a lot of sympathy these days, because you can't fight the nigga about how much time he gets to spend with his kids and then claim victim because, oh, you only get him with every other weekend. Bitch, that was the deal you negotiated.
You dabble in work. So how can you raise somebody every other weekend? Again, like the difference between getting a child ready to go to IHOP on Saturday,
getting up when they want to get up,
versus getting up to go to school at 6:30 in the morning. You know, like if you're not doing that, then you know, you certainly, those people, like if anybody believes that my daughter's father has an argument because we split her time and you know, resources 50-50, that's one thing. But the average single mother who has a co-parent does not have a 50-50 situation.
Yeah.
And again, even in the household, people don't have 50-50 situation.
Yeah.
Like even, you know, with someone living in the house, the reality is women's labor is we just do more. Yeah. And we're expected to do more. And if we don't, because I always even think about the idea.
Yeah, I'll grant you that. Typically, women are expected to do more in the house. Men are expected to do more outside of the house. This is why even in marriage right now, generally speaking, the man is the breadwinner in most marriages. The man earns the majority of the money in most marriages, even right now, when women earn as much as men. Women earning as much as men only makes them want to marry richer guys.
Idea of like what what would the stigma be? There's so much stigma around sort of Black single mother, but if you thought Black single fathers, however, pedestal.
Oh yeah,
like it's just such a different game.
Well, right away, first, let me shout out True Hype. What's going on? Shout out to my man True Hype with the 5-ball. It takes a village, but if your home ain't good, how the village are gonna do anything? Which raises the question: what if the village is retarded? It's a lot of retarded villages. All right, I've been through East New York. There's a lot of retarded villages in the community. All right. I've been up and down I-95. There's retarded villages all up and down, all throughout the Black section of America. Because, most niggas live in the Southeast, right? Most niggas in America live between Texas and Florida and maybe Maryland. If you can draw a triangle between Texas, Maryland, and Florida, you would basically draw a triangle around most of the Black people in America. And I got to tell you, that's where a lot of the retarded villages are. I hate to be that guy, but that's where the retarded villages are, bro.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, goddamn I'm not. All right.
But shout out to True Hype, y'all.
Black single father, y'all have to not.
Oh, but yeah, speaking of Black single fathers, this is one thing that right away. This is why even in Black YouTubia, this is why Jay Prince gets a little bit of he's got a little bit of like what do you call the word, celebrity in Black YouTube. And one of the reasons for that is because Jay Prince is one of the few Black men that has full custody of all of his children. And as anybody who's ever had children in the modern world will tell you, a man gaining custody of not one, but 3 kids? A series of miracles had to happen for you. Now, Jay Prince, I don't think Jay Prince had a series of miracles. He just had a series of retarded bitches, which is another way to get custody, right? Jay Prince, he said it himself more than once. He was like, look, I made sure that I knocked up a bunch of retarded chicks, and that's how I got to keep my kids, because, courts wasn't going to get these bitches. I think his one wife got on a panel and told a story about how she was suicidal. She was going through shit. And I'm like, oh, well, yeah. The nigga done found a cheat code. Skeet in the crackhead, bro. That's how you get to keep your kids. So when it comes to single dads, you're a hero automatically because we know you had to fight a bitch. You had to fight a bitch, her baby daddy, her boyfriend, her uncle, and the state. Probably had to beat up her aunties too. So we know when we see a single father, the nigga got scars on his back.
You have to really not
Right.
be shit.
Like, yeah.
Like, you know how not shit you got to be for there to be a Black single father? Like, so, unless it's a tragedy.
Right.
I will say this. I believe that
Tyler Perry.
most often than not, but there are some instances where men have, I've been surprised at the stories I've come across in recent years of men manipulating the courts, to say things about their, ex co-parent or their.
Oh, now these men are manipulating the court. You hear that? If you show the court her OnlyFans account, that's manipulation. If you show the court all of her damning text messages, it's manipulation.
I believe that most often than not, but there are some instances where men have, I've been surprised at the stories I've come across in recent years of men manipulating the courts, to say things about their, ex co-parent or their ex-girlfriend or ex-wife's mental state, or, just kind of convince that, they would be a better parent. So there are times in which it happens, but it's rare.
And I'm also fascinated about how many men and stories I've heard about men who, once they realize that, if they're doing a child support situation, that how it gets sort of calculated, and they'll ask for more days, just to make sure that they
pay less
work to pay less child support.
I know a lot of dudes.
And then you act like, what are they doing?
Yes. Give me my child so I don't have to give this bitch money. Why is that such a controversial thing? Why is the nigga evil for that? It's not like I'm saying don't give me the child. Like, give me the kid. He's my kid, right? So I will take care of the kid for an extra 2 days a week, and you come up with your own $48 for those 2 days a week, or whatever the number is. Why am I evil? Because I want my kid more.
During that time, and it's just like they just it's
I drop it to my mom's, but I'm gonna split that time in half, about 3.5 days a week, and drop it to my mom's so that I don't have to pay child support.
Exactly.
I hear that. Actually, I hear that way more than you would think.
Yeah.
Where do you think the women are sending the kids, though? Do you think the women are staying at home, not working? Like, what do you think women do? The same shit single fathers have to deal with is what single moms have to deal with. I need a babysitter. I need a job. I got to pay bills. I got to get this car fixed. I got an appointment with such and such. Like, I got to go to the doctor office. Everybody has these responsibilities, but only men get punished for managing them.
Absolutely.
I was sort of curious too. You are somebody who has been in this world, been in the trenches fighting against the internet for a really long time in terms of like the Manosphere before was the Manosphere. Yeah. You've been talking about Black feminism before was sort of, popular for our generation, and I'm just thinking about, just the fighting now, like how you're dealing and how you were sort of preparing yourself, I guess, emotionally to deal with the kind of vitriol from the men. And then now, we're talking about stigmatized Black women, like people are going to push back. Like, how are you?
You put yourself in front of the bullet, lady. Don't cry now about the men and the manosphere. Like, you know what you're doing.
You sort of going to manage. How do you think you're going to manage all that?
I think I've built up a certain kind of resilience. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really used to it at this point. I took a significant break from social media.
Chicks love being the victim, by the way.
It wasn't very heavy online from like 2019 to 2024. You know, like I was present, I was checking in, but I wasn't posting a lot. I wasn't engaging. And I'm glad for that, so I kind of feel rested, but I kind of think about it the way I think of white folks saying nigger, right? Like, I have to have a certain amount of respect for you, for your words to hurt me. And so that is the complicated nature of
bullshit. I guarantee you, if Angry Snowman cammed up and called her a nigger, she would file a civil rights lawsuit against him.
Of, being known for being a Black feminist, because I generally broadly do love and respect Black men, right? And there are a number of them who just hear those words and automatically, they're triggered, right? They see red.
Because Black feminism is automatically a charge against the Black men. How can you be a Black feminist and not accuse Black men of upholding and maintaining the patriarchy? Because if you exclude Black men from the patriarchy, then all you're doing is civil rights race hustling. But once you accept that Black men are part of the patriarchy, then you've made Black men your enemy. How is it we're supposed to be okay with that?
And so it's like, they're the ones who may challenge me respectfully, the very few, or who are resistant to some of the ideas I have, that's fine. But the ones who would go out of their way.
You know what I want to read? I want to read the book that her baby daddy writes. If you really want to know exactly all the ways that bitch ain't shit, buy her baby daddy a drink. Get that nigga to talking after 2 shots of whiskey.
To say hurtful, hateful, nasty things about me and my family. I just don't respect anyone who operates in that way. Yeah. So I just don't take it personally.
That takes a lot.
It takes a lot.
Because again, the internet is evil. Y'all out there are hard.
No, Red Illusion. What she did was compare the Black manosphere to white racist, which is basically saying that straight Black men are the white people of Black people. Remember that Root article years ago? That's basically what she did. She basically did a straight Black men are the white people of Black people by comparing the Black manosphere to white people dropping the N-bomb. Which also tracks, like I said, the more right-leaning, the more right-wing you become as a man, as a Black man, the whiter your glow gets.
Or like,
for real. Yeah. Did that make you scared a little bit to write a book on a topic that is going to set off at least that portion of the world?
Yeah, definitely. I've been bracing myself for, but I just feel so protected in so many ways.
You are, because you're a girl. Girls are still protected. Women are Black women are the most protected.
By my ancestors, but also by like my daughter's father read this book and liked it and appreciated it and felt comfortable with my depiction of our relationship. You know, like
your daughter's father don't want you making trouble with the schedule, all right? Nigga fought a lot of battles with your funky ass just to get to this moment of peace, and I'm not about to mess it up because you wrote a coloring book for angry bitches.
If the person who made me a single mother, you know what I mean, said, you told the truth. You were honest about this.
Did he make you a single mother, or did you decide that you didn't need him anymore? I don't accept your word on that now. I need to get his side of the story. If he says he broke up his family, then I'll accept that. But I can't take a bitch word for it no more. Y'all lie too much.
Some random nigga in his mom's basement with crusty socks,
Exactly.
you know? I'm just like,
and that's the thing, though. The people, you know, the reality is that the person and the man that decided to, you know, co-parent so well with you is also going to be very different than the ones who are going to hate on you the most, which are likely to be the ones who ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
Right. They're the ones who they're the most delicate, and they're the ones who respond so strongly, you know, because they take personal offense. And that,
you know, I realized something too. This is also an advertisement for the modern healthy co-parenting model. And what I take issue with is that the co-parenting model, as far as women are concerned, is it strips men of any real authority and power in the situation. Because as a co-parent, the mom typically starts out as the primary, and then you work your way into some kind of, you know, neutral situation, right? What women are really aiming for is a relationship where men are always there to help, but are never there to criticize or to change or to give directions or to have any real say-so or any authority. And that's basically like the co-parent position stripped down. Like, she's describing her baby daddy as a great, responsive, equal co-parent right now. But I wonder if he were to give her a problem, if she were to become unhappy with him at some point, would she interfere with his co-parenting abilities? Because that's typically what happens. And that's probably why he's going to tell you that your little goofy book is cool. Because we already know how it is. Keep the peace unless you really got to go for it.
you know, but it's, I guess you said, like, those are the people you don't respect either. So.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, it's unlikely. You know, never say never, but it's rare. And I get there are people who say horrible things on the internet, and they are in the same spaces as us, and they're using fake accounts. So it's not impossible that I've really crossed paths with somebody like that, or, you know, somebody who's expressed those things to me online, but it's relatively unlikely, you know. And I think like one of the number one things that people, you know, men like to say to me online is nobody wants you. You know, like, you're a washed up single mom, you know, and it's just like my online experience with them is just so vastly different from my offline experience with men. Like, you know, romantically and platonically, like, I've had friends like Mark, you know what I mean? For like, I've always had male friends, you know, and so like these guys are just outside of what I know about Black men. I understand that they are a significant, you know.
Right. Male friends are just a group of simps that you don't ever have to be accountable to. Your male friend is just a simp that ain't never gonna get none.
And very loud contingent
They
of
are
them.
loud. I first got called Mark Lemoyce Till on the internet.
With my face.
That's a good one.
When I jumped in with a person who shall remain nameless, when he was coming after you, I was like, "No, we can't do this." You know, we had to jump in on it. That's back when we were still in the Twitter street.
Yeah,
and taking, you know.
Did we chase Mark off of Twitter? Not really. Mark still posts on Twitter, but because Twitter is officially a right-wing space right now. Mark, anytime Mark posts something, he'll get harassed. They'll call him Lemoyce Till all the time now.
Taking up for women, turns out, taking up for Black women especially, will get you the most anger and vitriol than anybody.
Because Black women don't take up for Black men. That's really what people are noticing. It's all one-sided, bro. Black men are constantly falling on the sword for women that will never even look their way. True Hype with the 5 ball. Mom's basement dudes get wrapped in all these convos. It's funny how this is not the majority, especially in older demos, yet they get talked up so much. I wonder how many women live in their mom's basement nowadays, too, by the way. I don't know, people have this image like it's only men who are doing poorly in the modern world. Like it's only men who are having a hard time in the modern world. A lot of these chicks are fat, depressed, overweight, can't afford to move out, not cute enough to get the right dick they want. These chicks are struggling too, but somehow we only have a collective image of the loser male. But shout out to True Hype with the 5 ball.
I hit a woman for the first time in my life, and I'm having fun.
Yeah. What? They ain't let up since. No. It's been 10 years probably. They ain't let up since. Anyway, that's you just mentioned your daughter's father. What is
shout out to Laser? She says my ex lived with her parents at 38. Oh man, I remember one time I was in my 30s, and I moved back in with my mom. It wasn't my choice solely. It was a whole mess going on. It was a lot happening. Worst time ever. It's the worst time as an adult man. The last thing you ever want to do is move back into your mom's house, right? But you know, you let them tell it. Only men are out here struggling.
that relationship like? How did y'all? Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, we were from the same hometown. We connected when he was 25 and I was 26. We had an intense 18-month relationship. And
an intense 18-month relationship? No, that's what you call a situationship. And he was beating it down until you did something crazy. This is literally what happens over and over again. You were in a situationship with somebody, probably was a little bit too much for you, you know, had other women, all that type of stuff. And then one day you did something retarded and now relationship broken.
And I was very immature. We both had our shortcomings. You know, neither of us, he was not a perfect partner by any stretch of the imagination, but I was immature.
Thank you. At least she's owning her shit. I will give her some credit for that. You don't always hear women own their shit.
And I loved conflict. I started a lot. I liked drama. You know, this was my first, not my first boyfriend, but my first serious boyfriend.
Okay. So what she's telling you is that by her own nature, being a strong, independent Black woman, she blew up the family that she created. She blew it up. Because she was a strong, independent woman, couldn't tell me nothing. I'm always right. You're always wrong. Let me educate you, you bitch ass nigga. And now you're co-parenting.
You know, and I just felt like I needed him to constantly be proving his love to me and fight for me. And just, you know, I was just not a great girlfriend in most ways. You know, I shouldn't say most ways, but in significant ways. Right. And like, we broke up. I found out not too long afterward that I was pregnant. And because I had been so responsible about that sort of thing up until the time we conceived, I thought this is a sign from God. You know, we're supposed to be together. This is it, you know.
Whole math. I found out I'm pregnant after we broke up and I told you how horrible you are. I think we belong together now. Slick Rick says, first she said he made her a single mother. And now she's admitting the truth. Didn't I tell you? I told you I didn't believe her. The first thing out her mouth, I didn't believe her. I knew she lying. Most of them lie because most of them want to cover up their image. They want to obscure all the evil, malicious, totally disruptive, dysfunctional shit they do. It's like chicks will do things that just destroy the relationship and then play dumb afterwards. Like, no.
No, because like when we'd have like kind of an extended breakup thing that I had initiated at first, you know, and then he was the one who was like, no, let's really break up for good. And I was like, wait, what? You know, my choice. Right. It's different.
Right. That's how it is. You know, sometime you got to break a bitch heart. You know, she be playing with it, you know, let's break up. I forgive you. Let's break up. I forgive you. Nah, I don't ever want to sleep with you again. How about that?
You know, and so I honestly think that like he and I would have always been better as friends. You know, that we do have things in common, but you know, we were just not romantically compatible. And
If your baby daddy is a man you would otherwise describe as something like a best friend, I feel no sympathy for you. You broke up a good family.
And you combine that with my immaturity and my issues, it was just, it had toxic elements to it or whatever. And so from when I found out that I was pregnant, he told me if we get back together, it has to be organic. But I will, support you. I will support this child, like however you choose to handle this. This is your choice, And I decided to have our daughter.
What else could he tell you at that time? You see, this is what kills me about this quote reproductive health argument. Because the minute a man suggests, why don't you go to the chop shop? He's the bad guy. No man can ever suggest an abortion without being seen as an evil, heartless bastard. Meanwhile, these broads are out here tweeting their abortions. They're getting abortion cakes and having parties and after parties and come look at my, they're doing all kinds of shit. But if the man were to say, hey, well, look, you know what? I don't think you need to do that. How dare you?
Fully believing, to some extent that we were going to get back together. But I think deep down kind of knowing we wouldn't. Right. But I operated from this place like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my man back. We're gonna be a family. It's gonna be great.
Goofy bitch. This is another reason why they hate the red pill and the manosphere. Nothing has killed the idea of sympathy for women like the manosphere. The manosphere alone has reduced the levels of female sympathy by a good 30% out in the real world, all right? And it's dropping. It's dropping. I'm trying to get it down to at least 50. You niggas love these hoes way too much. We got to reduce that shit by like 50%.
And during my pregnancy, he got engaged.
Oh, shit. Oh, nigga found a real family.
And just like Ned Stark said at the beginning,
winter is coming.
Winter is always coming.
That nigga got married before you got delivered. Before you delivered a baby, that nigga had a wife. Oh, you were clearly the problem. He is definitely a marrying man, and you are a raggedy bitch.
He was around the time of us breaking up for good, he'd reconnected with somebody he'd known in college, and they had a long distance thing, but she was moving to New York anyway for a job. And so
he took the long distance woman over the woman right in front of him that just had his baby. You know how horrible you gotta be for a nigga to choose a broad that's halfway around the world? And you got a baby right in front of him? Like, nigga, these your kids. Yeah, but you are so horrible.
They get engaged, unbeknownst to me. I don't find out until a few months later, right around my first Mother's Day. My daughter was about 2 months old.
So on your first Mother's Day, you found out your baby daddy has a wife. And I feel like you deserved every inch of that shit. You deserved every bit of that shit.
Before death is eternity, after death is eternity, there is no death, there's only eternity. And I be riding wings of eternity like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Clack, clack.
I don't know why. I felt I needed a shaclack clack, all right? I just needed a shaclack clack in that moment because you deserved all of that shit. And now you're up here writing a book about this shit. Oh my God, this is terrible.
And I was devastated beyond measure. But I have to say, had it not been so drastic, like, hey, he's gone. You can't have this man. I might have continued to pine for him. I might have continued to try to fight for
there was some
the
real closure
relationship.
there.
So it forced me to be like,
done.
To fall out of love, to be angry.
Oh, you were in love still and being a bitch to this man to the point where he had to go find a whole other woman? I wish it was a white woman. But chances are it's not, but it would just make it such a perfect story if it was a white girl.
And so things were tense between us for maybe the first year or two, but
And ain't y'all glad we went into overtime today? I would not have found this if I wasn't up here running my mouth with you niggas. Look at this. We done discovered a black love tragedy right under our nose.
But I didn't let that impact his relationship to his child.
Okay.
You know, so he would come by. There was a time where he would come by after work when she was a baby. He'd come by after work every day for a few hours, and I'd go leave. You know, and then when she got old enough, he could take her over.
Why would you leave? I don't understand that. He would come by to see his daughter, and you would get up and leave. Why?
His house for.
So these broads be crazy, bro. They probably need medication. There's something wrong with these chicks, man. They just can't get right.
A little while, and then, you know, after a while, she started spending the night over there 2 nights a week, and that's what we did for some years. She was generally there 2 nights a week, and then when I started traveling for work and stuff, she'd be there more if I had an event, you know, and just, you know,
you are not a single mother. You are a modern co-parent, and I think there is a distinction. You know what this is? This is stolen valor. This is the equivalent of wearing somebody else's combat medal. This bitch got stolen single mother valor, all right? Your baby daddy love you. He love the kids. That nigga there every weekend. Every time you call him, the nigga there. This is stolen single mother valor, all right? I know women who really had to struggle. I know women who baby daddies ain't been around in years. You up here, oh no, this nigga pick up the phone for me every time. I wish my baby mama would call me. If my baby mama called me right now, I would call my son and ask him what this bitch problem is. You are lucky.
That first couple of years, just things softened, you know, like I was past him, right, you know, I was past the heartbreak, and I obviously saw him being a great dad, you know, and she was about 3 when I finally agreed to meet her stepmother. I didn't agree to meet her.
When did that happen?
What the hell is going on in this chat? What was Commander Bracy? Are you related to the Bracy gang, bro? This nigga Commander Bracy just popped up in the chat. Are you related to the Bracy gang? All kind of characters been popping up in here lately. We've been getting feminists. We've been getting SBG niggas. What's good, y'all? Like the video, like, share, and subscribe, y'all. We having a run today.
He was, both at this point they had a child, and both of our children were at the same daycare center.
No.
And
no. Well, I mean, that makes perfect sense, right? Because they are brother and sister or whatever, right? They are siblings, but damn, the shame a bitch gotta eat. You gotta eat a lot of shame because you was a petty bitch. That's you know what? You deserve this. You deserve this. You really do. Because the nigga probably tried to do right by you. Definitely do right by his daughter. And you just gave the nigga a hard time every step of the way. God, that sounds familiar.
And there was a school performance. And I, you know, like he and I, what would usually happen when they had school performances, her dad would come in, he'd speak to me, we'd be, oh, hey, how you doing? Then he'd go to the other side of the room and sit with her, you know, and I'd have.
Yes, that's how you do that. You lucky he even talked to you. You lucky he even talked to you. I'm not talking to my baby mom in public. I will only speak to you through lawyers, okay? I don't want to talk to you unless there's a judge and a nigga with a gun in this room for my safety. You know what I mean? Like, why you lucky this nigga talks to you? He looked you in your eye and said English language words to you? And you up here talking about, I'm a single mom. My shit hard. I be out here struggling and shit. This bitch got stolen valor. You about to make me stand up for single black moms. Look, I'm about to stay. I am team single black mom today. Oh my God. I just realized I somehow find myself on team single mom because of this bitch and her stolen valor. Like, I know chicks who baby daddies ain't never coming back. That nigga ain't knocked up or nothing. He just don't like you no more. He don't like them kids neither. That's not you. Oh my God, all the stolen valor. This is incredible shit here.
My people, and he'd have his people. And one day, you know, I was just so at peace with everything. And I just walked up to them and was like, hey, are you guys staying for dinner? And we stayed for dinner, you know, at this school thing. We all sat together.
Look at her face. Look at her gotta watch it, nigga, with the family that you were supposed to give them. Oh God. Look at them being all happy and shit. She was probably feeding the nigga little hors d'oeuvres and snacks, being all cute. Gotta sit there and watch them be a happy family together. Oh man. I'm low-key jealous of this nigga right now. I'm low-key jealous of this nigga.
And from then, I've just had a great relationship with her stepmother. And that obviously made things even smoother between me and him because he was so happy that, you know, I was willing to, you know, interact with her.
Because that could be a major source of stress.
Yeah.
Not that he's the point, but he's
no, it's that women do women shit. Women fight, women hate each other. I mean, and to be fair, you know, I couldn't imagine a scenario where it's like multiple baby daddies having to get along and shit, but like, I think women being catty is just a way more common thing.
part of the equation, and it shouldn't all be about him. But if he's feeling anxiety about that relationship, then that might inhibit his ability to do what he's supposed to be doing as a parent.
Yeah.
And then there's all these things happening.
Yes, Mark. Her disposition as the mom weighs heavily on his ability to be an effective father. And the more retarded she is as a mom, the less effective his fathering becomes.
I'm sort of thinking about now, he's moved on, right? And one of the things I often hear from single Black mothers or single mothers period, but single Black mothers is thinking about how they can move on and what dating and partnership look like for them moving forward, right? Like and again, not to suggest that, that they need that to be whole, because I always want to be clear about that too, that partnership. But for somebody, if those people who are looking for someone to sort of be, in an enriching partnership with them, what does that look like? How do you manage that as a single mom?
I will say, like, I became a mom at 28. Which felt like being a teen mom. Then most of my friends, because my friends didn't.
You were a child.
I was a child.
King Pix, don't come around here simping, bro. You've been doing so well. But let me address this issue head on. King Pix says the whole chat would hit, so I don't know why y'all are criticizing her. What one thing got to do with the other, bro? Stop acting like every chick that you ever laid down with was morally above reproach. Everybody gets criticized. Everybody gets a little bit of adjustment, bro. And that's a whole other thing too, bro. You niggas kill me with this shit. Ain't no bitch bad enough to be above criticism. Even if she lets you hit. That's a weakness in the men, bro. Even if you want to hit it, you can't just be like, oh well, she's so pretty, I can't say nothing. Like, this is why niggas be going wrong, though. That's exactly why things got so out of pocket, because dudes would rather hit it and keep their mouth shut.
Right. Nobody I knew had kids yet, and so, like, I still wanted to date. And, like, early in Naima's life, I felt like I needed to hurry up and settle down to rectify this. I can erase this.
And that's a good point, too. Everybody won't hit. That is another good point. Everybody won't hit, and we have to stop acting like that's just a given. And this is the thing too. I've noticed this in myself. The older I get, the more picky I become. I'm a lot quicker to just not like a bitch, and it has like, it's only half of a physical thing. Like she can be attractive, she can be cute, but it takes little to make me not like you now. And I think that just comes with age and experience. So I think there's a truth to that. Like, not everybody will hit just because she's cute. There's a lot of cute bitches.
Single mama thing will be as if it never happened. I just got to find me somebody. But I didn't really date that way. I was still having fun with the Brooklyn niggas. You know what I mean? Like,
Red Illusion. There is a freedom in just not liking a bitch. There's something about it that just gives you an air of, I'm better than you. I don't know what it is. But again, not every dude is going to just automatically want to hit.
I was,
I just caught that. I'm sorry. And that was
my type.
You had that wave, yes.
That was my type. And so everybody.
It's so funny. Albert says her body is ruined. And I'm looking at how she fills out that dress. And I was thinking that quietly this whole time. I was watching how that outfit hugs the contour of her body, and I was literally thinking that. You know how sometimes you have to find an outfit that hides your funny looking shape? I think she found one of them outfits that hides her funny looking shape.
I have fun. And, I've been able to, because I have a great co-parent, because I've always had time to myself, I have been able to date however I wanted to, so I've had serious relationships. I've had, casual relationships. I've had fun, and I've more often than not really enjoyed dating. I haven't come across, if there were men who felt like they did not want to be in a serious relationship with me because I have a child, with 2 exceptions, and these were not people that I was serious. One, I didn't even know we were on a date until
I told you sometimes we don't know. Sometimes, one day y'all have to break that down to me.
So women just pretending that, oh, this nigga's buying me food and laughing at all my jokes and paying for all the cab rides around. I had no idea this was a date. I didn't realize we were on a date. I refuse to believe that women are as dumb about men as men are about women. That is just not how this thing works. Women are typically way sharper about social cues than men are. You knew you was on a date. You knew this nigga liked you. You knew the nigga wanted to hit, and you ain't planning on giving him none anyway. And you still out on a date eating his chicken nuggets.
We were friends. It happens, but aside from that, and one guy who I connected with on a dating app who said, he preferred to date somebody who didn't have a family already. I haven't had anybody express that to me, right? I haven't had anybody I was interested in being like, hey, I really like you, but I can't do this because of your child, so I haven't, it hasn't,
when you bring it up, I try
to bring it up right away.
Right away. Okay.
I try to bring it up, generally first conversation, depends. Like I have met more men on apps since moving.
Sweetie, you look like you're past 30. I don't know. This is a crude thing to bring up, but once you're dating in your 30s, conversations about children become normal because most people at that point have a child. And so it's not even like an awkward thing anymore. It's not like you're 22 years old trying to hide a little bastard kid. Like you're an adult, you're a grown woman. And she does look like she's in her 40s by now. So like, I don't even know what you're playing around for.
Moving to LA, which is a very challenging place for dating as a Black woman. But I have met more men on apps there. So I would try to bring it up, or it just depended how much conversation we had on.
I hear dating in LA for Black women is just like running a gauntlet of shame and embarrassment over and over again.
That before we took it to meeting in real life. So like I would try to bring it up early, generally before we met, but there were times where I brought it up on a first date.
Okay.
And I would bring it up generally early.
Yeah.
And I had one date that was just a disaster in every way, period, because the guy was a complete weirdo. But he was an African dude from the UK. I know one of his parents was from Sierra Leone. I forget where the other parent was from. But, when I mentioned my daughter, he proceeded to say the term baby daddy like 3 times in a row. And he had this British accent. And
well, I mean, a nigga want to know. Is the coast clear? Is there a curfew? Like I can only show up before 5 o'clock on Mondays? Like what is the safe hours here? Trying to give that nigga his space. Shit. I'm not trying to step on a man's toes.
It just sounded so obnoxious. It was just like, so yeah, but he was a weirdo and a loser anyway. So
Yo, I've been hearing that a lot more lately, bro. Cool Kamasi says, after 30, their main option is an African nigga. Why am I hearing that more and more? I thought you African niggas were tough. You held the line. You don't believe in this bullshit. African niggas love American women, though.
Having a child cost me a great man? Possibly. Can I name a great man who I wasn't able to have because of having a child? I couldn't. Right.
Yo, baby daddy, bitch. That's who. That's the great man you lost out on. He's so great. Another woman married that nigga and had his baby before you even had your first Mother's Day. You already missed out on a great man. Now you're just missing out on foreigners. You had your great man one baby ago. Now it's just foreigners from here on out.
I think about that question because of like on the internet now, there's a whole movement of calling dudes simps for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently you just.
Oh, damn, Mark. No, not the simp thing. Not the simp thing.
Be nice to women.
Being nice to women will get you called a simp in a heartbeat.
For sure.
Yeah. Like if you're not,
But now they're coming at people, right? But now they're coming at people
for dating single moms.
For dating single moms. Or if you.
I mean, the dating a single mom thing is a bit tricky. Because like I said, over 30-ish, 35, especially once you're in your 40s, having a child is just a fact of life. And actually, beyond 35, a woman who hasn't had a child yet is a problem for reasons that are impossible to fathom. Like the psychological pressures going through a childless 35, 40-year-old woman's mind, it's going to make it difficult. It's going to make life really hard. And so there is a different kind of conversation that needs to be had. I think when you're in your 20s, that single mom conversation is wild, right? But once, you get into complete full adulthood, you just got to make decisions now. We have a series of trade-offs we're going to have to take on for one another.
You marry us, if you become a stepdad,
oh, forget it.
They are dragging people.
But how many children they have with how many,
Right.
well, how many other women is
right. These men who are
irrelevant
saying
to the
this-
conversation.
Right. These men who are saying this, absolutely. Many of them have children by women that they didn't marry.
Right.
And like there's
No. I have children by a woman who didn't marry me. And I think Jamila, you fall into a similar category. You have a child by a man who you chased away because you were horrible. And I bet you that is probably closer to the truth for at least half of these situations. A lot of these women have children and then they became horrible people. And then now, oh, well, why don't he want to marry me? It's because you're a cunt. That's why. Nobody marries a cunt. And you should have tried that before the baby got here.
more stepdads in our community than most other racial groups. Like it's just a thing that happens, and it's really scary to watch something that was thought of as this really positive.
That's how I thought
you
about
could have been a mediocre stepdad.
Right.
You didn't have to actually do anything, but just the
You're in the
idea
house?
that you're in the house with a woman and her kids, like
You're
you
an
are
admirable man.
And
Who is supposed to give that admiration out? Because I think women ruin stepdaddies. Like I could give my own personal one-off anecdote about stepdaddies and all that shit, because I had a stepdad growing up. But in the generally speaking, I think it's women who've abused women who have basically devalued the idea of a man, also devalue the idea of a stepfather. And so in the grand scheme of things, I think as women have devalued the idea and the need for a man in general, the need for a stepfather fades away as well. Like, think about this, right? And this is really, even in the best of times, I think this is just a situation, this is a concept that mentally you have to kind of grapple with, right? Unless that nigga died in a war, right? Unless that nigga died in some tragic accident, there is a good chance, there's at least a 50-50 chance that he was a good guy and you're an ain't shit bitch, and now I have to come in behind this good man and try to please you, the unpleasable, right? So there is that concept where it's like, well, maybe the problem is her. And now she's trying to get another man to come in and do the job that, Mr. Perfect couldn't even do. I was watching a show years ago when I used to watch TV, and there was this guy, he's at his ex-wife's house, and he's walking out as the new date is walking in. Actually, I think I was watching 2.5 Men, and one of those guys is dating a chick, and as he's walking out the house, Charlie's walking into the house, and you know what he says to Charlie? You keep this bitch happy. How about that? Because you know what? I think a lot of guys have realized that, maybe it's an impossible task. Even if you're the best man, even if you're a combination of Lorenz Tate, Boris Kojo, and Morris Chestnut, maybe she's unpleasable. Maybe you just can't, maybe she just is an uncrackable nut. You know what I mean? And so I think a lot of men have just started to realize that, hey, if the nigga that loves you couldn't make it work, what the hell am I going to do for you? And I think that's really the end of like the stepdaddy thing. Because I think a lot of dudes have just realized, like, you know what? Even if the dude isn't perfect, you're probably horrible, and there's no way I can make this work with you. Shout out to Dick Dog with the 5-ball. Your group will not produce suitable men if you are anti-patriarchy. So you're creating disappointments. That is a great, great observation. And this is the thing I realized too. This is a very personal thing, even. I realized this the personal hard way, right? Your mom is a part of it. Years ago, back when, there used to be red pill content all over the YouTube, and I used to listen to TFM all the time. Turd Flinging Monkey, right? It's a crazy name for a content creator. TFM, he had a video once, and that was basically the gist of the video, right? Your mom is in on it too. And this applies across the board. Like your mom wants you to be a blue pill cuck for the purpose of grandchildren, because how else are you supposed to get grandkids unless you blue pill cuck yourself to some broad, right? So your mom is in on it. And Black moms are in on it in the most diabolical way, meaning that Black moms do not support their Black sons being patriarchs and heads of household. Head of household is a uniquely Black female position. And Black moms are not going to raise Black sons to threaten what they see as even their own role as a woman. And again, I ran into this head on the hard way personally. This led to a huge fallout between my mom. Like I said, if you can't stand up to your own mom in public, you're not red pill. Because I had to tell my mom for a fact, like, how are you going to side with a bitch that she's personally out to, like, make my life harder? Like, how are you on team ruin my son's life? How in the fuck are you on team ruin my son's life, right? But that's kind of how women click up together. And she'll never see herself as crossing some type of boundary. She'll never see herself as sacrificing a type of loyalty. She's just like, oh, well, I want grandkids. I want to see my grandkids. Bitch, I want to see my kids too. They're my kids. But this is how it works, right? Your mom is in on it. And like I said, painful realizations, but Black women in general in the modern world don't seem to really believe in that thing. But Black women in particular, they do not support their sons in their own attempt to establish and grow their own patriarchal family. Yeah, the sisterhood is incredibly strong. Don't let it break you.
Admirable man.
Yeah, you went above and beyond.
Right. But it just goes to show you how the loathing of Black women in particular has like increased,
It's
thanks
become
in part to
socially
the digital
acceptable.
age. It's socially, this is kind of like, I remember the early days of Twitter and social media, and you could get away saying nasty things about Black women. You could certainly get away with saying nasty things about dark-skinned Black women, right? Like that was.
You know what made me love Twitter? The very first time I went like semi-viral on Twitter, and I got like 2,000 likes, little small numbers, but the very first time I went even meagerly viral on Twitter, it was criticizing a Black girl. It was criticizing a Black woman because she had fat fingers holding her degrees. And I'm like, you see, that's that image right there, fat fingers and a degree. And bam. Next thing I know, I became a hit on Twitter. I love Twitter.
Something that was really great.
Big girls forget it, like the
big
cruelty,
women, yes. There was just so many nasty things said about Black women online, and single mothers definitely got a lot of that. But then
they don't really allow that stuff on like Facebook and Blue Sky and all. I mean, I'm not on Facebook, but I know those sites are just notoriously liberal, and they form a hate mob on you. But Twitter is great. You can still say things on Twitter. I remember when Twitter first started doing live streaming and they had like Twitter Spaces. You guys remember Racism Night on Twitter? It was years ago, and I had to delete the video so I can get monetized or whatever, but God, that was good stuff. Twitter Racism Night. It was an amazing night. Who remembers Twitter Racism Night? I almost wish I hadn't deleted that stream. It was too good, but
And, thanks to folks like us, like there's this feminist consciousness raising that happens, and a lot of people change their tone.
Clapping back, teaching. Y'all were teaching.
Right.
Why is consciousness always a feminist thing? Why is it to be conscious to be somehow girl-brained? As if men are perpetually unconscious and can never reach it unless we become girls or gay or something.
But like the pushback to that has emerged, and I think that these are men who are struggling to survive capitalism. They are floundering. They're not making great money. They're generally, I would imagine these guys are, for the most part, not the most charismatic, maybe not the most, physically attractive, and not because they may not be handsome, but just like grooming.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because
poverty, it hurts, looks sometimes,
and so they're feeling so.
Said poverty hurts sometimes. Yeah, being broke is painful for a man. But it's this idea, this need to project ugliness and dissatisfaction. They're smelly, they don't groom. What if I were to tell you that most of the men in the manosphere are baby daddies of one sort or another? I imagine most of the guys wouldn't have even found the manosphere until after they had some type of horrible situation with a chick. Like, that's literally how you get red pilled, is getting women. Niggas that don't get women can't get red pilled the same way. You have to actually be interacting with women in order for the need to approach you.
So inadequate with who they are. And now more than ever, you can see Black women online visibly happy. So today, a heavyset, dark-skinned, single mom of 3 can post herself in a bikini on a beach vacation.
Notice the fat woman is a figure of celebration, but the fat man is a basement-dwelling troglodyte. How?
And get a bunch of people saying, yes, girl,
Yes,
love this for you. And these men who at one point felt like they could look down, right, on certain groups of Black women. So we can look down on single mothers. We can look down on big women. Like, we can look down on, and it's like, actually you can't.
Right.
Because these people have out-achieved you.
Right.
Yes.
They're functional members of society with an important role that they're playing as mothers.
They have a healthy community that supports them.
Yeah.
They have a village.
They're loved.
They're loved.
And they hate that.
They hate it.
They hate that, which is heartbreaking. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things, is just like to watch the anger in which people, just sort of Black men specifically attack Black women who are just trying in this world to survive, just like they are, and doing the best they can in a place that's also patriarchal, adding to that layer. It's really heartbreaking. So to see you kind of like put this stuff out on Front Street and to combat it directly it's just amazing to see.
I knew y'all situation was fly when y'all moved to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Like all of y'all.
Yeah.
Can you explain that? 'Cause
yes.
I ain't never seen that before.
Yes. My late cousin used to say that all the time. Like, I ain't never seen no shit like this. But I decided after a long time in New York that I wanted to go out West. I wanted to move to LA. Biggest mistake ever, maybe. But
I'm telling you, Black women hate LA now. And Los Angeles used to be like low key, not heavily Black, but there was a big Black population in Los Angeles. Now it's like Viva la Raza out there.
But I wanted to move to LA. And so I had put it to them. And we had talked about a joint relocation in the past. We had talked about Atlanta. My ex and I are both from Chicago. Side note, calling him my ex don't even sound right because we dated for 18 months in our 20s.
Right.
Like, I don't think
it's such a small part of your life.
Such a small part of, right. Even the time we've had together, you know what I mean? It's still insignificant. But like, we had talked about maybe doing Chicago, but then I decided I wanted to go to LA. And so I came to them and I suggested Oakland because I thought that'd be a happy medium. Oakland's got a Brooklyn kind of vibe in certain ways, and they came back to me like, well, what about LA? And so, I got what I wanted. And we relocated, they went a few months ahead of me with our daughter and their son.
So let me get this straight. This nigga is such a good father that you decided I need to be a bad bitch and live on the West Coast. And he moved his new family to the West Coast with you. And you're up on the Mark Lamont Hill podcast trying to get single mother stripes because, you know, life is hard for single moms. Do you see what I mean about stolen valor, bro? You see what I mean about stolen valor? Ain't no way in hell.
And I was back and forth out there, you know, getting stuff, you know, wrapping up stuff here and getting settled there. And when we first got there, so for the majority of our daughter's life, and she was 6 when we moved to LA, she was with them 2 days a week, 2 nights a week, you know, and then if I had an event, if I had a trip, you know, it could be longer. If they were going somewhere with her, it could be longer. You know, it was very flexible. And I will say our schedule I'm very grateful for this, but it has always largely functioned around my needs.
It's just rare.
Yeah.
Super. That's what I say. It's super.
Right. The nigga is basically he's damn near Mr. Perfect. And you up here, you want a badge for your single motherhood. And the entire relationship revolves around your needs, which is literally why you ain't got no man right now.
Yeah. And so, like, I've never gotten I've never switched a day and gotten any pushback. I've never been like, I need to, you know, I'm going out of town, you know, and have like, well, we can't do this. I'm sorry. You know, like, it's always been worked out. And when we were getting ready to leave, her dad was like, you know, we're kind of trending toward a 50-50 sort of thing anyway. Would you be cool with doing that? And I was so afraid of that for a long time because I felt like it would make me less of a mother.
Which is why women fight so hard to maintain 100% control, because her identity itself is wrapped up in being the powerful mother victim, and you being like the male opposition that I can always point a finger at and say, you're the reason why my life is bad. You're the reason why things went wrong.
You know, like I remember how I used to look at women who, you know, their father had, you know, child's father had the kid. And I'm like, what do you mean your child's father?
Right, exactly.
That's what I said before. Like, we were always taught if a dude got the kid, something wrong.
The woman must be horrible. Right, like things have gone wrong.
It's a Tyler Perry character.
Yeah.
No, it's not that we were taught. It was an observation. Nobody had to teach me this. I learned from observation. Most women don't give up custody on a conversation. You know, my godfather, my father's best friend in life, the story of how he took custody of his daughter haunts me to this day. Long story short, the reason why my godfather was able to raise his daughter from birth up until college is that he took over primary custody of the girl and then still paid the mom child support every month so she wouldn't become a problem. This is what it takes to have single father custody in America. And my dad was telling me that story, and I was like, wow, I could never do it. Have more kids, goddammit. I'm not doing that shit.
Yes. Right. You know, and so I said, oh, okay, well, you know, we'll give it a try. And so we started with, you know, her doing 3 days with them and 4 days with me. And it's been great, you know, and like a lot of families that do 50-50 do like a week here and a week there, or half the week here, half the week there. We don't do it like that. So she'll be with me on Sunday and Monday, then with them on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then with me on Thursday, you know, like it works. And I asked her, you know, would you want to, like, there have been times where I'm like, well, what if we just did this week? Like you did 3 days there and then 4 days here. And she's like, well, I like that I don't have to go long without seeing either of you.
Oh.
You know, like I never feel like I miss you so much.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, now the kid has 2 families. Oh.
We don't give advice here on the show. We just have thoughts.
I'm telling you, that has to be Mark's wife, which I've never seen this woman. I don't recognize her face from anywhere. I'm just clueless as to who this woman is.
What are your thoughts for people who are trying to get their single parent situation, or particularly single black mom situation, right? Like, what are some things you would suggest to make a healthy, functional situation?
And I'm curious. I don't think Mark Lamont Hill has children. Like, you ain't never knocked that old broad up, Mark? The hell's going on in that house, man? All this art on the wall and you ain't got no kids in the house? Like 2 adult homosexuals, male and female, living together, roommates and shit.
If you have a co-parent, if you have somebody who is able and willing and safe and stable to care for your child, there's no reason that you should have that child 7 days a week, barring some sort of, extenuating circumstances. If this person is able, and everybody ain't able,
not.
and
your person. Like,
and if you don't feel they're able, don't force it just to, you know what I mean? Because it feels like the right thing to do. Like, but if that person is able, just consider, what would a more equitable split of time look like? And everybody, half and half, it might not work for everybody. There may be some people like, look, just,
I hate these new age terms like equitable. Anytime people use words like equitable and they're not talking about money and finance, I start looking for the con.
He does the weekends, I do the week. That just works for us. And like, if that works for you all, fine. But studies have shown that children that are raised equitably, with both parents putting in the same amount of labor, basically the same amount of labor and the same amount of time, the same amount of resources, those kids have outcomes similar to kids who are raised in a two-parent home. And to be fair, when we start talking about the, challenging outcomes for children of single parents, that's typically tied to poverty. Right. It's not because they're single that they're struggling. It's because they're.
That's such an important point. When you're a sociologist, you know this.
Yeah, people forget about that. They forget about that. There's a correlation there, but you forget about the key piece, which is that, if they'd be very in a different situation if people had more money.
Because without that, it sounds like black mothers. If y'all had just married a man or found a man or held on to a man, your kid wouldn't be poor. Like you can marry your way out of poverty. Or that ain't it.
That is certainly not it. That's certainly not it. But I think lean on your village. That's something I wish I had done more. I had such a great village in New York, and I definitely had people around my child. She was around you, she was around my friends. Like, but I wish there were times where I was like, can you come over and watch her while I straighten up? Or could you come have dinner with us? It'd be nice to just have another adult now. You know what I mean? Again, we did a lot of going out with people, but there were definitely times, especially earlier in her life, where I felt very kind of.
There's maybe another conversation that we can have. And this is something I think that's growing in the Western world right now. As much as they talk about like the male loneliness epidemic, and even by extension, the true loneliness epidemic is among women, I would argue, because there are a lot more women out than men. There are a lot more single women floating around than single men. I think to add a third category to that list, the single mother loneliness epidemic. A bunch of women and their children together don't make a proper village. And I think there's something happening in modern culture where we're hitting such an abundance of single moms that there'll never be enough men to actually like pair off with them, because men aren't really trying to pair off with them that much anyway. Plus, the numbers of it all are hard to cope with. But I do think single moms are probably lazier. I mean, not lazy. I think single moms are probably lonelier than single adult men. Because listen to what she's describing. Think about what she's talking about right here. This is not the burden of a single adult male.
I think, lean on your village. That's something I wish I had done more. I had such a great village in New York, and I definitely had people around my child. She was around you, she was around my friends. Like, but I wish there were times where I was like, can you come over and watch her while I straighten up? Or could you come have dinner with us? It'd be nice to just have another adult now. You know what I mean? Again, we did a lot of going out with people, but there were definitely times, especially earlier in her life, where I felt very kind of like she was me and the baby.
And people would have done it for sure.
People would have.
Just you and the baby. Alone in the house with another person who's not an adult and really can't do the things for you that you need done. Just you and the baby and your phone.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's also people out there who are watching the show who are trying to figure out how to date.
Yeah.
As single black moms.
Yeah.
Any advice for that?
Yeah, just
This is not the one to ask for advice. This bitch clearly doesn't have it together. She had her good man and she let that nigga get away. And now he's happily married to another woman. She has no clue.
No. So I had a former friend who did not have a co-parent at all. Her child's father was a complete deadbeat and in another state. So he was not a factor. And she felt inclined to introduce partners to her daughter a little earlier than I did because they were going to be part of, if she were to,
I was curious about the rule about that.
Yeah, if she were to get locked in with that person, he would have played a more important role in her life than a man would play in my daughter's life, right? And so I have, because that's not my experience, I can't speak to that directly, but I would think for any mother just to be very mindful that you don't want to introduce your child to a lot of partners. And it doesn't mean that it's not okay for your child to know that you've dated a lot of, that you meet new men and you date regularly. Like I've always been transparent with my daughter about that.
What if you had a son? Now listen, as the son of single mom, I got to tell you, one of the things that bothers me dating modern women is women not being cognizant of how their son is supposed to look at a thing. Nothing turns me off from a chick faster than realizing you don't give a damn about how that boy feels. Like, how is he supposed to look at you and you got all these uncles for him? What is he supposed to think about? Like when you're just introducing him to one uncle after another, How am I supposed to respect you when I'm just another uncle? Oh, it gets brutal. Shout out to Vegetarian Terrarium with the $10. He says the real Mark Lamont Hill died in a car accident. He's a clone like Gucci Mane, only used to push feminist ideals and destroy the patriarchy. Yeah, the real Lamarck Hill is no longer with us. Shout out to Vegetarian Terrarium with the 10 ball. Smash that super chat button for me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
Slick Rick, shout out to Slick Rick. He says the first 304 a man ever meets is his mother. It's a general truth. You might not have even known it. It might have occurred to you later on in life as you became an adult man, but yeah, that's the truth. The first 304 a man ever meets is likely going to be your mom. Which kind of reminds me, this is something I was pointing out. I was doing some commentary I was commenting on a different video from a different content creator. She was also talking about the Manosphere. And I pointed out how I think the Manosphere is basically a rebellion against the matriarchy and single women and single moms running the show, single moms running the family, single moms teaching their sons, morals and whatnot. And I really think that the Manosphere itself is basically rebellion against that more than just, we hate women. Why do you think at the same time we've reached peak saturation of single moms, we've also created this like online culture of really disgruntled, dissatisfied men? And I guarantee you, most of those men raised by a single mom. And so at some point, we're not even like projecting onto the women that we've dated. We're thinking about the women that we knew through our moms and our aunts and our family. We actually watched how these things played out from multiple angles, not just as a romantic partner, but as the child in that situation.
But I think that like bringing someone in and meeting them should really be something that you say for someone that you feel confident is going to be in your life for a significant amount of time if they can pass this final test, which is how they interact with your child. I don't think should do just like, well, I'm trying to figure out if I like him. I want to see how he interacts with. No,
Right.
you should know
Right.
that you want this person around and that you trust them. Use your time wisely. This will probably offend some people. I hope this isn't the clip that circulates.
Might be.
But there have been times where I've gone on.
I promise you, nobody's found this yet. I haven't seen anybody else in the Manosphere catch on to this one yet. I'm gonna have to alert the gang. There is some content to be dissected out here. Where's Obsidian? I know Obsidian hates Jamila Lemieux. I gotta shoot this to Obsidian in his email.
2 or 3 dates in a day. Because I had a demanding.
2 or 3, what?
Use your time wisely. This will probably offend some people. I hope this isn't the clip that circulates.
Might be.
But there have been times where I've gone on 2 or 3 dates in a day. Because I had
2 or 3 dates in a day. And then you wonder why there is an online movement warning men about single women, single moms, because you went on 2 or 3 dates a day. So obviously none of those guys worked out. But from those guys' perspectives, was it really worth all that initial upfront investment, or should you just play it light and cheap?
A demanding schedule professionally and a child, and so I didn't have but 2 days out the week. I got other stuff to do. So my whole free time can't be dating. Right. So if it's Saturday, I can have brunch at 11 and drinks at 6 and dinner at 8. If you're not locked in with somebody, that's not a betrayal. I've heard.
It's not a betrayal, but the game is the game. Let me just put it that way. I'm not even going to, I'm not even going to come down on her too hard because she's not wrong. But it's a cold game. It's all I'm going to say, man. It is a cold game. And I take no prisoners and I feel no sympathy.
In recent years, I've heard pushback of this idea about seeing multiple people at one time, particularly for women, and just like guys saying, can you imagine you went out with somebody and then she went out with somebody the next day? And it's just like, do not. Yeah.
I'm so embarrassed.
Because the reality is, you go on one day, somebody feels entitled to your time and to you. And so now there's an ownership already. So
Yes.
there's always a good reason to be offended by something that a Black woman does.
Yeah.
Always.
But just don't, because your time is so precious as a single mom, it's important that you don't give it to somebody immediately who has not earned it.
Right.
You don't need to just lock in with the first guy who's nice with you. Like, you need to take your time and get to know someone and vet them and see multiple people, and explore your options. You can't just rush into, because like, hey, this is a man who fits with my schedule, this will do.
Yeah. And
one thing I rarely hear people say, and not that I want to be like Black Pill, Debbie Downer, busting the bitch bubble every time, but I think I think more people need to tell this to women before they get to this point. The older you are, the harder it gets. For men, for women, that's just a basic truth. It's a function of adulting and living through life and having experiences and baggage. The older you are, the harder it gets on both sides. He's less inclined to take your shit, and you're less inclined to take his shit. And you would both rather be alone and miserable than figure out how to deal with this person's shit.
Are there any sort of special conversations that you've had with your child, or you sort of recommend that other people would have in terms of introducing this idea of dating? Like the idea that they're going to be, or that things, first of all, that how things didn't work out and at what point. Because I think about, again, there were so many relatable things from a child perspective, sort of reading your book, and I was wondering about like nobody really had that talk with me.
Yeah.
About the fact that mommy and dad, as I grew up, again, I don't know anything else but them being apart.
Yes,
so it was normal. I didn't have the trauma of like, oh no, I miss my, I was always,
See, a lot of Black folk grow up in this environment. We don't even realize there's something wrong with us. Look at what she just described. And I remember I used to have these kind of conversations with my homie a long time ago. Like, you ever get the feeling we was raised wrong? Like, the shit that makes us successful in this ghetto is not going to make us successful outside the ghetto.
talk with me.
Yeah.
About the fact that mommy and dad, like, cause I grew up, again, I don't know anything else but them being apart.
Yes, same.
So it was normal. I didn't have the trauma of like, oh no, I miss my, like I was always, you know.
You didn't even know you were supposed to miss your daddy. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't even know that you've been raised wrong. And you actually have to get outside and far away from the ghetto and all of its minions and witness how other people interact and other cultures and other families, intact, normal, nuclear families. And then you start to realize, damn, maybe I wasn't raised wrong. Maybe they messed me up.
I sort of understood, but I wonder what kind of conversation they would have had with me. Should they have had a conversation? When should they have had? And then like also, I never really watched my mom date either until it was too late. And I was very resentful of it. Yeah. I was very angry. So now I'm just thinking like, how do you prevent that? You know, how would you suggest, you know, somebody would think about how to prevent that?
Yeah, it's actually
Yeah, True Hype. These are the new, you know what's crazy? We are becoming the new elders, True Hype. That's really, because, you know, I'm probably in a similar age range to these people, and we are becoming the new elders. I know it sounds like a burden. It's a responsibility. You know, I have to be like valuable to the youth and shit. Spent the last 30 years like F them kids. Now I got to be like a wise sage elder and stuff. Some bullshit. Shout out to True Hype with the $2. The new elders. No wonder why people turn to the net. Yeah. Because the new elders got raised wrong too. Like, what if your grandmother was raised wrong? What if your grandparents were raised in that retarded village that we keep talking about?
These blacks.
I'm just saying, it's a possibility. It could very well be true. Shout out to Lasers with the $2. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Like the video, like, share, and subscribe. We've been at a little bit of a marathon today. I don't know when I'm gonna quit. I think I might open up the panel. I think I'm gonna drop the link at some point. We're running a full marathon. I'm starting to run this shit like other people channels. We might do a 6-hour show today. But as long as I got your support, I might not go nowhere. So appreciate y'all coming through, man. Shout out to Lasers with the $2.
I need that money.
And then also, it looks like a vegetarian terrarium again with the $10. The easiest way to red pill a young man is to tell him to ask his mother what she thinks about him getting alimony from his ex-wife if they split. Never trusted another woman since. Hey, Veg, you had to learn the hard personal way, right? You know, I love my mom to this day. I don't hate my mom. I'm kind of over that shit, you know, red pill rage and all that, but my mom is a woman like every other woman. That is not a positive, nor is it a negative statement. My mom is a woman too. And for a lot of us men, that is a difficult thing to sit with. That is a very uncomfortable realization that my mom is a woman too. Like, I remember asking my mom about, like, you know, the story of her and my dad, like how you guys got together, right? Because I asked my dad the same shit too. I was on a mission. I had a plan. And back when my dad was still alive to give me answers, you know? And I was struck by how simple it was asking my father about like him and my mom and what was going on. And he basically owned up to like, yeah, well, you know, shit happens. We were just having sex. It wasn't even like, you know, it wasn't even like we were doing anything, you know what I mean? Like, my dad was so fucking nonchalant about it, right? But I'm asking my mom, and I swear to God, it was like pulling teeth. Like, I could not get a straight answer. Like, what was going on? And then eventually I realized, like, you know what? This feels very much like talking to regular women out in the world. Like, they just don't like to give straight answers about uncomfortable shit. Whereas, like, again, asking my dad, it was like, hey, well, you know, hey, shit happens, you know, sorry. It's like, as blunt as it wasn't difficult, you know what I mean? And so I realized that it's a thing with moms and sons. I think the blue pill really does start mother to son. I really do believe the blue pill first sets in with your mom, which also probably why we have this blue pill epidemic, because so many men are raised either with single moms or with weak men.
I'm parents didn't have a conversation with me either, which I share in the book. So there was so much I did not know about my parents' relationship. I was
I learned something too. I was like, oh, y'all gotta watch y'all gotta read the book to find out. But it was spicy.
Right. Yeah. And so my daughter asked pretty early on, I don't know what I asked my parents. I don't remember. You know what I mean? I just also don't remember thinking of them as ever having been a couple. I just didn't conceptualize them in that way, but like for my daughter, she asked kind of early on, she also had a stepmother her whole life.
Right.
So like there had to be, there.
Your daughter had a real woman in her life. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I couldn't help it. Your daughter had the benefit of having a real woman's influence. So she came up normal and well-adjusted. Meanwhile, you're bitter. You can't even make it work with a good man that you actually love. Lucky she has a real woman in her life to show her the ropes.
There was some level of like, and she definitely went through it. We did put her in therapy, like there was a time where she was expressing, I wish I could have both my parents at the same time.
How old was she around that time?
About 6.
Oh,
and so, saying, I'm never going to get to see you guys celebrate an anniversary, like things like that. But I've talked to her about it,
Wouldn't it be fair to say that America as a nation is suffering from mommy issues? See Intelligence in the chat. He says, many men in this space have so many mom issues, just like the women. I wish they would all admit it and come together and bond over something positive. If it were that simple, it would be done. But I think you're right. Most of America probably has mommy issues because the mother figure is such a dominant, like prevailing figure in the lives of children at this point. Like if mom wants dad out of the picture, dad has to like fight the government to stay in the picture. I think most of us probably have mommy issues by now. It's default. There's no other way this could be.
Early on, and I did have a serious boyfriend, which she was 3 going on 4. It was a long distance relationship. And that was, the first person I introduced her to. And she liked him. And I realized later I did not give her a very clear explanation when we had broken up, and she was like, well, I missed him,
Damn. And now every time you break up with a man, your daughter has to break up with that nigga too. No wonder she likes stepmom better. Every time she goes to dad's house, it's mom and dad. Ain't no new niggas around. Ain't no breakup stories. Ain't no mom, why didn't you tell me this? No, it's my dad and it's a real woman. And then every now and then I got to go home to this funky bitch.
I really liked him. And and so now I'm, she's older, but I'm a lot more mindful of that. And again, the importance of like not introducing somebody until you're like really, really certain. And we were together for a while. I don't regret introducing her to him. But, it's funny because like once a month, I just, we'll be driving and I just be like, Naima, I'm going to make sure you know about these niggas out here.
Exactly.
Because my parents.
And look, now, even though she has a good father for her child, she literally got knocked up by a husband. She just couldn't get him to marry her. And so now she has a good father who's a married man, stable, doing all right, I guess. But I got to make sure to tell my daughter about these niggas ain't shit. Hey, DJ Witch Doctor, if you're listening right now, it's the women, bro. I remember I was on Witch Doctor's panel a while ago, and they were having this conversation about, do the men hate the women? And I'm like, bro, no. Women hate men. Men actually like women. Men eat a lot of shit just to be in the presence of women. That's what these YouTube co-ed panels boil down to. It's the women who actually don't like the men. It's the women who just are casually disrespectful. The women who just say the most diabolical things, just to accuse men of the most atrocious behaviors. It's the women who are upset. It's not the men love women. Men don't even know what to do without women half the time.
Parents left me to the wolves. Right. The only things that I got about dating from my parents was my dad talking to me about chivalry. And my mom talking about HIV. There was never like, when you like a boy, make sure somebody who, like I knew that he should pull out the door and wear a condom.
Right.
You know, and so I'm just, you know, I talk.
You ain't even get that part right. You had one job. Nigga taught you one critical lesson in life, and you couldn't even do that right. Jesus Lord.
Talk to her about some of my experiences with dating. I think in a, you know, age appropriate way. She's aware, you know, like she doesn't always get the play by play of everything, but you know, I don't want her to be clueless about dating a man the way that I was.
Do you think that anything would be different because you're raised?
And you're calling her clueless about dating and men as if the man is the problem in your life. You are the reason why your family is permanently broken. Will you ever explain to your daughter all of the evil behaviors that you engaged in to push her father away? You know, and it's one of those things too, like as a guy, as a father, right? Especially when you're kind of going through it, there's this kind of like vindication that you want to happen. You know, you want the kids at some point to realize, like, damn, it wasn't him, it was her, right? And there's maybe a temptation to trash the other parent. You know, your mom is retarded, and just your mom this and your mom that. And I kind of felt that temptation after a while, and I never gave into it. But I really wanted to talk about how ain't shit this bitch is in front of the kids. I wanted to explain to the children how funky your mom is, right? But I didn't. I refrained. And I think what I really wanted, though, what I really wanted is for her to explain to the children all that she's done, which will never actually happen, right? But that's really, I think, what you want. As the parent, you want to be vindicated, especially as the man. You don't want to be looked at as like, I broke this up, because women automatically get the badge of victimhood. They get the honorable victim status, right? Whereas as the man, you're in a hole just trying to prove that you're a decent guy and deserves to be a father or whatever. And it takes time. It takes a lot of time and maybe some key events for the women, for the children to realize, like, damn, maybe my dad's all right. Like, it literally took me a lifetime to realize, like, my dad was not the problem. I actually had to have children to realize, you know what? God damn it, now I understand. It was literally the act of having children. I had to forgive my dad because I realized in that moment that these women are retarded, and it's an impossible situation, and there's no winning a lot of the times. You just lose as gracefully as you can. You're already in a lose-lose situation. And again, you know, I had to forgive, but I don't know that a lot of women are ready for that. You know, they'll talk about how awful these men are. They might even talk about that one time your daddy did some horrible shit. You know, he showed up drunk to your grandmama's house. Oh, they'll tell you about all these things, but they won't explain to the children all of the implicitly evil things that they did to you to make your heart go cold. And that's a tougher conversation, you know. Did your mom ever explain to me why I have a cold heart? Tell your mom why I'm a cold son of, like, have your mom explain to you why I'm a cold son of a bitch, right? That's the conversation that you'll never get. But looking back, I think that's the conversation I wanted. And, you know, it was never going to happen, though. But anyway, I got way too personal. True Height, what's going on, bro? Save me from dumping on the panel here.
Well, you know, it's funny, man. Like I had a conversation, right? And it's really like listening to the stories and then actually knowing of friends and not necessarily to the same level of having my own personal anecdotes, to where I was like, you know what, man, I don't know if I'm gonna be as judgmental. And it came to a head a couple months ago with a friend of mine, right? We had to have the agree to disagree after, like, you know, it got a little heated. And I'm like, he's going through his own stuff. And I said, you know what, man? I used to be like very judgmental of men that like would completely walk away from like particular women, right? Including the kids. And I said, you know what, man? I'm not as judgmental. That's all I said. I didn't say like, hey, you know, that's my style or whatever. And man, he blew up on me, man. And I'm like, look, I'm not saying the kids ain't worth it. I'm just saying that I'm not going to, you know, belittle anybody that's willing to walk away from all that. Because I done seen too many stories and I heard too many stories. I done heard too many like anecdotes of
Let
men
me
I
let me let me
respect.
jump in real quick, True Hype, because I've literally had to embrace that calculation, and it's a long, ugly story. But let me just say, when I came to that moment of letting go, this was after all kind of years of just petty bullshit, up to and including fist fights. I cut a nigga. I didn't have to. He jumped in the way, but like, stop trying to save people, bro. I cut a nigga, and it was about to go to gunplay. I had to stop my homie from clapping this nigga, bro. Like, if you shoot this nigga, I'm gonna never see my kids, bro. And when it gets to that type of situation, maybe you just gotta fall back. And so that's what I did for a while, for almost a year. For almost a year, I just went quiet. And then one day my son called me, like, you want to go fishing? Something simple like that. One day my son called me back. And then that's when we kind of picked it back up again. But like, look, I will murder one of you people. Somebody's gonna die, and it won't be me. And then you know what? Maybe nobody should die. And so I just don't. I won't talk to none of y'all. I'm just not gonna talk to none of y'all. I'm just gonna fuck bitches and get money, and we'll go from there.
And which is funny. Like, it seems like a lot of them, that's all they want from you anyway.
Yeah.
They want you to be a rapper from the 99 2000s.
Well, if you're an ignorant project nigga that can't make no real world moves, in a few years she's gonna be ahead of you, and then you'll never be able to dig out the hole. And that's really what they want. This is another reason why they're attracted to bums. It's a power thing. It's not even all that sexual most of the time. It's sexual on the initial on the meetup. It's sexual, but in the long run, no. They like the power of the position of this nigga needs me. He can't do shit without me.
Like I've seen like chicks from well-to-do families with that same kind of attitude too.
Yep,
like,
the power
coming from like a two-parent household, but maybe the men's cucked out, like you were.
That's it. You said it. They said the quiet part out loud. The only way that them so-called quote unquote suburban, the good old relationship. The only way it could work is that the man gotta be a cuck. That's the only way. That's the reason why I can't take advice from dudes that's supposedly married and been married for 20, 25, 30 plus years, because at one point in time you had to submit to the chick, and I just can't rock with you. Sorry.
Lord ADS, welcome to the show, bro. Let's jump on the mic, man. What's going on, ADS?
What up, hood conservative? What
Chilling,
up,
bro.
brotherhood? No,
what
man,
do you think about the conversation today? I know I've been all over the place. I reviewed like 3 different concepts, but we landed on this last conversation. I could have done the whole show about Jamila Lemieux today.
I mean, no. This is common in the black community. I mean, bitches play dumb, man, but they know that nigga was getting married. She knew he was fucking with other hoes. She just liked the nigga, so she fucked with him.
Well,
And
she
thus
was
he had a
in an
baby.
18-month situation shit with him. Like, that wasn't even your man. I can tell by the way you told that story. That wasn't really your man.
Yeah. She knew what she was. She was side chick the whole
Gen
time.
X women gotta be studied, y'all. See, Gen X, for all it's worth, like we've been giving a little bit of credence to them for being so-called quote unquote on top of the ball. They kind of seen a lot of stuff coming, but they are the proprietor and the biggest perpetrators of what we are dealing with right now, especially the Gen X woman. She needs to be really
The
thoroughly
millennials
examined.
are the most cynical, broke folk in fucking in human history. Y'all niggas need to really shut the fuck up. Y'all get a lot of nerve with that shit. It's stupid as fuck. All hoes do this shit, you dumbass niggas. You know what I'm saying? This ain't just Gen X. This is Gen Z. This is Y. This is all the way across. But shit, the boomers was doing it before they was.
Well,
before
this is
we
the thing
was.
I've been saying. All women are women. And I think what feminism has done is just kind of removed a lot of the patriarchal restrictions. And now we're just getting to see female nature in its raw form. And it's shocking. This is what I meant about society needs the blue pill. If men are thoroughly red pilled, we're not going to be going out of our way for this shit. We're not going to be dying for this shit.
I don't disagree with you or whatever, the whole all women are women, but like we do have to acknowledge that it's certain elements or whatever, like past the 70s or whatever, it like doubled, almost like, I can't remember the phrase or whatever, like whenever the computer chips like double in speed and get smaller or whatever, there's like a term for that.
I know what you
It's
mean,
all,
but yeah.
no. Y'all overlooking the obvious. This has happened since we've been here in America.
No, that's
This
what I'm
breeding,
saying.
The
That's what I'm
breeding
saying.
shit. This is breeding. This isn't mating. This is breeding.
No, but this is what I'm saying though. So like everything has led to the next thing. Even like the birth control pill led to the next thing. You know what I'm saying? And all it did was just make them not have to face any consequences, and it just got worse over and over. And now we're speed running through this shit.
They deleted 24 million, nigga. That right now, what's our number right now? 40 million, 42 million?
It was only 271K.
And I stand by my statement. Western civilization was built on the blue pill. Trader MBD, welcome to the show, bro. What's going on, man?
Hey, Trey.
What's up, man? What up, peoples? But my nigga Hood, bro. I said this back in like 2019, man. Everything you saying now, and cats wanted to fight me, call me crazy, pull up, talking about black folks, but come to realize it was everybody. It wasn't just black women. This is going on through all about like Western society. Cats over in the UK, Australia, white boys, Carlos and them, Asian dudes, they all dealing with this. It's magnified on the community level. That's all it is. But we just saw it firsthand because most of our daddies were stepdaddies because our moms, had babies before us with Pook in them. Pook of the 60s and shit. So it ain't nothing new,
Hell,
man.
even the 20s and 30s, man. Listen, Pookie always been getting the first dibs on all the chicks, man. He always become the first choice as the first chrome crusher, and then she try to find a sub. It look like who said this is like breeding tactics. Yes, this is the old alpha fucks, beta bucks.
Altruistic mating strategy of women. It's not just it's not just the queens or whatever. It's just women in that age range, man. When they're young, they like fuck up. They like that. God, how can I say it?
Fucking. They like fucking when they're young. They just do.
They like fuck niggas.
Try to
That's
keep
what
it
they like
clean
at that age.
relatively.
Yeah.
Let me go to the next.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Trey. All right, let me jump to the next speaker. I don't think you've been on the panel before. Welcome to the show. Black Man is Fair. Good to talk to you, bro.
Peace and blessings to all the fellas, all the men. I just love real conversation. I love men to be real, open, curse, feelings, whatever it may be. I just love when men have real conversations, not considering the emotions of women and what the hell are women think and care or feel. Like, I just want to just say I'm proud of you guys. I just love real conversations, and just keep it going.
I thank you for your support, bro. I appreciate that. Before you go quiet, let me ask you a question. What is your opinion of Jamila Lemieux's interview with Mark Lamont Hill and selling her Single Motherhood War Stories book?
I'm still getting a beat on that. I don't have the whole total picture of that. So I'm still trying to understand the whole total premise of what's going on that end with her take.
All right, cool. Because I think it's interesting, though, because I guess you probably didn't notice it, but I've been jumping on her for stolen valor is basically what I'm calling it. Like, and then this is kind of why I'm bringing this up to tie certain threads together. Jamila Lemieux is another example that the black men in particular have been getting a horrible deal when it comes to like the women in our reputation and the charges that they try to put on them. Like, why are you trying to claim single motherhood victim status when you probably got the best nigga money could buy?
She got an R&B. She got an R&B song type dude.
Right.
Do
you
think?
Ooh, baby. She got one of them.
Hood.
Baby face.
Do you think women are ungrateful? Do you think and unappreciative?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of I think Jamila Lemieux is definitely one. But if we're gonna just take it off for her, I think that is a big problem of the modern world. Like what I was saying, men are human doings and women are human beings, meaning that we're not really real people to them.
Hey, Hook, I'm glad you said that. Can I pose a question for the panel of extraordinary gentlemen up here and the illustrious people in the chat? We have basically been trying to go ahead and bypass this question, this elephant in the room in the community for as long as I can remember, especially here on nigga YouTube. I've been trying to figure out this conundrum, this particular quagmire that has been circulating the black man and his so-called the way he deprived himself of seeds. How is it that the black man, by retrospect, by media, even by our so-called female counterpart, they'll tell us that we are the worst fathers. We are the worst breeders. We are the worst sperm donors. How everyone have you. But in the same breath, in the same retrospect, we are the best damn stepfathers. Can we have this question answered,
This,
or we just go?
I got it.
It's
I
very
got it,
easy,
bro.
very easy.
The stepdad pipeline, bro. The dudes they have babies with ain't the dudes they married, bro. And that stepdad pipeline is crumbling right now, and they mad. And I gotta disagree with you, Hood, about brothers getting a bad deal. No, bro, we chose this. Bro, I could have
Yep.
married 2 rich white chicks in my PWI college, but no, I chose to marry my baby mama from back home.
I
Two
didn't
white
mean
chicks,
that.
rich white chicks that would have done anything for me, and I chose to marry my queen back home. Look what
That's
I
not what I
got.
meant. That's not
You
what I
you
meant.
had a chance to be a snow bunny
You a
heaven.
strong black man, and we gonna thank you right now. You ain't gonna get
You had
no.
a chance to
You know
go
what I'm saying?
in.
We gonna thank you right now for what you did.
Well,
You
no,
had a
Trey,
chance to go to Snow Bunny heaven. You had a chance to go to Snow Bunny heaven. You decided to be in a black woman's hell. Shame on you. Shame
I
on you.
worded it poorly, perhaps, but what I was saying is that like the attack on the black male reputation, not the choices per se of you and your baby mom, but they slander a nigga so heavily and they sit basically untouched. It's like they're behind glass case throwing stones, and only black men get the negative reputation of like black relationship fallout.
Because they're leading you. That's all they're doing is leading you, brother. They're making sure you have no more options but these limited options, which are baby mamas. That's all they're doing.
Well,
That's the pipeline old boy was talking about. That's what it really is. It's ensuring that, saying you have no options but those options, right? Just like when you hear these old broads cry about, saying gentlemen, saying in their 40s, like myself, right, who date younger women. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you too young, don't do this, don't do that. She's 29 years old. What do you mean don't do that? It's a grown ass woman. Oh, no, 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 no.
She too
Because
old.
you know what I'm saying? Because what they want to do is reserve, what I'm saying, you for them. When that old ass is stretched out, that's when they want to come about and they want to be a family. Now they got 3 kids, can't have no more babies. Basically, they cancel your seat with their bullshit, and you're supposed to be okay with it. In reality, you know what I'm saying? You niggas supposed to be rebelling against this shit the whole time. I mean, I don't understand what took so long.
Well, I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
it's been happening, but there's been enough like simps like to kind of backfill. But like Hood said it earlier on the stream, there's not enough. And what's happening, to Trey's point, hope is dying. For like, you ain't gonna get no buzzer beaters. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about the babies this time. I'm talking about getting that ring at the last minute. Because dudes are looking at it like even the dudes that would be blue pilled and would like say all the sweet nothings or whatever, and then would fight anybody on this panel. You know what I'm saying? For us saying anything that seemed like any sort of criticism, hope is dying. It's going away. And more people are just being like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Not a good enough deal.
When a woman reaches 43, 44 years old, the only thing she's good for is bouncing on them buns and getting ghost, nigga. Getting gone. That's it. For sexual exploitation and sexual exploitation only. You don't want to deal with some 45-year-old princess, nigga, who never grew up, who never developed properly, got a bunch of kids and don't know what to do.
I think Jamila is on that cusp of being a 40-something princess.
Yo, but that's impossible, man, considering the history. Would a 40-something year old woman like make it to be a princess?
Well, I mean, princess in terms of how she wants to be treated. But American man, I hear you trying to jump in there. What's going on, bro?
Listening, let me say hi to everyone. What's up, gentlemen? Listening to this lady's story was absolutely fascinating because all I hear is, I want desperately to be a single mother. That's all I hear. I mean, it's just fascinating. Oh, the father takes the daughter anytime I want. I go out of town. I fly. I do this. I do that. I'm a single mother. The father takes her to dinner, have her 6 days a week. If this happens and this doesn't happen, the father got her, and I go away for 6 months. I'm a single mother. Like, what are we doing? It's just a fascinating listening to these people. Like, none of it makes any sense. And like I said in the chat, the term single mother doesn't mean anything anymore. You have married women on the internet calling themselves single mothers.
I wonder if this lady actually believes what she's saying, or she's trying to like sell her book. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
think it's both.
oh yeah,
I
Oh,
think
she's
it's both.
definitely
Too,
selling
right?
a book, bro. She's literally selling a book.
I don't know if y'all caught that, but like Mrs. MBD sitting right here next to me was listening, was like she out when she was talking about dates. Mrs. MBD was like, "Hell no, she's selling pussy." She's like 3
That's
dates
what
a
it
night. She
sounds
was
like.
like, "No shit." She was like, "She's selling pussy," you know.
I
But you
mean,
know,
yeah.
it's one of the good things about Mrs. MBD. She keep it a buck. She know the game. Like,
I mean,
no, ain't
I
nobody
wasn't.
going. You don't. Yeah,
I wasn't gonna
my
immediately
bad.
put that bag on her tray, but like it does sound crazy. Like you, how do you expect a nigga to look at you? You talking about? I don't know. I don't went on 3 dates in a day. Like, what do you expect niggas to think?
like the way she was talking to Marco on that particular point, like be like, oh yeah, like dudes on the internet say this. I'm like, would you put that on a dating profile? If the answer is no, you at least have the wherewithal to know that you're gonna be looked at a certain way, and that you're not gonna be looked at favorably in that manner, knowing that you're going on multiple dates in one day. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not, I'm pro tricking. I'm like, girl, get in where you fit in. But now don't expect us not to call it out. Like before we were stupid. We didn't see it. But now thanks to this Manosphere red pill stuff, we see them coming a mile away. We're like, oh, I got $40. You know, you got a little something for an old chick. Let's go.
And is it me, or does it seem like that kid is with the father more than she's leading on?
It has to be.
Yep.
Well, I mean, they have at least 50-50 custody, so that's a lot no matter how you slice it. But that was my initial problem is like 50-50 custody don't make you a single mom. Because I know chicks who really be struggling. They got problems. They need help. They always need something. They're always needy. You are the least needy woman ever crying about being a single mom because that nigga makes your life better.
Hey, Mr. O. Hey, Hood said they need a bind fixed, bro.
I mean, I'll fix his bonds. I have no problem with that.
If you listen to her story and the way she's telling you she lived her lifestyle, that kid is with the father more than it's with her.
Which you should be writing a book
100%.
about how awesome your baby daddy is.
Yeah, like instead of trashing him.
Because essentially that's what she told us. In between all that nonsense and fluff, she essentially said, my kid's father is great.
Yeah, but she let out the gate basically talking about how, like, you know, bad the situation was, how bad he was, and then like now he's like perfect. Like, okay, so this dude was a scumbag when you got married, or when he got married, he was, you know, of having child, and then now all of a sudden he's like this perfect man. Does that make any sense,
man?
This is
It's
another
because
reason
she's
why.
the scumbag.
This
That's
is another
why.
reason why it's harder to date. Because imagine a man hearing you tell this story about how good your baby daddy is. Like, if you can't make it work with a good man, what the hell are you gonna do with me?
Bro, don't this always come back when they try to tell you that my last boyfriend, my last dude did this for me, did that, and they don't be thinking like, if he did all that good stuff for you, why the hell you dealing with me right now?
This is what I'm saying. You couldn't even make it work with that nigga. I know you ain't gonna make it work with me because I definitely ain't shit.
Man,
Yeah,
I'm
it's like
American. I am a douchebag. I am an asshole. I ain't shit. But for some reason, I'm never lonely.
But here's the thing, man. She like hood dudes, man. She like the ghost type characters. You know, she got a little bit of pesos or whatever, but she can't pull them dudes anymore. But pull them dudes for a relationship because every dude now, thanks to this Manosphere type stuff, is seeing her as recreational use only. All these dudes that are like anti-passport, bro, anti-SYSBM, they're like, nah, we still only gonna F on you. We see what it is. We pro FBA, but we still only gonna F on you.
Let me let the cat out the bag here. They see themselves as recreational use only. That's the reason why they continue to talk about community and the village and all of that. It ain't they believe that they are recreational, and that's essentially Marxism and all of that stupidness. That's why they have that mindset. The women are for the community and all of that. Like it's insane, the nonsense.
You talking about the village wife? You talking about the village wife American man?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, hey, you know what's really funny? And I kept on putting it in the chat, whatever. This lady talk about how great her village was, and what she do?
Left
Move
it.
away from the village. This great village.
Disrespectful bitch.
You can't even the village can't even help them. The village may not be retarded, man.
And then says, I wish I leaned on the village more.
Man, y'all know what she was saying. It was a bunch of single moms all complaining about the same dude. It was probably all smashing the same dude.
Or you know how women like they'll start like getting antsy or whatever if like all her friends were getting married or in these like deep committed relationships, so she had to get up out of there.
I mean that's probably true, but the thing is, you know how a lot of these women are. They all follow each other. So like if their friend has a bad relationship, all of a sudden their relationship is a bad relationship. If their friends and sisters and brothers and all that is single mothers, all of a sudden they're a single mother. They're just all following one another.
Hell, if they watch like one of them that trashy reality TV, the attitudes get bad. Some of them.
Yep. They just follow each other.
No, they just think y'all some cuckoos and warbler birds. That's what it is.
And I really think
that too.
That's why
I tell you, man,
for the Manosphere and all these different male online groups or whatever. It's ultimately, like I said, Western civilization is built on the blue pill, meaning that they need you to be ignorant and believing in fairy tales and fantasies. As long as the woman is a fantasy in your mind, then you're in the Matrix.
Yep, and that's the reason.
Is that the reason why when Morpheus explained it to Neo in the movie, and they put that blonde hair, blue eyed bitch in a red dress in there?
Pretty much. I know exactly what you mean. That was a training simulation, but yeah, they're all agents. You never know at which point their body will be taken over by one of the programs. But
bro. Damn, that movie is never get old. That's never gonna get old. It's what, 26, 27 years old already and still running like this? Damn.
Yo, what's
why do my eyes hurt? Why do my eyes hurt?
What was the dude that was on the ship, man, that turned him in?
Cypher.
Yeah,
Cypher.
man. Like, my man said, you know what? I know this is fake, but I don't care. He's talking about that steak.
Yeah. Bro.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
When True Hype said when he was telling the story about his friend and he realized that he had become less judgmental because he sort of see it all around, we all get to that point where we just look around and we're like, oh, I see what's happening here. Like, come on. How many fathers do we actually know that just up and leave?
I don't.
Like, not that many.
That's not real,
American man.
Yeah, dude, that's not real. That is not a real thing.
Hey, Hood and everybody on the panel. Would y'all call the FD signifiers, the Tony Gaskins, and the Sharon Bracy's of the space Cypher?
Nah, they're agents, man.
No,
they're agents.
Straight up agents. They were never
on you was on the team. You weren't never gang, nigga.
Like that shit is insane. The stories that they tell.
You know what? I forgot. We got a new guest on the panel. What's going on, Socrates?
What's going on, everybody? How's everyone doing today?
Doing all right. Your audio is a little muffled, bro, but doing all right.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch. I'm on Wi-Fi. Can you
Maybe
my Wi-Fi?
I know you're usually way clearer than that, but American man, no, that's kind of the crazy part. Like, basically, like I was saying, the world, the country, the civilization has been built on the blue pill. And I think once men start to get a little bit too much knowledge about how shit actually works, it starts to break everything down. Part of me really wishes I could still be blue pill,
How's it now?
Hood. The thing is this, man.
Hold on, Trey. Go, jump in there, Socrates. You got it.
Yeah. I'm not second to the comp because I was listening to the beginning of the show up until now, speed through it. So you hit on several points. You talked about the Manosphere is supposedly being in decline, which will never happen because the Manosphere is experience, not taught. Then you talked about capitalism in the black community, which I don't think the black community has any relationship with capitalism. That's part of the problem. So where are we at now?
Hey Trey, you about to jump in there?
Yeah, I was listening to Rolo, man, last Sunday, and he was talking about how the country it runs on the back of these, like, blue collar, the steel industry, type guy, who's plugged in, who thinks if he works a good 9 to 5, does what it does, goes to church, walks his dog or whatever, keeps his yard clean, he'll get a good wholesome wife. And he'll have 3.2 kids, the yard or whatever, all that American dream.
Again, blue pill, bro. We were built on the blue pill fantasy. And I do think it's just a function of like human nature that we kind of need something like that for everyone to kind of, go to work every day and not murder each other on the way.
Well, it's a social promise, right?
Right.
Like, so to speak. So if you don't have these social things like keeping, like basically the buy-in, then what's going to happen when all these people are like, they look around and be like, hey, this don't benefit me.
Well, it's happening right now. That's what we're experiencing, right? The decline in birth rate and the lack of marriage. Men are going to officially opt out because they don't have a stake.
Well, men are opting out, right? Like they're telling us young boys are getting away from the workforce. Like, I mean, it's getting to that point, and that's why I really believe women are getting angry, because they're like, oh, they're opting out. They're trying to bring you back into the house.
Hey, you know what's really, really funny? Funny odd, not funny haha. The very same women that will like simp out their barrel chested freedom fighter or whatever for like, whatever, nag them, you know what I'm saying? Like turn them into a simp by 1,000 cuts. They'll create these like basement dwellers, as everybody wants to always say. And then the basement dwellers are just taking on, mama's ideology. There's no duty, no responsibility to anything outside of yourself.
They created the dudes they complain about, bro. It is.
Absolutely. Not to mention that it's going to come to a head, because what they don't realize is they're living off the laurels of patriarchy. The fact that society has any semblance of structure or functionality is a residue from patriarchy. And the further we get away from patriarchy, the more things are going to fall apart, to the point where men are really going to ask themselves, what is a man anyway?
Yeah, the nerve of them talking crazy about the iPhone while being on the iPhone. Be like, oh, capitalism.
Bro, that is what my biggest beef, man, against passport bros. When I see them down and like when I'm out in paradise and they talking to some chick that makes less than $300 a month about slavery and how hard it is for them in the U.S., I'm like, my nigga, she fixing to drug your drink, nigga, you fixing to get your pockets ran, and I'm just gonna laugh.
I gotta share something with you guys.
One thing I have noticed. Oh, go ahead.
No, finish talking. I'm just gonna pull something up for you quick. Say what you're about to say, Mr. O.
One thing I have noticed about being in this particular space, and especially, with the so-called what they say about each gender's so-called peak. Have y'all noticed, if y'all ask this particular question, whether it be a woman in her early 20s or a guy that's in his late 30s going to his 40s, that they basically have the same position, outlook on life? Like, if you ask a 21-year-old woman and you're a 24, 25-year-old man that you want to go 50-50 and you want to go ahead and do the traditional, do the progressive way of life and relationships, like doing 50-50 and all that stuff, and the woman go ahead and tell you that that's not manly, that's not traditional, I don't do 50-50, you looking for a roommate. Ain't that ironic when we get to that particular age of late 30s and 40s, we can say the exact same thing? Like, no, I don't do 50-50. I ain't looking for a roommate. What you in debt or something? What you got student loans or something? You need somebody to take care of. You need to go and take your issue together.
You know what that is? The power balance between men and women shifts as men get into their full manhood. While you are becoming the man you are, she is losing the woman that you were once attracted to.
Well, I'll tell you this: all the hate right now that's on Coach Greg Adams by women and the Gumps out there, like the agents, is because they don't want men to know the power you have as a man at 50. Look, y'all, I'm 51 in great shape, look great still or whatever. Still got, the black hair or whatever, but I keep it clean, But here's the thing. Man, my power, bro. I'm like freaking daggone Leroy and daggone the Last Dragon. That's how my power is out here. And Coach Greg Adams,
the tray glowing behind the wheel and shit.
Coach Greg Adams
Am I
exposed
the
that.
meanest? Am I the prettiest?
No, I'm Leroy.
Am I the
I'm
most
Leroy.
No, yo,
bro,
let me
I
ask
looked
you a
at.
question, Leroy. Explain something to me, Leroy. Why are Muslim women in Nigeria writing smut novels?
Oh, bro. Hey, they the same, bro. They're all the same around
They're
the world,
all
man.
the same, bro. I swear to God, this is why I wanted to show it to you, because this is just if you're upset or shocked by this, then you need to not be. But this speaks to some part of the base female nature. You wouldn't expect a Muslim African woman in Nigeria. So that's like 3 levels of they beat bitches up over there. And what does she do for a living? Write smut novels.
Wait. First of all, how is that supposed to be controversial when if you go straight to Proverbs 1 in the Bible, the first chapter, it talks about stay away from these hoes. So if women were hoeing when the penalty for hoeing was getting stoned, of course they hoeing now.
It's not the hoeing. It's the culture that doesn't allow them to outwardly do that. That's
they
what
can't
we're
be
surprised by.
themselves. It's like this. We realize, like all of us up here for the most part, like for the cats that I know up here, we realized, a couple years ago with this Manosphere stuff and, whatever our experiences, that, okay, women are just who they are. They just as nasty and freaky and like to do all the wild shit that we do. And we why be mad about it? Exploit that shit and just understand it and move on. Shit. And what did I say 7 years ago, Hood? What did I say 7 years ago that got niggas mad? Like, yo, first thing you got to realize and understand to get this, red pill shit out your system is that your mama a hoe. Once you accept that, man, you be good.
What happened to me was that I was a promoter in my last year of college for high-end clubs in New York City. And having that access and that experience, that really was red pill. Seeing how women get down, if you're in any industry where there's a lot of women and few men, whether it's in theater or modeling or fashion, where most of the men who are there are probably gay, you're the only straight one, you will see how women get down, and that will absolutely red pill you.
Hey, they relax around you too. It's crazy.
Absolutely. You will.
It's crazy.
If you are the only dude, you start to realize these women ain't.
You be like, why are you saying all this around me? I'm like looking at this chick, telling me all this stuff, or hearing like all these crazy stories. Like one of my homeboys was the side dude to this one chick, and she used to like confide in me and him for some reason. And
I always tell my friends, like, if you want to get to know women, you should have women that you keep just as friends, so you understand them. Don't try to sleep with them. Just understand them. And if you do that, you're supposed to realize, wow, how they really think. The inner workings of a woman, it's really diabolical. It's like, I'll give you a specific story. I had a female woman, very pretty, diamond piece. She had a boyfriend. She broke up with her boyfriend, then hooked up with my homie, then tried to hook up with me and my other lesbian roommate in a threesome. I didn't do it, of course, because I ain't trying to have that drama in my house. But anyway, the fact that she was willing to do this and justify it to herself just show you how women get that. Like, they can justify almost anything.
Hey, just to prove, that like it ain't just the community. I don't know if you've seen it, Hood, but like Steven Crowder is like losing his mind over comedian Nikki Glazier because she said she cool with watching her man smash other chicks, or like him going out getting other chicks. It turns her on. And like Steven Crowder and his whole like trad conservative movement, they losing their minds. They like, oh my gosh.
I saw
Let me
that.
tell you what, these dudes, those dudes, the one thing about the conservative guys that piss me off is their inability to understand women is so destructive and so awesome. They have no idea how nasty women are, how to get down. And because of that lack of good.
Well, I was just gonna say the biggest thing with them is it's like, yo, man, you working with women that don't even operate on the same paradigm as you normally, not even close. So like, why would you even try to police them?
I'm gonna tell you how it is. So what happens is that what I learned from the scene and from the model industry is that women actually do have a protocol. I can't front. It's very diabolical because they're almost in sync with it psychologically. Like psychically, they're in sync with it. And this is what they do. They slot men into categories. Most men are in the most men category, which is they personify innocence, naivety. They don't know what's going on. They're morally superior. They don't get down like that. They're not that kind of girl. That's what they do to most men. Then there's a few men, usually athletes, high status men who get a lot of women. Then they let their curls down, let their shoulders down, and they show you how they really are. And when those few men know how women are, and they know like women ain't chill. Like there's a guy who's a famous gigolo, right? And he despises women, and he was getting paid to have sex with them. And if you ask him like, what do you think about women? He's like, you don't want to hear my thoughts on women because I don't want to be offensive.
You know what's so funny? Nobody hates women like a nigga that gets a lot of bitches. It's such a weird phenomenon. I've heard the most egregious things from niggas that got like 4 or 5 girlfriends. But you know, I wanted to jump in with this clip real quick. I've seen this dude. His clips went viral. I think he's that black guy with 2 wives. He's married to two white women. They got a TLC show.
We got parent teacher conference next week.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to have all of us go to the new school.
Yeah.
Nick has been a part of my son William's life since he was 6 months old.
Oh, well.
I fucking love the internet.
Hey, yo, like
Really?
why you pouring the
Really?
coffee, man?
Black men, we gotta do better, bro. Look,
They
man,
always-
I'm getting sick of top.
Nah, they always hit white women with that meme. I swear to God.
No. That brother is a stay-at-home man, and both of them is out there working for polygyny for the W. That brother ain't starving.
You know what I realized too? There's like there's a polygamy community online, and it's a lot of black folk. I know they exist, and they're mostly Mormon, but outside of Mormons, I don't see a lot of white folk doing that.
I don't.
That's not true.
Yeah,
That's not true.
it is, man. I'm in the
That's not
community.
true. That's not true. That's not true.
Remember, I'm part of the community, guys. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. But I'm totally down with the black side. Only one. Yeah, Polyfly. This is like the Polyfly, like my man Taz from Taz Angels. But I've been following this dude for like 13 years. We was in that same kind of Andrew Tate like industry 13 years ago. But his stuff works, you know. But it's a different kind of movie. You got to understand that. But it's another industry where kind of like black people screw it up or niggas screw it up.
First of all,
Yeah, because they probably glamorize it and just like doing a different version.
I want to say
What are you saying? I couldn't hear you.
There's some black truths. Wherever there's money, there is tricking. This is a truism and it's universal. Wherever there is money, there will be tricking. There will be women who parlay sex for money. Now, this may take different forms. It won't always take the most transactional escort or prostitution form, but it will take the form of jobs, internships, clerkships, all of that. So yes, that Supreme Court justice is smashing the legal aid. That investment banker is smashing his associate. That CEO is smashing his secretary. In New York City, in LA, in Atlanta, wherever you see pretty women, you have polyamory type of situations where they parlay sex for resources. In fact, in the effective altruist community, which is this whole philosophical idea of doing effective philanthropy, they parlay sex for network connections, for resources, for all of that. If you're a handsome guy, you got abs, and you're a bald-headed 6'6" black guy with a big penis, you can go into these circles and be a stud and just have sex with women, and men will actually befriend you just so you can have sex with women so they can get more women for themselves. It's ridiculous, it's stupid, but it happens.
Yeah, but you ain't even gotta look good. Look at Sam Bankman-Fried. They were having their little
got money.
They little circles.
Yes, I told you. You don't have to look good, but you have to have something. Money. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, that's all I was saying. I was like, that chick looked terrible, man.
Oh, her, she depends. You don't know her background, so she might be connected to people. That's just how it works, right? So yeah,
She absolutely connected.
Yeah,
They're
exactly. So what
both
happens is
funny
that
looking Cox people. That's really what that was. That you don't even
Yeah,
you
sure.
really don't need to go further than that. They're both funny looking people in the tribe. They're gonna be all right. I want to finish playing this clip though. I want to see what this guy's talking about with his wives here.
Oh well.
Don't mind Brian. He's being
Well,
racist.
well.
And he has been a great father to him.
I love that boy.
I've never had to explain our relationship to William because it's always been something that's just been normal for him. And he's grown up with friends that are raised by their grandparents or raised by their aunts and uncles. He's been exposed to a lot of diversity. And so this is just another element of diversity as far as he's concerned.
I am a stay-at-home dad. In our household, the women are the breadwinners. That's the way we run things here. That's the way we like it to be structured.
Oh, he pimping. All right, so never mind. He pimping. All right, salute to
We
him.
prefer it that way, honestly. Like I would go crazy if I was at the house all the time, and I pride myself on being a breadwinner. And Jenny's right there with me. I am a manager at an organization company. Jen is management in an IT company. Jen and I make more than enough money by ourselves.
Nigga got 2 management level bear. Oh man.
Hey,
Look
hey,
at
is
how
this?
you looking.
Hey, 2 nickels make a dime every time. Hey, 2 nickels make a dime every time.
Hey, is this
I can't remember the last time I smiled like that. Oh my god.
Hey, Hood, is this
Man,
the
I'm
girl
looking at my
boss?
polygyny situation sideways right now.
Hey, is this
Nigga
the
looking
girl
at his
boss, final boss, Hood?
They are 2 girl bosses technically.
Yeah, what's the problem though?
No, I mean, we were talking about girl bosses quitting recently. Women don't want a girl boss anymore, but I think they found a way to mitigate the stress of girl bossing. You know, the 2 of them together, one man, they make
That's
it
happening
work.
come on, that's happening all the time in New York City, man. Come on.
But you know what I
I'll
was
give y'all the
thinking?
cheat code.
Go ahead, Trey.
I'll say this, man. If you got that, if you a nigga, but you can, cosplay as educated lame or vice versa, and you can sling that, you know what I'm saying? You packing down there. You can pull this off. Because you got to remember, boss babes want to control dudes. Boss babes want to,
Notice he
yeah.
doesn't have 2 black women.
Oh,
Listen,
they do it
I
too.
was in,
I know
I was-
they do it too. There's a bunch in the community that get down
I
like that
was-
too.
So I do bodybuilding. In my prime, when I was like what's called whole ready, my boy invited me to Wall Street. So Wall Street, New York City, where he lives. He lives on 2 Gold Street. And we was at the Dead Rabbit, this bar in Wall Street where all the private equity guys and investment bankers go and drink and chill. And so he brought me there and he was like, yo, this is my boy Socrates. He's the fittest guy I know. Let me introduce you to my people. So he's introduced to everyone there. And there was a woman there. And he said, this woman right here is the richest person in this entire building, hands down. And she started laughing. And she said, you all forgot to tell him, I'm also the biggest slut. And everyone was looking at her, started laughing, and he started looking at me and was like, yo, you the fittest dude. She the biggest slut. What's going on? Now, I thought they were joking. Because I was like, come on. You guys are funny. My man took me to the side and was like, yo, bro, you really messing this up, bro. I'll parlay this for you. What you doing?
So it's an alley-oop, nigga.
Yeah.
Bro, this is why I love polygyny, man. This is why I love it. I had a delay over in Houston, and I was at the bar chilling, and I got my hoodie on or whatever. I kind of look like, a nigga or whatever, but y'all know I speak like a white dude or whatever. And I didn't realize it, but an 8-figure author, man, chick in her 60s, sat down and she was completely throwing it at me, talking about, yo, if this layover lasts any longer, we're gonna have to go back to my hotel. And I'm up there playing the nice guy. And hold up, after the fact, I wrote Mrs. MBD, and she like, nigga, what the hell wrong with you? Why the hell didn't you go get that money? Are you crazy?
Miss MBD hit you with that bitch, better have my money. Hey, I've been trying to get this off my chest, though. It's something I've been thinking about ever since I kind of looked at this guy. And not that there's anything particularly wrong with this guy, but I'm having a thought about, you see how they talk about the men in the manosphere, like your neck beards, you're overweight, you live in your mama's basement. I think they're projecting beta onto all of the men so that you won't pursue something like this, right? If he can get this, what can an ugly nigga get? What can a funny looking nigga get? What can a fat nigga with a little dick get? Like, it makes you wonder, like, well, maybe I'm not, maybe I have options. Maybe I can do better. Maybe I'm not that fat. Maybe it's not that little. Like, it makes you feel like you can have options. And I think the idea is to kind of like, it's basically like shaming so that the men feel less of themselves.
Nah, let me tell you a secret. So basically, what women don't want men to know is how easy women are. Because if men understood how easy it is to get women, it destroys the entire paradigm. And what do I mean by this? Because most guys are like, oh, these women, they play hard to get. Yes, they play hard to get if you're slotted into a certain category of guy. Once you're not satisfied with category,
you to get them. That's what you mean, Socrates. It's hard for
no. No,
I mean, like the idea.
No. I'm telling you, I've helped guys who are 5'4". I've helped guys who are fat. It's not about necessarily how you look. How you look helps. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is your mentality, your mindset. For a prime example, if you wear shiny shoes, you're flamboyant in terms of you're not afraid of getting attention, and you're confident, nonchalant, meaning that nothing disturbs you, you get slotted into a certain category immediately. Because a woman will think that, man, this guy's not affected. He probably gets a lot of attention. He probably gets a lot of women. And if you also know a lot of women, because if you go around and not to befriend women, so if you befriend women and they have hot friends and you hang around with them, it looks like you're all with them, and they'll assume that you sleep with all of them. And if you just say, nah, we're just friends, we'll say with a smirk, like, yeah, we're friends, bitch.
I know.
Socrates, it's all about. Socrates, it's all about this, man. If you like look back to
let me just throw this out there, because I think you're on a delay. Let me just say this real quick. I'm gonna kick it right back to you, Socrates. I know you can probably relate to this, but because when you said that, you sparked a memory in my mind. I remember, like, we was like not even together, but I was with these two chicks because I work with them, and we had hung out the whole day. Went to movies, had Chipotle. We hung out the whole day. And the one I was trying to fuck wasn't trying to fuck me, and the one that was trying to fuck me, I wasn't trying to fuck her. It was a weird, awkward triangle.
100%. That's how it works.
But we were out that day, and guess who? We were like downtown, and guess who happened to walk by that day? My goddamn baby mama. Looked me stone in the face, and I looked at her. She didn't say nothing. We literally, like, the groups walked past each other, but she ain't saying nothing. She was mad, and she never let me forget that shit. He was fucking $8,000, and the thing is, I never even got to hit none of them. God damn.
It doesn't matter. That's how they think, though. That's what they assume. Come on, if a man is happy with women around him and they're happy together, they fucking. That's how women think. That's how they are. See, that's how they are. So trust me, that's how they think. Now, I will tell guys, like, if you utilize beautiful women to get other beautiful women, it's so easy. If you have one beautiful woman, like a model, a female model, don't try to fuck her, because it's easy to get. It's hard to get her because she's already defensive. What do you want? Say, nah, you can go shopping. I like shopping. Let's have fun. That will throw her off the set. Don't even try to fuck her again. But use her to get other women. So when you bring her to the shopping spot to buy clothes for yourself, and she's buying clothes, don't buy her clothes. Don't trick. That's you just said. If she's buying clothes, you buy clothes. You're having fun. When the female cashier, the female store person sees you, you can get her number easily. Because she sees you with this beautiful woman, and she's like, yo, this guy's just out here, like, fucking her. And you're like, yo, so let me get your number. And he's like, what about that girl over here? Oh, she's cool, don't worry about it. That's how diabolical women are.
Well, that's the competition coming out. That's a competition.
She believes you're with her, but she will still give you her number. Because she thinks that she's feeling her away from you. I'm telling you, bro, it works like a charm.
Hey, my bad, Hood. Hey, Trey. You know it's really funny. The whole you remember the narrative about the passport bros until some of the women were reporting back and showing like the dudes or whatever, and they were well-to-do dudes that was like leaving the country.
Well, it was the same as the Manosphere thing.
Yeah, so I'm like,
looking niggas with no money, but you can't be a passport bro if you hit.
Yep. But I mean, like. That's really funny right there, man. So that's what I'm thinking was happening. They're just projecting all this stuff because you have to be an ugly troll for them to hate you.
No, you don't.
The thing is this, man. They hate it. Is that if you're a 5'4" fat nigga, you go to the Philippines, make with American money, you getting a little 4'11" baddie from the province, and she gonna love you to death.
Yeah, but the dudes it was like they were reporting back on weren't like the unattractive dudes. They were actually attractive dudes to them.
Oh yeah, they gotta follow the dudes they want. Just that started in 06 with Charles Tyler. Them chicks chase him down to Brazil.
Also, it's not about necessarily the look of the woman too. It's also the quality of woman. Like you want a pretty woman, but you want her to behave a certain way. And a lot of the women are socialized in the West. They just don't know how to behave the right way. That engenders that kind of feeling that you want to be with them. They're socialized for it.
It all goes back to the stepdads got passport now and are leaving. And the only ones left are the dudes, that with felonies and child support that can't get passports.
Gentlemen, I think we're coming to the end of today's show. I'm going to play this last few seconds of the clip. I want to see how this ends. Because this nigga's smiling too hard for me right now. Now look how happy this is.
That brother's happy, nigga. That nigga's happy. He got two niggas on his side that taking care of him, giving him all his money. Look, this is what the pimps was. This is the final boss of pimping.
And you know what? This happiness, this is why black women hate when when black men date white women. Because I don't know when the last time a black woman made a nigga smile like that.
Hey, look, for what it's worth, I'm trying to be on the same thing he is doing, but I want to make the community happy. See, I treat my dick like the United Nations. I'm gonna get a chick and get them pregnant from each race, and we're gonna have all type of different little nigga O's of various hues and different cultures walking around. See, we're gonna do it right.
We don't need that. We don't want that.
Don't take the water with the FBA, bro.
If you look at a chessboard, the king doesn't really move much because he just moves a square at a time. Meanwhile, the queen, she's all over the board. Okay, the queen's got all the power. The king just kind of holds court.
Oh my god!
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Why don't you understand that guy's spitting? He's spitting. He's spitting because he can say that confidently. It's bullshit. Look how confident he is in bullshit.
Right.
That's
how you have to say game. You have to say all game with the utmost confidence. Otherwise, it won't work.
That's why it's hard.
That's what pimps do. Again, that's what pimps do.
BS, to say BS with utmost confidence is an art. It's a skill. You gotta have a skill.
Agreed. But
I'm feeling that shit.
Hey, but
you gotta be able to say, listen, bitch, we going to space. Really? Yeah, we going to space. Next week. Like you say with absolute confidence.
Hey, but if you don't believe it, they'll sniff it out. They'll sniff it out. Like, oh man, look at this dude, man.
Hey, I'm gonna be saying that in Spanish to my ladies later, y'all. Thank you.
Look, Socrates, you sound like a coach almost, and that sounds like a great exercise for a guy that needs to like work on his confidence and his linguistic comfort. Like as an exercise, try to convince a woman that you're going to take her to space next week.
So
make her believe in you.
Yeah, so what I tell, if I was coaching, I used to coach, but I don't do it anymore because it's diabolical. But what I would tell young men is like, you have to work on just being able to have a conversation. So say hi to people. Guys don't really talk to people unless they're forced to, whether it's a work or a forced situation. So you have to get used to being impromptu to be able to have a conversation. So I tell people, go talk to strangers, talk about the weather, talk about mundane stuff, but do it every day to the point where it becomes automatic. That's the first step. Just being able to hold a conversation impromptu.
Hey, bro, you study Ross Jeffries?
I know all that stuff. I know Ross Jeffries. I know the game. Let me say something.
I know it. I heard it. You talking that?
I'm a nerd.
You talking?
I'm a nerd, right?
You talking that neurolinguistic program?
Yeah,
I can hear you talking it.
Not Neuralink game. These niggas got a Neuralink game.
I know that. So my whole thing is that I was an introvert and I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. But the thing is that I wanted to work my social skills. So I decided to become a promoter. I started working my social skills. I become a promoter. First day of promotion, I did horribly. Girls wanted to talk to me. I wore a suit. I didn't know how to navigate. I didn't know what to do. So I had a friend of mine who was a male model. I was asking him for advice, and he told me some good advice. So the first rule is turn off your brain. Turn it off. Thinking will not help you with women. And he's 100% right. Thinking is a wild destroyer for women. That's why you always say, like a guy like Tyson, the Diggs guy, the football players, a future. They seem ridiculous. They don't seem like they're very concentrated people, but women love them because when you think too much, you make women feel subconscious. And that's how they are. They're very desperate and unstable. So if you think, you immediately think you're thinking about them, and it makes them feel bad. So if you just have no thoughts in your brain, or seem like you have no thoughts in your brain, it puts them at ease.
Which conversely, this is why bright guys who are just like, either obviously bright or maybe like awkward, but they're intelligent. This is why they strike out.
Or autistic like me. Just go ahead and say, or autistic like me. Go ahead.
Either way, I think like you said, it makes the woman self-conscious in a way that she's not ready for in a romantic setting. You can hit her with that later on, but in that initial moment, dumb actually, and I realize that about myself too. Like being
it's the truth. It's the truth. So what I did is that
pussy, bro.
So I learned. As a nerd, I broke down interacting with women into a science. I learned about how to dress, how to talk, how to walk, how to deck, everything, and I got it down to a science to the point where I became one of the top promoters in New York City. And most of my friends couldn't even believe it because I transformed. I became like an actor. I created a persona. I acted a persona. I acted like I was dumb. I drunk. I like a surfer dude. Like, hey guys, party! That's how I acted. And it was
Socrates, you are the New York version of Dirty Folks.
Maybe so. Socrates. And you dumbing down for women, right?
Correct.
Damn, I just lost the track of what I was saying. Hold on, finish telling the story. I kind of lost the track of the.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, where's Socrates? I just want to jump in and say, bro, that like I'm from back in the PUA days, man. That's how I found the Manosphere. But some of the best PUAs, man, were like autistic cats that could only focus on one skill, and they would kill it.
Let me get comment on this, Socrates. I remember what I was about to ask you, because you're speaking from the point of view of someone who transitioned from nerd into like player, for lack of a better word, right? Now, my charge, what I said a few minutes ago, was one of the reasons why they like to project ugliness and poverty onto the guys in the Manosphere is because nerds were never supposed to win. I think in a woman's mind, there's an entire world of men that were never supposed to win, and we're messing up that equation. And so a guy like you, Socrates, learning this trick, the tricks and the secrets, you were never supposed to win. But now that you're winning, and if you teach that, is one thing. If you teach it one-on-one, that's fine. That's normal progression. But having like raising a flag on the internet and attracting thousands of men at a time and then teaching them all these things that you were never supposed to know, you're messing up the algo for women. Exactly.
Hey, Hood, you know what happened, Hood? You know what happened, y'all? See, the less desired male, whether you want to call him a lame, a nerd, anything. See, the fly on the wall theory, it has applied to the nerd and social media. See, the nerd, the lame, the dweeb, the ne'er-do-well, he was never supposed to get into these thoughts. He was never supposed to see these things because it wasn't designed for him. But unfortunately, being social media makes you a fly on the wall and you observe everything, even the things, and not be noticed. That's the problem.
I want to get Socrates to respond on that, because I was asking him a question about you're messing up the algorithm essentially, but I want you guys to jump in after Socrates. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why traditionally women despise PUA, because PUA is kind of like false merit or false valor. Because what you're really doing as a PUA artist is being the man that women naturally like, but you're not naturally like that. You're acting like that. That's why it's false valor. And what's the woman that women naturally like? A guy who can sleep with a lot of women. And what's the guy who can sleep with a lot of women? A guy who has high status, confidence, and competence. Usually combines all together. Because if you're not competent, what's behind your confidence? So that's why I always tell. Yeah, go ahead.
My bad, Socrates. I would say which is really funny, right? Because like men have to cultivate that skill. Some people are more natural than others in certain elements of it, right? But all of it has to be cultivated. So it's not a natural thing.
That's not true. There are guys who are naturals. Like, so you go to a playground in a kindergarten, and you can actually see that one boy who just naturally grows like them. He just naturally has an affinity. And I know this because when I was a kid, when I was in kindergarten, my first day of school on the school bus, a girl actually my girlfriend. So I did have women naturally like me throughout my entire life. So I had a little bit of natural inclination, but I'm still an introvert. I still like to be myself. I like to read. I like to analyze things. I'm a nerd, but women still like me. So what I did is learn to exaggerate that tendency. I exaggerated it. I said, I have a natural affinity. I'm going to over-index that natural affinity so women really, really like me. But it doesn't exist. My brother hated my guts. I have an older brother who's beat me up because of this, because his girlfriend was like me. because I wasn't doing it. I was just being myself. But that quote unquote being yourself, good. You were talking. Someone was talking.
Yeah, Trey, you about to say something? I want to
Yeah,
wrap.
yeah.
This
I
up
was about to
in 2
jump in.
minutes. I got to get out of here too. But go ahead, Trey.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, as somebody that wasn't like, a super nerd back in the PUA movement, kind of like semi in between natural and I just got it. I was smart.
Mhm.
Watching the PUA, we the red pill, the whole movement has to give credit to the PUAs, because you had these nerds, and you got a bunch of red pill guys that took the PUA data and compiled it all around the world, and we came up with this red pill stuff, Manosphere, Black, all this stuff, type of Manosphere stuff, based on what these basically lame guys used a bunch of nerd stuff to do. And
Correct.
With the biggest pushback against the PUA movement, kind of like making it illegal, was the simps. You had their own crabs in the barrel simps, gumps that were mad that a few lames, who basically belonged to that cohort, broke out of the matrix and learned how to pick up chicks. And they're like, no, you can't be doing that. The real players out there, we didn't care.
It's more. It's
Trey,
more than just that. It's actually,
you can't be doing better than others in
it's true.
this
But it's also another
envious
thing.
environment.
So there was a split in like the mid 2000s, the mid aughts between what's called inner game and outer game. And this is where the beginning and the end started. So outer game with the Real Social Dynamics and Tyler Durden crew, they said learning skill, learning how to calibrate, learning how to do inner game, learning how to do pickup is a waste of time. Just maintain frame. Just have a strong frame and strong confidence and bull rush and get girls to sleep with you. I'm highly against that because that's how you get a rape charge. That's how you get sexual harassment charges. That's a horrible way to do it because women have to feel comfortable. If you don't make a woman think it's her idea to sleep with you, she'll resent you. And that's 100% the case. That's why guys like Derek Jeter will have problems. Because Derek Jeter will always make it seem like it's the woman who seduced him. Like oh wow, you make me feel so special. I'm so glad you gave me this opportunity to sleep with you. That's how you make them feel. So they feel like they initiated. So what good game does is turn the interaction of that dynamic around, where she pursues you. You don't need to pursue her, because if you pursue her and she don't feel good about the interaction, or she regrets it, which happens, buyer's remorse, then you get sexual harassment or rape charges, and that's what happened. RSD started teaching guys who have no business learning game. They started going around different countries like Japan and England, doing videos of running through women, having sex with them. They started getting rape charges, started getting banned. PUA started getting demonized for this, and that's why PUA started becoming, person non grata. And that's why I'm teaching it personally, because I realized that it's power, and in the wrong hands, it'll just mess everything up.
And not to mention, they'll probably come after you for some kind of liability.
Why am I thinking about fucking Uncle Ben right now? You
Say
forgot what Uncle Ben told you, bro.
Oh yeah. With great power
comes with great responsibility.
Like, I will not. It's the thing, man. Like,
finish the story, Trey. Go, wrap it up.
I was gonna say, like, I did, people that know me, know my Army stuff. I did cool guy stuff in the Army, like all that Jason Bourne MI stuff. And then I learned neurolinguistic programming. And, Mrs. MBD is like, why don't you teach this stuff? It's amazing watching you do it. Because I'm kind of like, what you said about the Uncle Ben thing. It feels illegal. Like, when you can, like, basically take a basic item and you, like, put it in a woman's hands and, like, say a couple little words, and next thing you know, she just wants to fuck you. It feels illegal. And you can, if you don't know how to follow up afterwards with that, you can catch a charge, because you kind of like hypnotize her. And when she comes out that hypnosis, she gonna be big mad that she let this lame smash.
Now I'm thinking about the scene from Malcolm X when they showed up to the jail and the cop said, that is too much power for one nigga to have.
Yeah. I will not. I
Guys,
said,
we gotta wrap this up,
Mississippi.
though.
All right.
No, because I gotta get out of here. I'm late for a meal. I'm starving over here. I've been up here for hours now. I gotta go, man. I gotta go.
Facts.
But guys,
hey, Socrates, I put my email in the back. I want to learn this neuro-linguistic programming. I'm trying to make do a nigga version for me and my nigga is. I gave my emails in the back chat. I'm willing to learn.
Linguistic programming. It's gonna be the new wave in 2027.
Yes. Nihilistic program. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
nihilistic programming. Look it up. But
Yes.
guys, appreciate y'all coming out, network and everything. But I gotta shut this down. I'm gonna wrap this one up. Thank y'all so much for coming through today. It's been a long ass show. We started out talking about this bro for some reason and the Manosphere collapsing. Jamila Lemieux made for a way more interesting show. But you guys got a 2 for today. I haven't done a lot of 2-for-1s lately. So I hope you guys enjoyed the content. Thank you so much for watching. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. We got to go. I am done.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.